Good morning. We are about to start. If you can please take your seat. Good morning. Good morning. Dear members, dear observers, my name is Daniele Violetti. I'm the Senior Director for Programs Coordination at the UNFCCC Secretariat. And pursuant to the terms of reference for the Transitional Committee contained in the Annex to Document 2/CP27 and 2/CM4, this first meeting of the Transitional Committee has been convened by the UNFCCC Executive Secretary in consultation with the President of COP27. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, it is my pleasure to co-chair over this meeting together with the representative of the COP27 President, Ambassador Mohamed Nasr, until the co-chairs of the committee are elected. Dear Ambassador, with our gratitude through you to the government of Egypt for hosting us here in beautiful Luxor, I give the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniele, fellow members of the Transitional Committee, observers, distinguished colleagues. It is my great pleasure to welcome you here in Luxor for the first meeting of the committee. I want to thank members for taking the additional time out of their schedules to participate in the retreat and for the fruitful and constructive discussions that we had. At COP27, I personally took part in, together with my team, in the countless hours of hard work and many sleepless nights that several of you and your colleagues put in to arrive at this outcome. Now that is the time to start the next phase of hard work. It is my pleasure to officially declare open the first meeting of the Transitional Committee on the operationalization of the new funding arrangements for responding for loss and damage and the associated fund.
Thank you. Now, again, let me thank you all for joining us here in person, and thank you for your patience as we have worked to launch this work. I have to take this opportunity that with the establishment of the new funding arrangement funds were widely hailed as one of the hallmark outcomes of COP27. This work stream has so far received no supplementary contributions to help the Secretariat to conduct this work. So we have done the best we can and with what we have to ensure that this important work can get underway. And we will, of course, as Secretariat, continue to provide the best possible support under these circumstances. But now we will move to some short opening remarks to set the scene for this meeting. While His Excellency, the COP27 President, Sameh Shukri, is unfortunately not able to be with us here today, I'm happy to share with you some opening remarks that he has recorded to mark this historic occasion. Can we please have the video?
Are on you as you convene in Luxor on the banks of the River Nile. All those who are aspiring to an effective and impactful response by the international community to protect and recover the livelihoods of frontline communities and those who are most affected, can only keep this fragile hope on the basis of the work and outcomes of your committee and its ability to present meaningful and coherent recommendations to COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. When we met at COP27, 33 million people were forcibly displaced in Pakistan due to a climate-induced weather event, and millions of lives and livelihoods around the globe were calling for help against devastating climate shocks. For that reason, the outcomes from Sharm el-Sheikh were crucial for safeguarding the credibility and relevance of the global climate diplomacy and the UNFCCC process as a whole. Today, the region of Southern Africa is still mourning those who lost their lives by the havoc caused by Cyclone Freddy, while Somalia and Kenya are suffering extended droughts. Against this backdrop, your work can be very impactful and help maintain the sense of trust in dialogue, multilateralism that prevailed in Sharm el-Sheikh. Distinguished members of the committee, your meeting in Luxor comes after the issuing of the synthesis of the 6th IPCC report, which confirmed that despite progress in adaptation efforts, gaps exist and will continue to grow, and that hard and soft limits to adaptation have been reached in some ecosystems and regions. It further confirmed that risks and projected adverse impacts and related losses and damages from climate change escalate with every increment of global warming. Climatic and non-climatic risks will increasingly interact, compounding risks that are more difficult to manage. Colleagues, members of the Transitional Committee, I am confident that your meeting in Luxor will conclude with the adaptation of the working arrangements of the committee and its work plan through the year, as well as setting all the necessary procedural and organizational questions. Your first meeting is also expected to promote a stronger and shared understanding of the wider ecosystem of response and identification of the gaps that need to be addressed. There are also great expectations with regard to progress towards operationalization the relevant fund and on all the other elements that constitute the mandate of this committee. As COP President, and in light of my utmost keenness on the implementation of the follow-up on the Sharm el-Sheikh outcomes, I hope that your meeting in Luxor and the preceding retreat hosted by the COP27 presidency contribute to supporting the committee and its members in discharging their mandate and delivering the aspired results, guided by the principles of equity and climate justice. I am in continuous consultations with the incoming COP28 President-designate, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, and with Mr. Simon Steele, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, to ensure that every support is accorded to your work. I assure you of my consistent support and sincerest good wishes. I hope you will have a very fruitful meeting in Luxor. Thank you very much.
I thank COP27 President, His Excellency Sameh Shukri, for this introductory remarks. Next, I'm happy to invite the UNFCCC Executive Secretary, Mr. Simon Steele, to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mo. I would have liked to have been there with all of you at the kickoff of this really important session. I'm currently in China meeting with authorities here, getting a first-hand picture of some of the challenges that are faced here in China, but also some of the accelerated work that we're seeing with regard to their energy transition. But as I said, I would have liked to have been with you, but I am still able to join with you virtually to provide some opening remarks. So friends, today you have come together to build something that is unprecedented. You are here not just to construct a fund, but to create something much bigger, a lifeline for vulnerable people and places. The tasks before you The task before you is not merely mechanical. It is creative, a chance to reimagine how our process can better save lives, livelihoods, and ecosystems. This is an opportunity we cannot squander. The IPCC recently reconfirmed this sense of urgency. Just last week, it reminded us that the world has already warmed by 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The consequences of that are already being felt, with floods washing away entire villages, wildfires devastating communities, and droughts fueling famines in some of the world's most vulnerable nations. Your deliberations will need to address new and innovative areas that we have never dealt with before in the context of climate finance. You have the power to make a real difference in the lives of vulnerable people around the world. We have convened a group of finance specialists from different UN organizations who can help expand our horizons and provide insights that may otherwise not be readily available to the Transitional Committee. This technical support unit will work with the Secretariat to assist the committee in its efforts. I have to express my gratitude to their parent institutions for allowing them to invest their time to be with us at this meeting, and to extend a personal thank you to the members of the Technical Support Unit for their commitment to this cause. The work you are undertaking marks a new chapter in our solidarity with the world's most vulnerable people. The importance of your efforts cannot be overstated. Throughout 2023, the work of the Transitional Committee will help answer critical questions related to funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage. Some of these questions include: what actions related to loss and damage need support? What are the current funding sources and how do they relate to each other? How do these funding sources connect to actions that address loss and damage? And what new mechanisms need to be created? Ultimately, we must arrive at COP28 with a robust set of recommendations by the Transitional Committee that lay the groundwork for immediate operationalization of the new fund and the new funding arrangements. There is a lot of work to do and not much time to do it. I'm not saying that 1 year of hard work will resolve all the questions on the table, but we must use this time to mobilize resources quickly while recognizing that more time and effort may be needed to complete the picture. The decision to establish new funding arrangements and a fund for responding to loss and damage was historic. It reflected a clear recognition by the international community that existing arrangements fall short of responding to the full spectrum of needs arising from the impacts of climate change, and that there is an urgent need for effective arrangements in this regard. As we work together on this critical endeavor, I urge you to approach this work in a way that is creative, collaborative, and constructive, so that we can respond to the mandate and rise up to the challenge that is before us. I assure parties and all other actors that the Secretariat is fully dedicated to supporting these efforts and laying a strong foundation for success. I wish you the best of luck in your deliberations, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Simon, Executive Secretary, for your message and for helping us to further set the scene. Over to you, Mo.
Thank you so much, Daniele. Thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary. We now move to the second item, so adoption of the agenda. I would now like to refer to the committee members to the document TC1, /2023/1, which contains the provisional agenda and annotations. I would like to highlight that the agenda item 6 and other matters. In this regard, I would like to now ask if any members would like to include any issues under this item, other matters. This will help us to effectively organize our work throughout the week. So the floor is open if there are any comments, any additions under other matters. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Then, as there are no inputs there, no requests, no additions, I will propose that this agenda be adopted as contained in document TC1. Oh, I see Richard. So Richard and Uti, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed, and good morning, colleagues. It seems we're all looking a bit sunburned, but thank you for yesterday. We would like to propose an additional agenda item that would be agenda item 6, and it would be an exchange of views with non-party observer constituencies, and then on the purpose and scope of the new funding arrangements and responding to loss and damage. So it's exchange of views with non-party observer constituencies, and then on the purpose of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Uti, please.
Exactly the same points. I mean, we note the great observer interest in our work, and we do think that it's very important that the committee as a whole has an opportunity to exchange views with the non-party observers, and we would hope that that could be accommodated on the agenda as outlined by Richard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard and Uti. I see Georg, please.
Thank you, Mo, and good morning, everyone. Yes, fully support adding that to the agenda. Could I also, for the sake of transparency and for all of us, ask if the secretary could provide us with a list of those who are observers to this meeting, for the sake of the committee to know who's here. I think that would benefit us all as far as engaging with the observers also in the breaks that we have between in our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Diane, please.
Thank you. And first of all, let me thank you, co-chair, chair, for yesterday. It was really lovely to see everything in Egypt. And I have to say that my Egyptian history comes from watching movies. And I'm more and more committed to actually do some research on it. It was really nice and inspiring. Thank you very much. I think it's quite fitting for us to start today after that really good event, and it helped all of us to get together and talk a little business as we were discussing stuff and getting to know each other a little bit more. So thank you, Ambassador Mo, for this. Really helpful. What I would like to raise on another matter is the budget and arrangements, logistical arrangements for the TC members. I think from the OSIS countries for sure, who I represent, as well as many developing countries, this new fund, as the executive secretary is saying, is going to be really different. And I'm asking myself the question, are we really fully knowledgeable and have the expertise that we need to help us to really come to grasp with, we're calling it difficult decisions, but really it's probably some things that it's easy in other fora, but we're not accustomed to doing it. And as you can see, we are surrounded by a lot of negotiators, as well as persons who don't know much about the Climate Change Convention and so on. So I think, Chair, I think we could benefit from doing some more discussion on the budget and to resource in the TC and to ensure that all of our developing countries in particular, I mean, everybody, all of us need it, have the resources that we need to make sure we have the right advisors and so on that we need to assist us to make our jobs a little bit easier. Because I think some of the difficulties come from maybe not knowing and not having the information and getting the information from who you trust. So just like to make sure that we have a little bit of extra assistance, I think that would be good to have an idea on the resources for the TC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, if I capture what I heard correctly, I have a specific proposal for additional agenda item under 6 that reads as follows: exchange of views with the non-party observers on the new funding arrangements corresponding to loss and damage and the fund established. So this is one. And the second one is again an additional agenda item on the budget of the TC to be also another one. And then a request to the secretariat to provide to the membership, but this is not an agenda item, but it is a request to the secretariat to provide to the TC membership a list of the observers who are attending this meeting. Correct? Jyoti, please.
And thank you, and thank you, Diane, for bringing up a really important point. I mean, I think we're all worried about the workload and how to make sure that indeed there are resources to finalize the work and carry out really good, high quality analysis and so on. I am wondering though whether that sort of the budgetary issue could also fit under as we look at the work plan and sort of the different sort of chunks of work that would be again nothing against having a separate discussion on the resources, but it might also fit as we look at the whole of the background for a year, but very important issue. Thank you.
Okay, so I have two proposals. One is to include it under 6 other matters, and the other one is just to have an understanding among the membership that is being discussed under the work plan. Dan, please.
Thank you. I think what we really want to get is results. So if we can all agree that there are different ways to get the same result, which is whether you're in the funding arrangements for the TC, I'm in the hands of everybody around the table, but maybe if we could task our soon to be elected co-chairs to go off and see if they can come back to us and at least report on a regular basis to the TC members on the funding arrangements and the resourcing arrangements for the TC. I think that is something that we could, like the report back from the co-chairs, if we could include it in the regular work of the co-chairs and the reporting back to the TC. I'm not sure if the developing countries are agreed to that, but that could be an approach as well that we can task this to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane. So if I hear you correctly, so you want this to be not an agenda item, but just a request to the co-chairs to provide feedback every time or to provide information on the resourcing of the TC and the secretariat. So not an agenda item under 6. Or you want to have it as, at least in this session, an agenda item under 6, so we hear a report by the secretariat and then it is because it's under other matters. Next time it will not be there, or it will be up to the parties. Back to you.
Sorry. Yes. It will be under other matters, but I guess I'm preempting what the outcome would be in a kind of a way. So it will be under other matters, and I just wanted to signal to the whole committee that the idea is to make sure it's under other matters, and going forward, we're hoping the co-chairs will. The result of the other matters discussion at this meeting will be that the co-chairs will take it forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And my understanding is not part of the discussion under currently under the work plan. So if the membership is in agreement, we can have it as another additional item under other matters for this session. So we hear a report and then we allow the co-chairs to engage. And then in the next meeting, we'll see how it will be included in the process. So my proposal, I'm listening to the room, will be under agenda item 6, other matters. We'll have 2 additional sub-agenda items. The first one is the exchange of views with the non-party observers. And the second one will be budget and financial resources for the TC and its work. Okay, so I see no objection. And of course, with the understanding that the Secretariat will provide the membership with a list of the observers who have been registered and those who are attending this meeting. So with that, thank you, distinguished members, for the interventions. Based on the discussion, I believe that the committee can agree to adopt the agenda with the following amendments under agenda item 6, sub-item 1, will be exchange of views with non-party observers on the new funding arrangements corresponding to loss and damage. And sub-item 2 will be budget and financial resources available, or budget and financial resources for the TC and its work. Hearing no objection, I would propose that this agenda will be contained in a document TC1/2023/1 Rev 1 to be adopted as amended. Hearing no objection, this is so decided. Thank you, colleagues. I hand over now to Daniele.
Thank you, Mo. We are turning now to the agenda item on the election of officers. Pursuant to the terms of reference for the Transitional Committee contained in Annex to the document 2/CP27 and 2/CM4, the Transitional Committee will be chaired by two co-chairs, one from a developed country party and one from a developing country party. As this is the first meeting of the committee will now be invited to agree on its co-chairs. We understand that informal consultation have taken place among the constituencies, and I would like now to invite representatives to the constituencies to please come forward with suggestions. Thank you. Yes, David, thank you.
Thank you very much. It is with great pleasure that I'd like to nominate my friend and colleague Uti Honka Tukia to represent developed country parties as our co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mo?
Thank you so much. It also gives me great pleasure to nominate Mr. Richard Sherman to be the co-chair representing developing countries.
Thank you. We have received now the two nominations, and based on this, we propose that the Transitional Committee elect Uti Onkantukia from Finland and Richard Sherman from South Africa to serve as co-chairs of the Transitional Committee for the duration of the year. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Congratulations. I would like now to invite Uti and Richard to take up their seats here at the head of the table to chair the remainder of this meeting. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Let me just say, from my personal perspective, very honored to be nominated and elected, nominated by a developing country constituency and elected by the board. And we're here to serve at your behest and at the behest of the parties to the convention and the Paris Agreement. And we will work with you throughout this year to ensure there's an outcome that we deliver as this TC, a joint outcome that responds to the mandates from Sharm el-Sheikh. And Uti and I have already discussed this, and we intend to work in the most open, inclusive and transparent processes. We ask you to bear with us if we make your lives busy during the intercessional period. We have a lot of work to do to deliver the mandate, but it is within all our best interest to do the work judiciously and on time and to deliver that outcome. So thank you very much for the faith and trust you have honored in us, and we will deliver on your behalf as a committee, and thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Richard. Good morning to all. And like Richard, absolutely delighted to be here, to be working with you. We have a lot of work to do this year. Richard and I, we've been working together previously as well. So we have the tendency of being quite strict when it comes to time management and the length of interventions and so on. So just sort of embrace yourselves for that. But you know, very committed to working with everybody and in very open and transparent manner, and we're pleased that we will be having this exchange with the non-party observers later today. We want to give them a bit of time to prepare, but I think it's very important that we listen and have an open exchange. I think do you want to outline some of the main expectations that we have for this meeting? Maybe just to say that I don't think we are not going to leave Luxor without having clarity on the work plan, on the timelines, on who does what and what happens when. So and we will do that by Wednesday when we close. Also want to have good substantive discussions on the funding arrangements, on a fund and also on the sources and also have a clarity on how we go from here. But over to you, Richard.
Yeah, I think we have some common expectations of what the outcome of this meeting will be. And I think Uti's already highlighted those as the agreement on the working modality and working arrangements for the TC, the agreement on our work plan and the sequencing of our meetings until the end of the year, including how that fits in with the mandated workshops and the Glasgow dialogue. And within that, how we structure our work to ensure that we're going forward in a balanced manner and that all the elements of the decision from Sharm el-Sheikh are being addressed equally and in a balanced manner. With that, we're going to ask this, let's also just say for the sake of transparency, we have had a 2-day retreat organized by the COP27 presidency, where we have reflected as members in an informal Chatham House style discussion on our priorities for the year, on our different views on the mandate. It was a very useful discussion. I think everybody around the table knows each other's priorities. We know what we want to achieve. We have a common sense of how we're going to work together as one TC. And so I think it was a very useful retreat. And we've also agreed to continue to have informal conversations as TC members when need be in order to advance our collective consensus on the work. So thank you again, Ambassador Mohammed and the Egyptian government for hosting us in this retreat in this beautiful city. On that, we're going to proceed now to our work. We're going to start, before we get into item 4 on the working arrangements, we're going to ask the Secretary to just provide a brief scene-setting presentation on the mandate so that, again, it's all clear to ourselves and to the observers and those people watching online. So, Paul, I hand over to you. Colleagues, I'm also just to say that the list of observers will be circulated to you shortly. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We're just waiting for the slides to be uploaded. So, as mentioned, this is just to provide a scene setting very briefly before you proceed on with item 4. So the decisions to CP27 and to CMA4 noted the increasing urgency of enhancing efforts to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. They also recall the previous work under the UNFCCC that has been done as part of the considerations of the current state of finance for addressing loss and damage. They acknowledge the many institutions and stakeholders involved in financing activities for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage, and also welcome the related initiatives such as the Global Shield and the Early Warnings for All initiative of the UN Secretary General. They also acknowledge that the existing funding arrangements fall short of responding to current and future impacts of climate change, and that they are not sufficient to address the existing funding gaps. They acknowledge the urgent and immediate need for new, additional, predictable, and adequate financial resources. In this context, decisions to CP27 and to CMA4 establish new funding arrangements for assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change in responding to loss and damage, including with a focus on addressing loss and damage. A fund for responding to loss and damage, whose mandate includes a focus on addressing loss and damage, and a transitional committee on the operationalization of the new funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage, and the fund. The transitional committee is composed of 24 members, 10 from developed country parties, 14 from developing country parties, and they have all been nominated. In addition to this first meeting of the TC, the Transitional Committee will meet at least 2 additional times during the course of this year. And as we have just heard, our 2 co-chairs are now elected. The Transitional Committee is mandated to make recommendations for consideration and adoption by COP28 and CMA5 with a view to operationalize the funding arrangements and the fund. These recommendations will consider the institutional arrangements, modalities, structure, governance, and terms of reference of the fund, the elements of the new funding arrangements, the sources of funding, and coordination and complementarity with existing funding arrangements. The Transitional Committee in its work will be informed inter alia by the current landscape of institutions, funding activities related to addressing loss and damage, and how to enhance coherence, coordination, and synergies among them. The gaps within this current landscape, including the types of gaps, priority gaps for which solutions should be explored, the most effective ways to address the gaps, especially for the most vulnerable populations and ecosystems on which they depend, and the potential sources of funding, including innovative sources. The decisions mandate also a series of activities that will be informing the recommendations by the TC, including 2 workshops to be conducted by the Secretariat this year with the participation of a diversity of institutions relevant to addressing loss and damage, 2 synthesis reports, 1 on the existing funding arrangements and innovative sources relevant to addressing loss and damage, and 1 on the outcomes and of the mandated activities and deliverables from paragraph 7b, 11, 14, and 15. It also invites 2 sets of submissions, 1 from parties and relevant organizations on topics 4 and the structure of the second Glasgow dialogue and the 2 mandated workshops, and 1 from UN agencies, intergovernmental organizations, bilateral, multilateral, and international financial institutions on how they might enhance access to and/or the speed, scope, and scale of availability of finance. So just a progress update on 1 of the 2 synthesis reports that have been mandated. This synthesis report doesn't have a specified timeline in the 2 decisions, but the Secretariat has started work on the synthesis report on existing funding arrangements and innovative sources relevant to addressing loss and damage. And we have provided an initial version of the synthesis report to the TC members, and it is now available also online on the webpage of the meeting of the first TC. In this first initial version of the synthesis report, we have provided a categorization and synthesis of available information of funding arrangements and innovative sources. And we have categorized them using 3 criteria: the spectrum of actions supported relevant to addressing loss and damage, the types of financing instruments and modalities relevant to addressing loss and damage, and other relevant attributes such as speed, scale, and eligibility. This is just an initial version of the synthesis report, and we members will be providing further input for the successive versions, and we invite them to provide this input for us. I think in the next days we will specify a specific deadline for doing so. And lastly, just to mention that, as our executive secretary has already mentioned in his opening remarks, the UNFCCC Secretariat has set up a technical support unit, which includes staff seconded from UN agencies, IFIs, multilateral development banks, and the operating entities of the financial mechanism. And, the TSU provides technical backstopping to the UNFCCC Secretariat and has already supported us in the preparation of the initial iteration of the synthesis report. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat for that reminder of what we agreed upon. Before we proceed, are there any members that wish to seek clarification, or can I assume we could just proceed as we know what we've been tasked to do? Oh, okay, great. It's clear what we have to do. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move on to agenda item 4, which is the working arrangements and the work plan. For this, you have 2 documents in front of you. One is the working arrangements, and the other one is the work plan. We did discuss this in detail over the retreat. We made some amendments to the originally published documents. We were facilitated by Ambassador Mohammed on certain issues that needed to be resolved. So now you have the updated versions in front of you. Although it's one agenda item, there's 2 subsections of this, and we are proposing that we deal with the work plan document, which is TC1/2023/3, which is really about the structuring and the sequencing of our work. This document is really important because we have to leave this meeting knowing what the dates of TC2 and TC3 are. We had a very detailed discussion in the retreat around the possible TC4, so we would need to decide on that one. We also know from the decision mandate that we have 2 workshops that have to be led under the coordination of the Transitional Committee. We also know that there's the Glasgow Dialogue, which will take place in the June intersessional meetings of the UNFCCC. And we also know that there were 2 other external meetings or gatherings that were mandated by the COP decision. One is a potential discussion at the spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank, which is happening. Well, those meetings will happen 10th to 16th of April. And we also know there was a mandate for the Secretary General of the United Nations to have a meeting with the principals of the IFI. So although we're not tasked with scheduling those meetings or even attending those meetings, on the one hand side, if you look at the figure on page 4, 5, you see that on the left-hand side. So we now have to agree on the dates and the sequencing of this. The document in front of you suggests that we may want to convene our second meeting prior to the Glasgow Dialogue, and we may want to convene our third meeting following the ministerial consultations that the COP presidencies will determine on. So at this point in time, can we open the floor for colleagues' comments? So can we comment on whether we need the TC4th meeting? When do you want to schedule the workshops? Do you want to have a workshop before TC2, before Glasgow Dialogue. You want to have a second workshop before TC3, and we'll ask the presidency to comment on the matter of when the ministerial may be useful. So let's have that conversation. Also, if there are colleagues who wish to make announcements or interest in hosting a TC meeting, this is also the opportunity to do it now. And then once we've had an opportunity to discuss that matter, then we'll get to the working arrangements. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, or nobody's got any comments. Will you leave it up to the co-chairs to determine come back to you with the schedule later today or tomorrow? I see Jean-Christophe and Georg, but we're also happy to come back to you with the proposal if you don't want to have any ideas now. Thank you. Jean-Christophe, followed by Georg, followed by Sinead, and then Christina.
Thank you, Richard. First, let me congratulate you and Uti for your nomination of co-chair of this very important committee. It seems that we are a bit stuck together, Richard, after 1 year of co-chairmanship of the Green Climate Fund. This is a prospect that is not unpleasant to me, to be honest. So happy to have you both as co-chair of this committee. On the working arrangement, and you alluded to, Richard, in your initial comments, I think we have to reflect on the intersessional work, how to deal with that. And I would suggest strongly that we use the virtual setting or hybrid meetings in order to complement our meeting in person. So I would love to have a discussion on that and how we can use the virtual setting to work in between in-person meetings.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Again, we're looking forward to working another year with you closely. Thank you, Georg.
Thanks, Richard. And you opened for a discussion about the work plan, the work plan. And I honestly think it's a bit difficult to go into this discussion without having. I think first of all we need to have an understanding of the calendar and the including, of course, the number of meetings that we are planning for the committee. And then when you know that, what the time available for us, we also have to go into other parts of this document, which is about the content of, or the plan for how we progress on the discussion. Included, as you mentioned, what the planned workshops and the Glasgow dialogue might usefully focus on in order to help the work of the committee. Now, in the document that I have, there's no indication of these dates. I think I do agree that based on what I see of need of work for the committee in order for us to finish our work and provide the recommendations as mandated by COP28. I think we do need a fourth meeting. And I think as you suggested, Richard, it might be most useful for our discussion that you as co-chairs can maybe look at this, the possible calendar schedule and dates, so we can start there. And if you can bring that back to us, I think we can have a more informed discussion. I'm also saying this because the point that Jean-Christophe raised about the working arrangements would actually be important for us to decide before we can again also go to the work plan. Because I certainly agree that I foresee that we will have to, for instance, be more clear about how we can work as a committee in between meetings, and including the use of video conferencing and stuff, which is not in the document now. So how we work, how we can use time efficiently also in between meetings will again be important for the work plan and the calendar. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Georg. Sinead?
Thanks very much, co-chairs, and reiterating that, congratulations. I just want to check, is it appropriate to start talking about the content of the work plan, or do you just want to talk about dates and sequencing? Because my comments are on the content.
Maybe thanks, Jeanette, for the question, and also Georg and Jean-Christophe, and I think you know, you better get used to us, because I think we'll be kind of having a dialogue as we as we go along. So just to respond to some of the points already raised, so that not everyone needs to raise the same points. On the need for intersessional work, absolutely, and sort of my thinking, or our thinking, is that that perhaps like once a month we'd have a video call with the secretariat, just to review as to how the work is proceeding, so that there will be no surprises. I don't want we don't want anyone to come to TC meetings and then present it with a paper and then say, okay, well, this is not at all what was expected, or this does not respond to the issues that it was meant to respond. So we want to make sure that there's a process where we collectively will be monitoring the work as it goes along. So maybe once a month having a video call. It may be in the middle of the night for some of us. That's fine. We're all in this together. So that would be the first point I wanted to make. Second point, on the sort of the substantive work plan, agree totally that what we need now is almost like a skeleton of this. This one has got a lot of detail, a lot of words. I think what we need is like a timeline with sort of specific milestones of what happens where. I don't think it's helpful for us to start debating among 24 about, you know, what are the dates. I think we will look into that with the secretariat. We will then put forward a proposal. I think that might be a better way forward. The way we see how the workshops and the Glasgow dialogue fit in the timeline is that precisely those issues where we need more analysis, more sort of information, we need to improve our understanding. Those would be the ones that we would want the workshops and the Glasgow dialogue to focus on. I'm sure that the issue of hybrid meetings and hybrid work will also come up. So in addition to the intersessional work, at least my expectation is that for the workshops, those would be, the hybrid format would be available, because that is the only way to ensure a broader participation and also input from those who would not be traveling. I also take the point that it's difficult to dive into the substance of the work plan when we haven't actually discussed the working arrangements or the modalities. I think we'll sort of gather some initial inputs now. Then we would kind of suspend this item, then go more into detail in the working modalities, then come back to the work plan. I think you just kind of have to bear with us. We'll be going back and forth with at least these two items, probably some others as well. But the idea is that we gather inputs. We kind of either produce something ourselves in the course of a day, or farm it to the secretariat. Then we come back to it later today or tomorrow. I think that's going to be the working modality. But now back to Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Uti. So, I mean, just on that, on the more detailed work plan for the year and the schedule or calendars, as well as potential intersessional highlights, let us just come back to you with an updated plan, say tomorrow, with the full calendar. We did discuss this in the retreat. The Secretariat did inform us that we're likely to clash with other meetings on every other opportunity. So we still haven't seen the details, dates and venue schedule for the year. So let us come back to you on that one. And if there are additional, and then we'll move to the working arrangements once we've clarified your initial views on the dates and venues. But yeah, I agree with what Uti said, is we are going to have to find time in between our TC meetings to meet or virtually Zoom, Teams, or what have you, whether it's for regular checkups or whether it's just, to advance common understanding on substantive matters. So with that, Sinead, do you want to add anything more?
Yeah, so if this is a good time on the substance of the work plan, I can make my points. Sure. So thanks everybody, and I think as has been said, we had a really constructive retreat, and a big thanks to the government of Egypt for that. Since maybe we are with new faces and voices today, just to introduce myself, I'm in the Irish seat with Germany, so our German colleagues are behind here, and we're both really delighted to be in this conversation and really keen to put our efforts and our energies into scaling up loss and damage finance for the most vulnerable. But just to move to our comments on the work plan, I think we have in what's proposed here, and as you said, Uti, three really good opportunities to get into substance and detail between the TC meetings. So that's the first workshop, the Glasgow dialogue, and the second workshop. The way that the proposals in the current work plan, though, I think do need a bit of tweaking, and I'm coming back to paragraph 6 and the really useful guidance we were given in paragraph 6 of the decision around needs, gaps, priority gaps, and this really important point of maximizing the funding arrangements that we already have and adjusting them and strengthening them to really be able to specify what we want the new fund to do. So with that in mind, it appears in what's been proposed that we would suggest a few adjustments to what's proposed here under the work plan in section 4. First would be that workshop 1, in addition to expanding the mapping of the current landscape, which is what's written here, it also really starts delving into water gaps needs and particularly priority gaps. We actually think this is a tricky exercise, frankly, and so we think this will need time, and that the Glasgow dialogue would be great if it could pick up on this discussion, because we just think it's so important that we clarify the what of the new fund before we start looking at the details of, governance and all that kind of thing, which we do need to do, that we really clarify what this new fund for loss and damage needs to tackle, because these are areas that are not being tackled in existing funding arrangements. So we would propose that that paragraph 6 conversation starts in workshop 1 and continues as needs be in the Glasgow dialogue, and that if that conversation can be concluded, the Glasgow dialogue could start this conversation around some of the details of operationalizing the new fund, but that conversation might need to continue into workshop 2. So in workshop 2 at the moment, where it talks about mobilization of resources, I don't think we love that language. I think we'd rather stick to the language in the decision around sources and around contributors and broadening contributors as well as innovative sources. But I think the point is that conversation about the fund may not conclude those operational elements in the Glasgow dialogue, and then could usefully take place in the second workshop before the conversation about sources. So those are just some suggestions that we think might help us move along, particularly to what the decision challenges us to do, which is look at everything we have already, strengthen what needs to be strengthened in terms of other funding mechanisms that in some way assist in finance for loss and damage. And then really when we set up the new fund, that we are very clear on what priority gaps it's really addressing. So yeah, those would be our Irish German suggestions. And again, just delighted to be amongst you all in this really critical endeavour this year. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Sinead. So, colleagues, there were some ideas shared with you there on what issues could be dealt with in the first workshop and the Glasgow dialogue and the second workshop. So I would ask you to also, if you want to make interventions, to reflect on that sequencing. I think at least the discussions within the developing country constituency, there's a preference to make sure that we're working on all issues at the same time rather than trying to prioritize one set of issues. And while that prioritization may make sense, it's not that easy to always create the balance in the decision. So I just a reflection on that from our discussions. But colleagues, I would really encourage you to respond to fellow members' suggestions. We don't really want this to be a dialogue with the co-chairs. It must be a dialogue with yourself. So anybody who wishes to respond to Sinead's comments would be great. I have Christina. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Richard, and congratulations from me to both you and Uti on your co-chairman personship. And congratulations to Mo, the smile on your face when you left the front of that table. And thank you, Mo, and the government of Egypt for hosting this, both the retreat and this first historic meeting, and for being wonderful host. It really, yesterday was a gift, so thank you. I also just want to introduce myself, since I do see some new faces of Transitional Committee members who were unable to attend the retreat. I'm Christina Chan, and representing the United States on the Transitional Committee. Lots of issues raised, and so wanting to focus on the work plan, as Uti said, we'll come back to the working arrangements. Richard, you started off this session asking about the timeline and milestones and meetings, and I wanted to respond to that question first before getting into the content. What I shared during the retreat, and for the benefit of those Transitional Committee members who were unable to attend, what I shared on the second day of the retreat is first and foremost, a commitment from me and from the United States to making sure, as Richard said, to be moving along on the entire, what we've been mandated by COP27. Our intent is to deliver recommendations to operationalize the new funding arrangements, including a fund at COP28. And so in my mind, taking Richard's question about timing and workshops, if that's the goal, and I think that's a goal we all share, that we want to deliver our mandate, what we've been mandated with, which is to come up with recommendations on all four of those elements listed in paragraph 5 of the Sharm decision. It is a question of, do we anticipate that at the end of our time together this year, we will be delivering a set of recommendations across all four of those elements, and ideally with a set of draft text to then bring and give forth to the COP and CMA for its consideration. I think we should be ambitious, and that should be our goal. And even more ambitious is our goal should be that it is consensus text, both on the substantive recommendations as well as the associated decision text. If that's our goal, working backwards and thinking about milestones, a key milestone that we need to come out of this first meeting is a clear understanding of the scope of what we're trying to achieve across all four of those elements. What are we talking about? And I don't mean that in a what is loss and damage, or what's the difference between, or what is responding, or what's the difference between averting, minimizing, and addressing. I mean, even in the context of the particular focus on addressing loss and damage, which these new funding arrangements, including a fund, there's a particular focus on that. What are we talking about? Over the retreat, I shared with colleagues that for me, for us, we've been thinking about sort of what constitutes that universe of addressing loss and damage includes humanitarian assistance. So putting aside whether or not the fund funds it, humanitarian assistance and emergency response is part of that response to losses and damages, including the losses, the realized or actual losses and damages. Another component of this universe is reconstruction and rehabilitation recovery that has come up as well. What another sort of topical area that has come up, and I would put in the universe of the what, is issues related to displacement, migration, relocation, and overall human mobility. And then the final two things that have come up over the years has been issues related to measures to address slow onset events, as well as issues related to non-economic losses. And I think that if we're not clear coming out of TC1 on the what are we talking about in this universe of responding to loss and damage with a particular focus on addressing, I worry about then mapping exercises or landscaping exercises or gap analyses that are untethered to the what and the scope. And I use the analogy of yesterday for those who were with me and my colleagues. We thought that we were seeing Nefertiti's tomb, when in fact we were seeing Nefertari's tomb, that are two completely people. And when that realization hit me, that I was talking about a completely different queen. This is the extent of my Egyptian knowledge, which is, I'm very sorry, and I learned so much yesterday, and thank you for that. But that realization that as I was having, I was asking questions about Nefertiti, and the response coming back to me that I didn't register was about Nefertari, was we were talking about completely different things. And my analogy there is, if we go into a scoping and a landscaping exercise and a gap analysis and all of that without actually all of us having a shared understanding of like what we're talking about, I worry about that. I worry that that will slow us down. So for me, coming out of TC1, it's absolutely critical we know sort of the boundaries of what we're talking about. Then I think we get down to, I think, just picking up what Sinead put down in terms of using paragraph 6 as a guide in terms of milestones. I would think that we would need to, in order to get to a last meeting where we're sitting down and we're drafting text and we're going through the negotiations of trying to get to consensus to bring forward to the COP and CMA, the thing between TC1 and that last TC meeting where we're sitting down over a course of 3 or 4 days, really probably not sleeping and going over text, we need to cover the rest of that ground in paragraph 6, which then, like for me, unfortunately, with 3 little children, it's sad for me to say this, but I really do think we need not just that really intense, robust intercessional work that Uti was speaking of. I think we need to add that 3rd meeting, because I do not think we can get through that paragraph 6 from where I think we need to end in TC1, which is that shared understanding of what we're talking about, to a last TC where we're sitting down actually getting through text. I think we need to get through the rest of that methodology. With respect to the fund itself, I mean, there are questions with respect to the fund that will take time as well. There are questions of even when we figure out the what of the universe of funding arrangements, then it's and we have a good gap analysis, and that gap analysis following paragraph 6 and 8, getting really granular about that gap analysis, issues around speed, scope, eligibility, access, all of those issues. We then need to, I think, have a conversation of how do we address which of those gaps do we as a transitional committee, with the feedback that we'll hear from others in our engagement with others, which of those gaps do we think and do we want to address within the funding arrangements? And then how? Through the fund, through adjustments and changes to the existing system. When we get to the fund itself, there are questions of what specifically does the fund cover, to whom, from what, gets at the sources, as well as where. And there are multiple options in terms of where. Over the course of the 2 days of the retreat, what I had heard from some colleagues is the importance of the governance and the COP and CMA being able to provide the guidance to this fund being an important piece. There are multiple ways in our assessment to get at that. And we're going to need to have that conversation as a TC. So again, all of that to say, there's a lot of work to be done. We should lean in on the intersessional pieces, the intersessional work, but I think we're going to have that additional meeting. In terms of the specific questions about the timing of the workshops and the TC meetings, my preference, given how much we have to do, how important these workshops and the Glasgow dialogue are to our input in informing our deliberations, I would ask that if it's possible to tie the workshops to the Transitional Committee meetings. So you could have the workshop a few days in the days before the transitional meetings. And for those of us who can attend, to be able to attend in person. For those of us who aren't, it gets back to the hybrid nature. If I can't come to the workshop, I'd like to be able to call in and listen. The workshops themselves in terms of content, sorry for this very long intervention. There was a lot of questions. I wanted to support what Sinead had said in terms of the topics. I get back to the Nefertiti, Nefertari. For the workshop, if we can come out of TC1 with a clear sense of what we're talking about, then I think the workshop, that gives a lot of direction to the workshop itself on what topics are covered. So I had said for us, and we put it out in our submission, humanitarian assistance, rehabilitation, recovery, reconstruction, human mobility and the different pieces of human mobility, slow onset events, non-economic losses. That's a lot to cover in one workshop. So I think what I was hearing from Sinead is if it needs to roll over into the next thing, it should roll over. I don't think we should just treat it thinly and say, okay, we're done, let's move on. I think that the focus on the specific issues related to speed, access, eligibility, adequacy, et cetera, as it relates to particularly vulnerable countries, but also communities, needs to be woven and prominent in each of our workshops, as well as our TC meetings, as well as the Glasgow dialogue. With respect to when we talk about sources of finance for loss and damage, or identifying expanding sources according to our SHARM language, I like whoever's suggestion that was to stick with the language. I would like to know how other funds, both within the climate world, but also outside the climate world, have organized themselves to receive innovative sources of finance, how well that is working, and what lessons we can bring from those other experiences when we get to the innovative sources piece of our work. And I think that, just to repeat myself, going back to that language that is in SHARM in paragraph 5C on the sources is probably sort of a good way to go forward. It keeps the variety of different issues related to sources part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. And I'm going to be flexible with giving people a bit lengthier interventions on the first day, but as we get to the second and third day, we're going to need to be a little bit more business-like to the point of getting a decision. But thank you very much. That's very useful. I think on the language issue, maybe we just agree now, we just stick to the language in the decision. And so you just ask the Secretariat to make sure that when we get documents or whatever it is, it's just the language, even if it makes better readability to paraphrase or whatever. Let's just stick to the language. There are lots of things that I'm sure colleagues will respond to, but also if you can give us your views on whether you're happy to have the workshops back to back with TC meetings, and yes, I think there would be flexibility at least on the workshops to have colleagues come in on a hybrid. But I think we really need to make sure that when we set the dates of the meetings, that people can come in person, because we are going to be needing to make progress on that. It's now 10:26. We wanted to conclude this discussion by 11, but the longer we go, the less coffee you have. So if you want to engage more, then you understand the consequences that you won't have a coffee break, which is okay. I have a long list of people. Georg, can I just check you're putting your flag up for a second time? Okay, thank you. So my list as now, and I always remember in my early days complaining why my ambassador wanted things in 18-point font and double spaces, but I can't really see people's names from the front here. So I'm sorry, Ambassador, that I ever complained about doing double spacing lines and notes. So my list now is Ren, Diane, Kunal, Ado, Hannah, Mohammed, Georg, Samaya, and Sanat. So thank you. You have the floor, Ren.
First of all, congratulations to the co-chairs. I'm looking forward to your expertise and experience that will get us through the discussion process towards fruitful results in the end. Also, thanks to the Egyptian government for your hospitality and efforts on the retreat, and also thanks to the UNFCCC Secretariat's efforts for preparing documents for discussions. I would also like to welcome the consideration for the first time of matters relating to funding arrangement responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage under the COP and the CMA. And I would like to make 3 comments. First, on the work plan options. In the work plan options submitted by the Secretariat, we noted that there's annex that summarizes the submissions by parties on Glasgow dialogue and getting questions. As we cannot make decisions on what will be submitted by related parties, we cannot include in our decision the annex related informations. I hope that our decision on the work plan would be mainly based on dates, venues, and the sequencing of related activities. Second, on the work stream, we noted that there are some work stream that has been proposed. From our perspective, the majority of the members and advisors may have their concerns under each work stream. Therefore, we need to take into consideration on the working format of the work stream to ensure the efficiency, effectiveness, and inclusiveness of each work stream so that it will reflect the views of all current and incoming TC members. Third, on working modality, the TC needs to follow the general approach of being guided by the principles of effectiveness, inclusiveness, openness, and transparency-based work, and any conclusion adopted by the TC should be agreed by consensus. Taking into account the situation in the APG group, that members are advisors on a rotation basis, that we hope that one member and his or her 2 advisors could be allowed in the meeting room of our group. Furthermore, related stakeholders are welcome to participate the discussion process, and only observers accredited under the UNFCCC can be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ren. So yes, I think the issues that you've raised in terms of the working modality were discussed in the retreat, and they have been reflected, I hope, adequately in the updated modalities paper, including the issue of the advisors and UNFCCC observers. I think I think it's fair to speak on behalf of everybody that we do want our process to be effective and efficient and open and transparent, and we will be working on the basis of consensus, but we haven't yet adopted that working modality document, but I didn't see any problem with that. The work streams issues we'll get to when we discuss the modality. On the annex and the document, I mean, my sense is, and would you please also add here, is we're not going to decide the theme, the sub-themes, or every single issue that will be in the workshop. I think what we want to discuss is how the mandate in the decision is being taken forward, and then allow the Secretariat to use the submissions that were presented by parties and non-parties to guide the development of the agenda. We don't think that it's our task to develop the agenda of the workshops. But again, the annex is just a reflection by the Secretariat. We're not going to adopt it, so it's just there to help our thinking. Thank you for that. Jian, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you and congratulations, Richards, for being chair. So I can finally have an opportunity to bug you, just like how you bug us co-chairs in the past. So I'm looking forward to working with both you and Uti, who I've worked with on the Standing Committee on Finance. So let me introduce myself. My name is Diane Blackleen. I am representing AOSIS, Small and Developing States, along with my fellow SIDS colleague at the end of this table. And I just want to add some. I spoke a lot during the retreat, which was really helpful for all of us. And one of the issues that I wanted to bring to this committee in trying to get representing a particular constituency, one of the things that I'm hearing around the table and among the different developing country constituencies, one thing, there is a range of views within each of the constituency and what it is that they want. They're very clear on what it is that they don't want, but they're not very clear on what it is that they do want. So as I sit around the table and I'm trying to represent my constituency, I'm saying, what is it that you do want? And what we're realizing is that the loss and damage topic and the issue, there are existing methodologies to address almost everything in that we want to some extent, to a large extent, let me put that. But I don't think we're all very comfortable with what it would look like. And then we are talking and negotiating in a space of a lack of trust, because where we are talking about gaps in the financing, I mean, these are not gaps in the finance, these are like chasms. Gaps is not even a relevant word here when you're looking at paragraph 6 of the decision. But anyway, that's a negotiation. But here at the at a committee, we're doing some technical work. We have to realize that these are not gaps. And we are being asked by the COP to identify gaps in a way. And there are two ways of looking at that, which will be discussed in the retreat. In gaps in terms of the convention and what it is that being paid for already, even though that what we're paying for already is inadequate. But and then of course there's the adequacy of what we're looking for, which is also something that we were asked to look for in paragraph 6. So we have a systematic problem in providing resources and coordinating resources for the work that we need to do for the convention. And the approach of setting up funds, and then we have donor countries, a category of countries called donors that come together and pledge money and put it into a fund, and we have a replenishment process and so on, has a lot of risk to it. And the question here that we have for our constituency is that we do have an open mind that maybe that may not be the best way to go about it. I'm starting out with that particular issue because I think that is one of the common understanding that we have within our constituency, that is what we should do. And I'm saying to all of us here, and if you could help me out with my constituency, is that is what they know. That is what we do here, and that is what we know. And so I am asking that maybe we could use as many of the workshops as possible to help us. I agree with Christine that we all get on the same page There's a lot of information out there that us as negotiators would not know, especially the finance negotiators. But the loss and damage negotiators and there's a huge loss and damage community that's been doing a lot of work under the WIM, under many other fora that we can better understand what could this possibly look like. And maybe, just maybe, if we can learn our lessons from previous setting up of funds, maybe we could just have an open mind that we can create a fund. There's some members of my constituency that see a fund that can be created with the funding arrangements in place that can support that fund. That can be a fund and with plus the arrangements that can allow for every single country to clearly identify the risks that are unique to that country, and then provide instruments and methodologies that can help them to address those risks country by country, and not a one size fit all. This is what we're seeing. And not only that, but maybe, just maybe, we could create something that could actually leverage and generate the large amount of billions per year. But this issue of loss and damage, the work that was done under the Standing Committee on Finance, is seeing that hundreds of billions of dollars a year, every single year, of damage being done. Right? So we know we're not going to create a fund to cover that, right? The fund will not do that. Can we just say that clearly? I remember when Richard, we were setting up the Green Climate Fund. Many of us in the developing countries thought we were going to put $100 billion a year into the Green Climate Fund. It was very difficult for us to manage the expectations of our prime ministers and our ministers and the people in our constituency. And that that process had that over our heads. And I think maybe we should start by saying that, set some realistic expectations. And then that way we will be able to maybe have a bit of an open mind. With respect to so speaking more about the work program and in the order in which we do things. So I think there's a lot we don't know and a lot of information we can crowd into all of us as we go forward. So with respect to the paragraph of the decision, paragraph 5, A, B, C, or D, with respect to A, I think A should come last because we need to know what we're going to be doing with B, C, or D before we can figure out what would be the structure of this thing and what it would look like and what it can do or what it cannot do. And I think that is where some of the most difficult conversations will come. And because whatever we're doing in B, C, or D, or under the convention. But for A, I think once we've designed and figure out what we want to do, it will then have a better understanding of what A would look like. That is what I think. Co-chairs, I think the order in which we discuss things and will determine the order with how well we move forward, and it will make your work either easier or harder. And so I'm asking, like I made the intervention earlier, that resources be provided so all of us can work with our constituency and help them to bring all of us onto a common understanding in what we mean by various things. Finally, for AOC's countries, we would like, one of the risks that we face when we are coming up with something like this is that we have different classes of persons or countries, donor countries, countries that contribute, recipient countries, and all of that. I'm hoping that for this fund, we can do something completely new in which I maintain that our region, our countries, small and developing states, and all of us contribute to climate change. But it's not captured when we are setting up new funds. And I'm speaking specific now to 5A, which I hope we leave for last. That we are not called, AOC's countries don't want to be called recipient countries anymore. We reject that designation of our countries. We are paying for climate change, and we are paying a lot. We are paying from the pockets of every single homeowner, every single family. We are borrowing monies like crazy to restore our countries and to rebuild. And the interest from those loans go right back into those institutions. So we are paying a lot. And if I can ask everybody to consider that we have no categorization. I know this is controversial among especially G77 and China countries, but I just want you to understand that at the end of the day, when we have a board, we argue a lot about the composition of the board and a balance between developed and developing countries. And I think we need to think ahead that by 2030 and 2035, that the frequency and the impact, the intensity is predicted to increase. The frequency predicted to increase. Developing countries are paying proportionally higher right now, and small island developing states even so. And so we would like to just appeal to everyone that we would do not want to be sitting on a board and be called recipient countries because we are paying a lot. It may not go into the fund, but as part of the funding arrangements, may not put the money into the fund, but the scope of the arrangements should include and capture and respect the contribution of small island developing states as contributing to solving this solution. We're not donors, we're not contributors, we are contributors, but we're not recipient countries in this context. And I would like to stress that very much, my co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deanne. And I'm sure we'll definitely take up a number of those issues when we get into the substantive discussions on the various mandates. I just want to comment on one thing that you said where we need to get onto the same page, particularly about loss and damage. And I think that's important for some of us. And I'm probably in that group. But I'd also say that we also need to get on the same page around the financial arrangements and the institutional stuff. And I think the frustration that we've had in the negotiations to date is we have loss and damage people talking about financing institutions or governance arrangements. So if in this process we can all come together on the same page, then that would be definitely useful. Again, colleagues, I would ask you to reflect on comments in your responses to what Diana said. Thank you very much. The next person on my list, and it's now, I have Kunal, Ada, Hannah, Mohammed, Georg, Samaya, Sonat, John Christoph, Stephen, and Hadija. So it's a long list. We're all going to run out of time, but that's okay. Kunal, you have the floor, and welcome. We didn't see you in the retreat, so welcome to the group. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, co-chairs, and congratulations to Richard and Auti in taking that responsibility. I also thank the Egyptian presidency and the COP27 for hosting us in this beautiful city on the banks of the Nile River. And just to introduce myself, I am Kunal Satyarthi from India, and I work in the National Disaster Management Authority. And it's a great change to come back to Luxor and forget the disasters at home and take a retreat. I missed the retreat because I was fighting a sinking town in the Himalayas. So thanks to the Secretariat for that presentation and on the synthesis report. Now, I am speaking on behalf of the ASEAN Pacific group, and we have a rotational membership. I find it very, very interesting reading through the decision that we got in Sharm el-Sheikh and the discussion that we're having today among the members and the advisors. Very important to, I was looking at the opportunity that this meeting provides, and this year that is blessed with opportunities back home in India. The day we complete the conversation here of 3 days of Transitional Committee, we are hosting the first working group of disaster risk reduction in the G20. So I fly back and get into a DRR working group first time in the G20, and we'll be discussing the same language, not of the funds, but of the disaster management perspective. There's so much on offer in this year because there are three or four transition committee meetings. We have the San Diego network function and structure totally defined due to the work in Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh. We have 2 workshops coming up. We have had one Glasgow dialogue in Bonn. We have the second Glasgow dialogue coming up. I think with all this happening in 1 year, this is the time when we can't fail. This is the time to look at loss and damage from a different perspective. There's so much opportunity available to move in the right direction and have the discussion on that format. And I agree with my previous speakers that it's actually a very precarious and a bad situation everywhere, whether you're talking about the cyclones or the melting glaciers or droughts, slow onset events. My country is blessed with all of them, apart from the other blessings that we have. We have all that. So there are only four thoughts that come to my mind now. When the discussion started with Richard throwing out the suggestions about figuring out when do we have that and look at the structure of the flow for the 1 year, we got lost very soon in the functions. So I think both could be thought about. The moment we get both of them together, I think we are not leading in the right direction. So it's important first is to look at the structure of organizing all this, our work, and then think about the scope, paragraph 6 and 5. We have a lot of time to, not a lot to deliver to COP28, but still, my first suggestion to the members and my colleagues would be that let us define the structure initially, and then we go into the scope and look at the what we are talking about and why we are talking. But I think why is clear. What we are talking is also clear. So that is my first suggestion. We should avoid going into the going backwards. We have moved a mile. We have taken decades to reach here. There's no time to go backwards and dwell into our divergent views. We know that. We know that. So the idea now is to move ahead. I think we should also quickly go through the procedures and the organizational questions that are important right now, and then get into the substantial work that we are supposed to be doing in TC1, TC2, TC3, and so on forth. So I think we need to, I would urge all the members and from my own group, we are ready for that. We need to be very creative. We can't be structurally same as we have seen GCF, we have seen Jeff. We understand what they are. Although I'm a disaster guy, I don't know finance much, but we have seen that happening. So let us try to be more creative and collaborative and constructive. Three important C that we should be looking towards and help each other. We know what the problem is. We also know why the problem is. So it's important as per the mandate of the decision. This fund has to be urgent and immediate. This fund has to be new, additional, predictable, and adequate. These are four. These words should guide our discussions in all the technical committee meeting that we move ahead. I think that there's the paragraph 6 is quite critical to capture, but we can leave it to the workshops and the dialogues that we have to capture paragraph 6 and inform, as the language says, the transitional committee above will be informed by the following entirely. So we should be informed, perfectly fine. But if we get into that in the TC meeting, we are losing our way for sure, and we are not heading in the right direction. So we know that there's a gap to addressing loss and damage, and this is different from averting and minimizing, and we don't want to get into that conversation again, having done that in Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh. But it is important. We know there are gaps. We know addressing loss and damage is much more than humanitarian aid, response and relief that is so required, and recovery, reconstruction, rehabilitation, resilience, and displacement and migration is what we are talking about. So we are on the same page. We understand what we are talking about and what we are not talking about. We only need to be very sure that we organize our work today and the next 2 days to make sure that we deliver by the 29th on the right performance. So we all should be more creative on that. And the four mandates in the paragraph 5 are also very clear. We should quickly move into looking at paragraph 5, and my suggestion would be paragraph 6 would be a very large amount of work which can lead to the workshops and the dialogue. We should stick to paragraph 5 as per the mandate of the decision CMN COP. So I'll end at this place and come back later. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kunal. And I think as co-chairs, we'll rely on you to be our lighthouse on being structurally creative. I like that. So we'll rely on you to support us on that one. Thank you very much. And I have a full list again, but that's fine. I guess we will assume in future that on every agenda item we can count on 22 members talking. So Secretariat, when we do the agenda again, let's make sure that we have at least space for 22 interventions. Thank you. So my next on my list is Ambassador Addo. Please go ahead. Yeah, before.
Thank you very much, Richard, Coach. And first of all, let me congratulate both of coaches for your leadership and your continued support for this very important committee ahead. I think I also need to introduce myself to the new colleagues. I am Adam Suarez Barbosa. I am from Timor-Leste. I am representing the LDCs for this transitional committee. In terms of the work plan, I think, like we discussed 2 days ago, that this is a very good plans. We need to decide in a manner that can help our work in order to at least to facilitate our work, and we need to conclude our work by the end of this year. I think that's critically important. So I also do see that the paper on the work plan is very important for us, but we also need to see the sequences, timeline, and also structure, as well as substance of the workshop. And also Glasgow Dialogue will be critically important to inform us how to provide proper recommendation to the Conference of Parties as mandated. Medical. I think this is very important, but the most important one is how to uh, operationalize the fund that we established at COP27. So the fund is very important, followed by the arrangement, funding arrangement itself. So I think we need to stick to our decision language that we are going to operationalize the fund to address, to respond real loss and damage. That's very important. And in terms of loss and damage, we have a slow onset event, also extreme weather events that are critically important for the most vulnerable developing countries. So in terms of uh, landscape of the arrangement, I think mapping exercise is a very good one. And we do see that the current synthesis report provided by the Secretariat is also one of very good way forward. But we also need to consider that the synthesis report needs to capture issue of the current public financial support and how to deliver. That's very key for the LDCs, and grant-based exercise or grant-based experience from public resources that is being applied somehow for some loss and damage that is happening at the moment will be useful. So I think we really need to consider that the synthesis report of the Secretariat, I think, needs to be elaborated a little bit more with regard to how and what modality is being used to deliver quickly the fund to the most vulnerable one. And in terms of the workshop, I think we need to focus on solution and ideas for structuring the fund itself in terms of modalities that we are going to use for delivering quickly the fund to the most vulnerable one. So in terms of first workshop, I think we need to design the fund itself to address, to respond both the extreme weather events and also slow onset events faced by the most vulnerable countries. One. And also, I think it will be also critically important for the first workshop to identify modalities that will be helping fund itself to be delivered quickly once the countries face disasters or slow onset events that will be in a immediate and urgent and also medium long term I think long-term events. And I do believe that this sequence will be critically important. But like I mentioned before during the retreat, that we need to consider key critical related events, because some of our members are part of, let's say, different constituent bodies. So I can see that the current uh, draft is a very good one, but we also need to consider the meetings of, let's say, Green Climate Fund boards, and also EXCOM meeting. Santiago Network's technical issues, but Santiago Network is very much addressed here, not others. But I do think that Santiago Network will be slightly different because it's addressing technical issues. But of course, this is also critical events to link to the work that we are going to deal with. Um, but I think it will be useful for the committee to consider other critical finance and loss and damage events that we are also part of those. In terms of suggestions made by some colleagues around the table with regard to intersessional or virtual meetings, yes, we could agree upon this, but we also need to take into consideration that some of us from developing countries, especially LDCs, we have a limited internet accessibility. So that's also something that we need to consider when we decide to have intersessional works with regard to some key issues that we are going to decide ahead. So with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let me just highlight one or two issues. So Uti and I had some conversation yesterday, and in our commitment to make this process as inclusive and open and transparent as possible, we have started a conversation on how we reach out to the constituted bodies that have a key role to play in this discussion, that they can also support our work, and they can provide input such as the WIM, whatever. When the Santiago network is up and ready, we can input them, the SCF, we have the CTCN and the tech. So we are thinking about that. I wanted to pick up on what you said and also what Kunal said about what's going on outside. So maybe we do need to consider in our working modality is for those of you that are engaged in outside events that are not necessarily part of the mandate of this decision, but are addressing loss and damage elsewhere, that we provide or we request you to provide us reports of your meetings. So, for example, the G20 work on DRR, I think members would be interested in the outcomes of those decisions. So I think we need to find a way, the work that the French government is doing on innovative financing. I think we need to find ways in which we're not that necessarily discussing those outcomes, but we're provided with that information. So we're up to speed as much as possible. On this issue of the technology constraints that many of us, I'm not in an LDC, but I can tell you that sometimes the internet connection in South Africa is extremely poor. And we've had experiences with our European colleagues as well when we've done meetings. So I think I think there are ways in which we can overcome those hurdles. And I think the issue here is about making sure we consult with members as much as possible. And if we have a webinar or a virtual meeting, it's not a decision-making forum. And for example, if there are constraints with yourself or others, then we can find another way to seek your views when it's at a better time for you or through a better medium. So you have our commitment. Colleagues, we're running late again, which is fine. I have a long list. What I've discussed with Uti is we are going to break for coffee shortly. We'll take two more interventions, and that's from Hannah and from Mohammed, and then we'll break for coffee, and then we'll come back to the list. So on my additional list, I have Georg, Samaya, Sanap, Jean-Christophe, Stephen, Hadija, David, and Debbie. And I think that's everybody. So right now, I'm going to give the floor to Hannah, and then followed by Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and allow me to also join colleagues in sincerely Sincerely extending our appreciation to the government and people of Egypt for hosting us in this incredible city of Luxor, and for a fruitful retreat and certainly an inspiring experience in the Valley of the Kings and Queens. Ramadan Kareem also to all colleagues who are observing. It's absolutely timely to kick off, of course, the Transitional Committee in this month of reflection and solidarity, and I couldn't be happier to join you. Congratulations to Richard and Uti on your appointment as co-chairs. We certainly welcome your proposed focus for this meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hannah Al-Hashmi. I'm here representing the COP28 presidency, and look forward to a successful debate. And allow me to also reiterate, of course, that the COP president designate, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, is fully aligned with the COP president, His Excellency Samer Shukri, on the expectations for this Transitional Committee and the expectations that it operationalizes the fund and funding arrangements and delivers recommendations for that by COP28. We very much welcome colleagues who have reaffirmed this at the start, and I think it sets us off on the right tone for a constructive first meeting. That outcome, as many have mentioned, that outcome from Sharm el-Sheikh is a truly historic opportunity to work as the international community in order to respond and address the needs of developing countries and vulnerable communities, and to really demonstrate that our system works and that it can deliver when called on. In this context, I think we've had fruitful discussions on the importance of both the fund and the funding arrangements, and the need in that context to have for an efficient and effective fund to be supported and complementary and coherent with funding arrangements, as has been mentioned. This will be, of course, a challenging task. The time is tight, and so being realistic but also ambitious in what we can deliver in time in terms of clear recommendations for COP28 will be critical. To guide our work, many have mentioned several inputs, and allow me to welcome the formation of the Technical Support Unit. We look forward to their presentations, and we also welcome the soon-to-come inputs from the Glasgow Dialogue, from the WIM, from the Santiago Network, as it were. We hope that we can work together to ensure that we're collating all of the various inputs, as well as discussions over the last 30 years, to be able to ensure that we're truly delivering this year. Specifically on the work plan and modalities, we fully agree. We need at minimum draft modalities and an agreed work plan for the TC as the end of this meeting. This can be, of course, a work in progress. It'll continue to evolve as we do as the TC as well. But I do encourage everyone to keep the end in sight. That end being clear recommendations on the operationalization funding arrangements and a fund. I'd like to stress here that a procedural decision to continue work would not do justice to the overwhelming needs of vulnerable communities and the urgency to support. So a procedural rollover of the mandate to the TC or anything of that sort would not be desirable in any way. And so I think it would be also helpful, and we welcome those who have thought of whether we need extra time to be able to fulfill our mandate. We're absolutely flexible. We also would suggest that it could be useful in the context of the work that we're doing to consider that one of the meetings takes place in another developing country, perhaps near a vulnerable community as well. And we're very happy to work with the co-chairs, noting logistical and administrative challenges, but finding a way to link that to the work that we have at hand. We're also open to suggestions that we have briefers that come in. You've mentioned, Richard, including us briefing each other on what's happening in the different fora, but perhaps bringing briefers in with some inspiration and context of why we're here in future meetings. Finally, you had asked about ministerial consultations on behalf of both the COP27 and COP28 presidencies. We will, of course, work in close coordination with TC members. We'd be very keen to continue to hear your views on whether this should be before or after the last TC meeting, and are flexible, of course, on whether members choose for that to be 3 or 4 TC meetings. We will certainly fulfill the mandate requested of us in Sharm, and look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Hannah. And so, colleagues, you've heard very clearly from the incoming COP presidency that a delay is not something that we're considering. So we not only do we have instructions from ourselves, but the host of our COP this year are also very clear what they want us to do. So thank you very much. Mohammed, I'm going to give over to you, and then we're going to go to have coffee. So please.
Thank you so much. I'll be very quickly. And first, support what Hannah have mentioned on the committee and the co-chairs also to consider when they want to have the ministerial conference. Of course, this kind of conferences needs a lot of organization and invitations to be sent out. So need to have clarity on that as early as possible. And second, thank you so much for all the kind words that were expressed for the presidency and for myself and the team. And I'm always happy and proud to host you all and also host and push the agenda of climate change forward. And congratulations, co-chairs. I don't envy you. Good luck in this year, and you'll find all the support from COP27 president and the team that we're working there. Very quickly, just reflecting as you requested on some of what was mentioned around the room. I agree very much with what was mentioned by our colleague from India and others, that if you look at 5 and 6, we should not fall in the trap of giving sequencing of 6. Can we agree and discuss all the gaps and then agree on the gaps and then engage in 5? Because this means that we will not finish at all. Knowing that when we went to the Green Climate Fund, it took us 1 year only to operationalize part of A. So I think we should be working in parallel, in particular when it comes to the issue of the fund. And I think this is where we can get a lot of input from the Secretariat, from the TSU, on the different modes, on the governance, on the different processes. So the discussion goes in parallel while we are discussing the gaps in the bigger picture and what is needed to be delivered and how. But at the same time, we also look at the options that are there for the governance, for the governing arrangements, and the elements that would be included in that would operationalize this fund or place the fund. So I think we should be going in parallel on those two tracks and not in sequence, because otherwise we will never end that. I'll stop there because I'm between you and the coffee, although I'm not getting any, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. And yeah, I think many colleagues have suggested that. So I think one of the things when you are co-chairing a meeting and you take an agenda item, I'm able to speak and respond, but Uti isn't. So I'm going to give the floor to Uti to share some of her views on the discussion so far. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard, and thanks, colleagues. I think this is a very good substantive discussion that we've already embarked on. What I'm taking from here is that clearly you want us to come forward with sort of a clear work plan with dates, times, preferably venues, and we will do that. And also with sort of some elements of what will be covered at each of those meetings. And again, from the side of the co-chairs, I mean, we intend to cover all aspects of the mandate at every single meeting. So sort of, nothing is, so we're not sort of picking and choosing. That's not the way to work. It is indeed, I mean, everything is interlinked, of course, but to cover all aspects at all meetings. It may then, of course, vary as to what is the extent to which how much time we spend on each of them, and on this sort of and we will get to that sort of parallel work streams, whatever. Again, the understanding from the co-chairs is that we as committee will take ownership of all aspects of all of the mandates. So we're not going to have a sort of parallel work going on in terms of that, small group working on one issue and others another issue. We will all be discussing, while we may be referring to work streams, but it still means that we are working in plenary setting, and sort of the word stream is probably not. I'm not an Anglophone. We'll consult Anglophones at some point. But it kind of means that what is the sequencing within that issue, so that's how it kind of seamlessly flows or goes forward, rather than sort of having parallel sessions. Also, I take the point that we do need to get to the working arrangements and the modalities. We will get to that shortly once we've had the full tour de table. And also, I'm not sure whether the Secretariat has already signaled to the non-party observers, but we intend to have that open discussion with them as per the agenda that we adopted as amended today. So again, just to make sure that there's a heads up given to the observers that we expect to have that dialogue with them. Again, the timing is still a bit fluid, but certainly that will happen this afternoon. Now I think it's time to break for coffee. And since Mo, did you want to come back?
Yeah, just a logistic thing. Not because I'm not co-chairing anymore. That dinner will not be served. Dinner will be served for everybody. The same arrangement applies around 6:15. Just wanted to highlight that. So dinner will be served for everybody downstairs for free.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, we'd sort of thank Egypt for the generous hospitality that we're enjoying here. So now coffee, and come back at past. That's when we start, whether you're back or not. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee. Have a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Okay. Cool. So I think we got to a good start, and indeed we'll then continue with the speakers list. So we start with Georg. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Uti. And thanks for giving me the floor again. I realized that maybe I was a bit too short. If we can't be too short. And and a quick earlier, I mean, we had a good couple of days with informal discussions already. But of course, I would like to congratulate you as co-chairs on your election and look forward to working with you. And also thank Egypt for gracious hosting and organizing of the retreat and hosting us for this meeting. So my name is, for those of you who were not here last week, my name is Georg Borsting. I'm Policy Director for Climate Change with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Norway. I think it's important for me also to state that, and as I think would be the case for all of the members of the committee, that I'm participating in the work of this committee in order to help ensure that the committee delivers fully on the mandate from SHARM in delivering recommendations to operationalize the funding arrangements and the fund. I also, I think like others have pointed to now, I think it's important for me also in saying that I believe that the recommendations that they have been, the way they have been defined in the decision from SHARM are also quite specific in that we shall consider all of this, at least all of these 4 items in paragraph 5 is to establish the institutional arrangements, modality, structure, governance, and terms of reference for the fund, and defining the elements of the new funding arrangements, and identifying and expanding sources of funding, and the coordination and complementarity with existing funding arrangements. I'm just saying this because I think, in my view, the committee is not, we have to deliver on this in order to deliver fully on our mandate. And I think all of us are very eager to get to discussing, drafting, and delivering these recommendations. But I'm also very conscious that although there might be people in the room that think that we have all the information that we need in order to go straight to those recommendations, I believe that we're not there. We might individually feel that we have information that's needed, but I think we need to get to a common understanding. And I also think that there is a reason why the decision from SHARM exactly points to some of the information that the committee will be informed by. And also, as it's specified in paragraph 7, the activities that we are to undertake in order to ensure that we do have, in the end, recommendations that are as informed as possible and as good as possible when the decision is to take place at COP28. So for me, that's extremely important. We can, of course, discuss sequencing of our work and organization of our work, which I think we're doing now in order to ensure that we end up delivering fully on the whole mandate. But we need to get there in an orderly way, and I think that's why the discussion we're having now, in order to have a good, reliable work plan, is important. In my view, it is really important for the committee to engage in our work all relevant actors, institutions. It involves also observers like those that we have invited and are participating at our meeting here in Luxor. But I also think that the way, and my reading also of the decision in Sharm, is that we do have additional activities in paragraph 7 that will help us and get to the recommendation that we want to end up with. And I agree with Christina, we should, of course, aim towards having recommendations that are consensus and that we can all agree on. So for me, I think, of course, the workshops and the Glasgow dialogue is additional elements here. We should also discuss other ways to engage and invite in actors in our discussions. But the topics and the structure of these workshops, it's correct, as was mentioned by Richard. Of course, we have submissions that have been made by and invited by partners and relevant organizations. But my reading of the decision, when it says that the committee will serve as a coordinating mechanism, guiding and overseeing as appropriate the activities in paragraph 7, also means that we have a responsibility to ensure that the workshops and also the Glasgow dialogue is as useful as possible when it comes to informing our work. So I think yes, we have those submissions, but my understanding of guiding and overseeing is that we have a responsibility to ensure that these activities are as useful as can be for our work. So just to comment on this, I'm not going to be much longer, but just to pick up on some of the comments that have been made already. I also think that in this calendar sequencing that in my first intervention, just ask you as co-chair to look at and come back to us with a suggestion for. I think it would be useful if we could organize the workshop back to back with at least one or possibly two of our meetings, so that members can participate if they can in these workshops. And it would be I think also for cost efficiency reasons and other reasons, useful if we're able to do that. I think content-wise, I think it would be good if the workshops and the dialogue could enhance our understanding of at least the elements that are in paragraph 6, the current landscape, the gaps, priority gaps, certainly also how we can address gaps, especially for the most vulnerable, because I think it's really important that we focus in particular on those countries and communities that are most vulnerable for climate, for loss and damage. And I'm also fine with if it's needed. I realize that this is, as Christina and others have said, it's a huge task. It's maybe for one workshop. If it's fed over to a second one, I'm fine with that. But I also think it's really important that we have discussions and information, certainly around potential sources of funding, wide variety of sources, including innovative resources, as it says in the decision, which I think is, it's really needed if we are to deliver on that part of our recommendations about identifying and expanding sources of funding. So I'll just keep it to that for now. I think it's again great if you as coaches, when we finish the discussion here, can come back to us with a suggestion for the calendar and meetings, adding on a fourth meeting, as I said initially, which I think is important or needed. And if you then also make necessary amendments to the substantive contents based on the discussions that we've had now, you can also, of course, it's great if you can do that too. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Georg. And indeed, that is our intention, to come back to the committee with kind of a skeleton work plan. So with perhaps less detail and words than what we currently have in the document, but then clarity on the timelines, what happens when, including suggestions on the workshop. So we take that. Also, I hear a lot of support for at least scheduling the time for the fourth meeting this year as well. So we will do that as well. I mean, it's always easier to cancel a meeting rather than trying to reschedule or schedule one at the very last minute. But I do take the point that the workload is such that we may well need the fourth meeting. Next on the list of speakers is Sumaya. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I would also like to join colleagues first in thanking the Egyptian government and the COP27 for convening us here and for the treat of yesterday. So that was quite outstanding. And thank you both for accepting the role of co-chairing and leading us. And you have our full support. I guess I'm going in the same line, supporting the fourth meeting and the tie between the workshops and the TC meeting, because that would be quite helpful for our time management as well. Because it would be easier to go for longer meeting rather than going twice for different set of event. I guess without saying a lot, I think the mandate is clear, and we need really to do justice to the different element of the mandate. I guess when it comes to the suggestion of sequencing, I think that from my side doesn't really help a lot, particularly the paragraph we are suggesting for enhancement of understanding is yet to benefit from a lot of events that are yet to be convened, like the workshops, the Glasgow Dialogue, the synthesis paper. So this work is in progress, and it will be helpful to dedicate time and do justice to the different components during the meeting. I hope the work streams will help us when we are doing this. So in each meeting, we need to make sure that we'll dedicate enough time, and hopefully the process of enhancing understanding around issues will also have some complementarity. However, looking at paragraph 6, I see it quite challenging, and I don't see us finishing it even by the end of this. By COP28, I see part of it maybe going into the decision because we will never conclude that these are the existing institution, because as we speak there will be new institution created, and tomorrow there will be others. So hopefully there will be a living mandate for the issue, for the sake of the issue of complementarity on inclusion, and making sure that whatever institution being created will be under the umbrella of the work we are doing. So I guess we need to move and give space to for my preference. I see the issue of fund and the term of reference of that is quite important. And I see emphasis on addressing loss and damage should also be coming clear from the different events that we are working on, because the mandate around addressing, giving the focus should be on addressing loss and damage is quite clear. So hopefully the synthesis paper would help us. I see space in the synthesis paper for that. However, I hope to see in the next iteration of the paper that being quite coming. I mean, being teased out clearly, and I hope also to see that reflected and coming out from the different events that we are going to convene. I hope the fund we will be establishing. Going back to the fund, I think there is great expectation tied to the establishment of the fund, and I hope like my colleague from LDCs, the public finances should constitute a greater part of it, and the grant should really be standing to support the vulnerable communities, because like I repeatedly said during the retreat, we need to see different instruments coming out from the new arrangement that we are establishing. I would like to thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sumaya. And I think it's a fair point also to say that the landscape of financial arrangements everywhere, they are evolving. So even what we discuss here is going to be a snapshot of how things are now. They will evolve. Whatever we agree to establish and change, again, that will not be cast in stone. That will also hopefully evolve over time to respond to the needs and so on. So it is a bit of a moving target that we are dealing with here. Next, I have Sunan with you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also introduce myself for benefit of those who have just joined in. I'm Sonam P. Wangdi from Bhutan. I represent the LDC group at this TC meeting. Let me then start by congratulating the co-chairs on your election, and we are confident that you will steer us to the desired outcome. Also like to thank through Ambassador Mohammed, the Egyptian government for hosting the retreat and the hospitality extended to us. A lot has been said, and I agree with many of the speakers in terms of the sequencing of the work. From where I come, the LDCs, I think they have very high expectations in terms of this loss and damage fund, a profound fund that will, in fact, change their lives, that will ensure their future. So there is a lot of expectations there. So we'll have to keep emphasizing that we need to operationalize. The mandate is operationalize funding arrangement and a fund, a new fund, an additional fund, a fund with, my colleague keeps saying, public resources with quick payout, what have you. But we don't have very much time here. And I believe that we need to work smart, keep things simple. And from what I've heard, my own views are also for not sequencing, getting into para 6 and then doing the work of para 5. I believe that we should work in parallel. In fact, a lot of the para 6 are also the work has already started in terms of mapping this for the synthesis report. So we would need to keep it, and I'm sure the discussion will get into work streams establishing the work streams, and things will become a lot more clearer. Work stream one, we had discussions in the retreat in terms of the funding arrangements. Work stream 2 could be the fund and 3 sources of the fund. And so then the inputs required will become very clear. So my own view is that in terms of especially workshops, I think we have to invest a little more in the unknowns, where the unknowns are in terms of options, modalities, I mean the solutions for meeting these extreme events or slow onset events. So we need options for modalities. So those, not saying that we can't continue, work required in the other work streams also would go on, but emphasis, I think clarity, we would need to invest more because let's be frank that there is no loss and damage fund. We don't know enough about it, especially slow onset, how to structure these solutions, the options, and this will not. And fortunately we have access to the experts through the TSU, and I strongly feel that we'll need to use them a lot. I think we'll have to pull them from every corner that is possible. So from my side, I believe I will not, I think there are a lot of speakers, not take time. So much has been said. I'm trying to still digest a lot of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanan. Next, I have Jean-Christophe, followed by Steve.
Thank you, Uti. I realized listening to colleagues that I forgot two elements in my very short first intervention. And the first is really to thank Mohamed and all the Egyptian government and team for the astonishing, remarkable day we spent yesterday, but also for the 2 days previously on the retreat. And second, to introduce myself, my name is Jean-Christophe Denelier. I am the French representative in this Transitional Committee. And now I can start my second intervention, if you allow me, Uti. First, to echo Anna's point that this is not only a mandate, but it's really a unique opportunity to fix what is really now acknowledged as a political failure of our global coordination. So, we have to really work hard in the months to come and not losing any time. Precisely, I would completely support those of us who have in mind to work in parallel the different mandates that we have before us. But honestly, to do that, if you want the second Transitional Committee meeting to be really efficient, we have to be provided with the reports, the final draft of the reports, well ahead of the Transitional Committee. So that, and when I say the final report, I would insist on having also what is requested by paragraph 6b, which is identifying gaps in relation with some specific criterion such as speed, eligibility, adequacy, and access to finance, which is key to identify real gaps. And that was mentioned earlier by Diane. Access is very important, and Ada also mentioned that. So I think we have to have this kind of information provided to us as soon as possible. To that intention, I think I have to dissent with those of us who think that we should have the workshop back to back with the next TC meeting, because the workshop would be instrumental to finalize the final report. And since we have decided to use hybrid format, I don't see any major constraint to have this workshop ahead of the TC meeting. If we can have the final report just after the workshop, which will be, again, instrumental and I will use the Secretariat to make good use of the TSU to do that. We have there a remarkable group of people and institutions working for us, so able to work for us. So thank you in advance to all of them, actually, but they have to be used, and that's a clear part of the task we can use them for, to complement all the information provided to the Secretariat at this stage, and to help them finalize this report. So, and that would be part of the information needed by this committee, in my sense. But if we want to make progress on the third mandate, which is the sources of funding, we have to find a way also to inform the committee on that ahead of the next committee meeting. And again, I would support Richard's points to use other ways of informing the committee, which could be virtual, video conferences. But I think we have to find a way. We'd be happy to listen to views from colleagues on how for the committee to be informed on this innovative sources of financing ahead of the next transitional committee meeting. In relation to that, and that would be my third point, and echoing Richard's point, that we have to find ways to associate other reflections outside of the TC. I would like to propose to the TC to use my capacity to interlink, well, to make some linkages between the M&M summit in June with this committee, and specifically, but not only, the track 4 of this summit on innovating financing. I'm afraid it will be too early to feed in the second meeting of the committee, but maybe just after the June summit, we can organize some kind of video conference to present the outcome of this meeting. Or if you think it's more appropriate to have it ahead of the meeting, I would be happy to do so as well. Finally, let me say that I would support Anna's point on having one of the committee meeting in a developing country with vulnerable communities. That's, for me, is a priority. So I would completely support any initiative to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting a lot of points that actually need to go into the work plan, including how do we ensure that we collectively give guidance to the Secretariat, and through the Secretariat also to the technical support unit, as to what is it exactly that we will need to have well ahead of the meeting in order to have a very substantive deliberations and take the work forward. Next I have Steve, followed by Hajar.
Okay, thank you very much, Uti. And just for those of you who I have not had the chance to meet yet, my name is Stephen Kuhn. I'm from Canada. I'm Canada's lead negotiator on climate change, and pleased to be part of the Transition Committee with all of you. I also want to extend congratulations to Richard and Uti and your agreeing to take on this task. It's a big task for all of us, and a particularly big task for the two of you to help steer us forward, and it's very much appreciated. And of course, thank you very much to the government of Egypt, Ambassador Mo, for your hospitality, not only these days, but the many times that we've been the recipient of your hospitality over the past number of months. And not just your hospitality, but your leadership in bringing us forward, bringing us to the point where we are sitting together as a transitional committee on this important issue, having a decision that all parties have agreed to, recognizing that we need to be moving forward collectively on loss and damage. So thank you. Let me also begin just with a very clear statement, as some others have done as well, about Canada's position coming into these discussions. We, like others, are committed to moving forward on all 4 elements of the decision text, including a fund. as well as the other three elements. And we need to, and we are committed to arriving at COP28 at the end of this process with recommendations on all four of those elements. And the key part of this conversation, this discussion that we're having right now from my perspective, is how we organize ourselves to be able to, and how we organize our work to be able to arrive in the fall with recommendations on all four of those issues. And in order to do that, it's important for us to think, to work backwards a little bit, to think about what that looks like at the end of the process. And for me, it is critical that we have recommendations that are substantive and actionable on all four of those elements. But that itself is not sufficient. It's also critical that as part of those recommendations that we work forward on the arrangements, the modalities, the structure, the governance of the fund. But that itself is not sufficient. In order for us to be successful from our perspective, we need together to arrive at funding arrangements and a fund that is going to work, that is going to lead to positive outcomes for assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. In responding to loss and damage, it has to work. And that is how we are thinking about designing and structuring the process going forward. I've heard from the chairs in the course of this conversation the assurance that we're going to work on all issues together, that we're going to work on all issues at the same time, and we agree that we need to be able to do that given the urgency of our work. And as we design that work on all four elements of the mandate, it's also clear in the decision that we as a transitional committee need to be informed by a number of elements that are laid out in paragraph 6, but also paragraph 7, paragraph 15. They tell us, the decision tells us already what those recommendations and what our work needs to be informed by. And I'm pleased, one of our first decisions, perhaps our first decision of meeting together, was to agree to add to the agenda an exchange of views with our observer constituencies. And that in this session, but also going forward, is going to be an important part of informing ourselves of those elements that are in the decision. We're pleased, as others have mentioned, that the Secretariat has taken on board the task of building the TSU. And every time I sit in this chair, I get to look at how that table is getting longer and longer, which gives us comfort that there's a significant and growing body of experts that are going to be helping to inform our work and driving those elements forward. And I look forward to continuing the conversation about how we can engage with the TSU and bring the expertise that each of you are bringing to this work forward. And of course, in Canada, and I'm sure in many of your countries as well, we're also listening to stakeholders within Canada, including our Indigenous peoples, to better inform ourselves on the work that we have to do going forward. With respect to how that flows into our processes, we do have these mandated workshops. We do have the Glasgow Dialogue. It is important that they be structured, as others have said already, around issues where we need more information. We agree with that notion. I think some others speakers before me have spoken specifically about elements of that process. Some of those are described in the paper. There are other elements that have been enumerated by various speakers that need to be added to that, including some of the elements in paragraph 6 that are missing, B and C particularly, as well as the intervention by Sunam now about hearing from experts on what options and what solutions are available to address these issues, so that, again, we get to the end of the day, not just with a piece of paper that we agree on, but with options on that paper that work. But we do also need to make sure that the discussions in our mandated events, in the workshops and the Glasgow Dialogue, have a way to feed back into the Transitional Committee. Because those discussions, while important and while informing us, they are not the Transitional Committee themselves. They're not a substitute for our own discussions. And so we need to make sure that we're continuing to talk about those elements, particularly paragraph 6, but also 7 and 15 within our discussions ourselves, so that we, sitting as this body, as a transitional committee, are informed by those things and not just allowing a discussion to happen in those other fora without connecting and closely tying back to the work that we have to do. In Canada, we have an open mind, and we've heard some speakers already asking us to come to these discussions with an open mind. We need to listen, and we're glad to see in the work plan significant opportunity for us to be informed and to listen to this work. We know that our task is urgent, and we know sometimes that it sounds like spending time informing ourselves is time not working. But it's important, and I've said this twice already, and I'll emphasize it a third time, it's important for us to lay a solid foundation in the work that we're doing, so that when we get to the recommendations in paragraph 5, including all 4 elements of those items in paragraph 5, that what we design together, what we put forward to COP as our recommendations together, are recommendations that not only fill a piece of paper, but they're recommendations that, if implemented, work. And work meaning leading to positive outcomes for developing countries in particularly vulnerable situations, as highlighted in that decision text. And so just to conclude, we clearly have a lot of work to do this year. We're committed to doing that hard work, and I know that you are as well. Several people have spoken about the notion of mapping out, as we map out the work plan ahead, adding a 4th meeting is probably inevitable. From our perspective, that makes sense. I've heard from one colleague suggesting that meeting focus on doing the final drafting of our recommendations, and that might be long and arduous work for us. In order for us to be at that point of that 4th meeting ready to do that work, we need to have received all of the inputs necessary already. So I think one of the advantages of organizing a 4th meeting is that we can organize it after all of the other substantive work has been done, including the various elements in 6 and 7 and 15, including the ministerial consultations and the work of the Secretariat, so that when we're cloistering ourselves together in a place to arrive at recommendations, the 24 of us have the information in that room necessary to design recommendations that work. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Next I have Haja, followed by David. Haja, please.
Thank you, Chair. And since it's the first time I'm speaking, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Haja. I'm from the Maldives, and I'm representing the SIDS on the TC. So I'd like to, of course, echo congratulations for the co-chairs on your elections. And thank you, COP27 presidency, for hosting us and for your ongoing leadership, and especially to Ambassador Mo for showing us the best of Egypt, Luxor, yesterday. As has been said, the decision text adopted in COP27 is historic, and many of us didn't imagine it was possible to even be here this time of this year, last year when we were discussing this. And I'd like to echo the executive director, Mr. Simon mentioned this morning, the overarching goal is to save lives. And we would include that the goal is also to provide a life of dignity for those heavily affected from the irreversible losses and damages. The work plan of the TC need to reflect the shared vision agreed in Sharm el-Sheikh. The TC has 2 tasks, and of course, the COP has mandated us to discuss 2 different things. One is the fund, and the other is the funding arrangements. They are both part of the mosaic, but need specific and detailed discussions in the TC and work plan. Given the scale of loss and damage, we need to make sure that we have a serious conversation on sources of funding in each TC meeting. And this includes the innovative sources of finance that allow for the immediate capitalization of the fund, as well as making sure we tap the larger financial flows, and that these are connected with the funding arrangements for addressing loss and damage. We also need to make sure we interpret paragraph 6 with the appropriate vision and evaluates the gaps, taking into consideration that what we need to design here is for a world that is vastly, vastly different than the one we live today. So a world in 23 and 2050. So just in conclusion, we envision the fund and funding arrangements that are quick to respond and is trigger-based, and that is capitalized by grants, but also with innovative sources. And we also envision a fund working together with other institutions to provide the fiscal space, reduce debt, and provide the financial stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haja. Next, I have David, followed by Debbie.
Thanks very much, Uti. Hello, colleagues. My name's David Higgins. I'm here representing the Government of Australia, if I haven't yet met you. Just to say how delighted I am personally and how to be part of this this important process, and how much store my government places in this work, and how much we are looking forward to making a strong contribution to what needs to be successful outcomes from this process when we get to Dubai later this year. I have to take a moment to thank our co-chairs, of course, for taking on this this challenging work, this important work, and I think having co-chairs of the calibre that we have helps us enormously as we work through the complexities of delivering outcomes together. So my thanks to them both. My thanks also to Ambassador Nasir for his leadership and his friendship, and Egypt's extraordinary hospitality over the course of this period and previously. This meeting so far has exceeded my expectations in terms of its value to me as a member of this committee, and I think that's in large part to the way Mo and his team thoughtfully sort of prepared the landscape for us. So my thanks once again, Mo. I'm coming sort of late in the order here, so I won't. I'll try and avoid repeating what colleagues have said, but much of what I wanted to touch on has been already addressed. We don't have a lot of time between here and the next COP. It's 8 short months, and we have a huge amount of work in front of us. For that reason, I have great sympathy for what Mo and others flagged with respect to a need to advance our work in parallel. Of course, that is the case. Having said that, we obviously have to be mindful of the breadth of what it is that we are trying to grapple with here. And the only way we're going to be able to do everything everywhere all at once is if we are supported in the way that we need to be supported. And so I'm, as others have said, so very pleased to have a strong TSU behind us and a strong secretariat team. We want to, through you, co-chairs, ensure that we are able to harness those resources in the best way possible, to make sure that we have the material in front of us we need to advance the work in the way it needs to be advanced. I'm conscious also of the other elements in the program ahead, the value that we can extract from the workshops, the importance of the second Glasgow dialogue, and we want to make sure through you again that we're able to frame those activities in a way that yields the maximum dividend for us as a committee. Because I'm very mindful of the point Christina made earlier. I really liked her Nefertari analogy. I thought it was just me, so it was an enormous relief to find it wasn't. But that sort of personal relief aside, the point is a good one, and making sure we do all work from the same page is absolutely imperative. So this conversation has been incredibly rewarding in that respect. The 2 days we spent in retreat were equally rewarding. I think we are getting there, and I, for one, look forward to rolling up my sleeves and working with all of you to make sure that's indeed where we launch this important year from. So my thanks once again.
Thank you, David. Next, I have Debbie, followed by Jaime. Debbie, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be here with you. My name's Debbie Palmer. I'm representing the United Kingdom. I'm the Director for Energy and Climate and Nature within the FCDO. The UK stands ready to engage through this process on the substantive deal around the new fund and the new funding arrangements. And as others have said, on all four elements of the key decision text. I mean, we heard from Simon Steele this morning, and we've all agreed that the existing arrangements are not sufficient. And so we really welcome the decisions that were reached at COP27. And I want to strongly support the intervention from our colleague from AOSIS, around the importance of ambition and being creative. And others have said making sure we're creating structures and funding arrangements and a fund which is fit for the future, which is responsive, flexible, and really genuinely adaptive to future needs and future realities, because those realities will come at us very, very quickly, I think, particularly for the most vulnerable in the world. And so I hope on behalf of the UK that in this committee we can move past politics and really work together to ensure the new fund and the new funding arrangements are as effective as possible, that they are genuinely targeted at the gaps, and that they align with the broader climate architecture. And as we do that, that we really think about how we're maximising the funding arrangements that we already have, and that we're learning lessons from those other funds to make sure that what we create can be as effective as useful. As I said, it feels to me as though it's absolutely imperative that we also ensure we're delivering for the most vulnerable, including those who are already on the front line of the climate crisis today, and indeed in the future as these changing events come towards them. So we're going to need to, certainly from my perspective, increase volumes because there are growing needs. We're going to need to look at a broad base of sources and indeed significant sources beyond public finance based on solidarity, but we're also going to need to look at innovative sources of funding and ideally leveraging. So for me, it's, we need all sources of funding available to us as we work through this. We also need to ensure, of course, that we're improving access, ensuring predictability. We know that that's a challenge across the wider financial system, and we need to do our best to sort of simplify, reduce the burden, harmonise, and ensure that accessibility is at the heart of what we do, as well as that question of volumes. So beyond that, I'd like to support others who said that, of course, we need to make recommendations across all four of the objectives outlined in paragraph 5, and it's incumbent upon us to do that, but also, as others have said, to be approaching that and channeling our work and achieving that through the issues that are set out in paragraph 6, paragraph 15 and others, to ensure that we're informed by that broader set of issues that we need to work on. And I liked the ambition set out by Christine this morning that, yes, we should be aiming for a consensus draft by COP28, as well as substantive real-life recommendations that are tangible and practical along those four objectives. I think consensus draft might be what we can call ourselves a stretch target, but it's certainly worth striving for. It's an aspiration that I think we should all have. And as I said, as we go through this, like others, I'm very, very focused on ensuring that we have substantive, actionable recommendations, real-world outcomes in our sites, because these sets of issues are urgent. In terms of how we go about it, I want to sort of just put on record that I respect and strongly support the proposition that we should work on all the issues simultaneously. As others have said, we've got a lot of work to do. We're very short of time to get through a very sizable agenda. But as we do that, we are, I think, going to need to rely on the workshops to think about how we then work on different parts of the agenda as we go through the year. There will be moments when I think we need to advance different bits of it. So yes to working on everything at once, but thinking quite hard about the agenda for the coming workshops and indeed the upcoming transitional committee meetings, so that we work on different aspects of this and weave the work together. Because, for example, we're going to need to be very clear on the function of any new mechanisms before we can get into questions around the form of those mechanisms and the structures themselves. So there's something about the practicalities of making sure the whole agenda comes together. I think finally, I do want to just
talk about the TSU, because we've got such an invaluable set of expertise available to the committee. And I'm really grateful and want to extend my thanks to all of those who are working in the TSU. I agree with Sonam that we really need to lean on the TSU, I think, and be really clear on what we're tasking the TSU to provide us with. And I hope that's something that we can be clear on by the time we conclude this first transitional committee meeting. It's incredibly important that TSU is properly resourced. And I think as a transitional committee, we need assurance that this will be the case, and assurance that we are clear on what we're asking for in order that we can make our first workshop and indeed our subsequent meetings as functional and useful as possible. But just to say, it's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to continuing the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. And just to reassure that indeed there will be several members of the TSU will be making presentations to us today and tomorrow, so we can also sort of each of us sort of be better informed as to what these institutions can or are already bringing to the table in terms of their expertise and activities. Next, I have Jaime, followed by Yun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Jaime Ramon. I'm from Chile, and I'm representing ILAC countries today. I would like to begin by thanking the Egyptian presidency of COP27 for organizing this event and for their hospitality. I would like to also thank the Secretariat for its work for the organization as well. It's a great honor for me to be part of this committee together with my colleague Angela Rivera from Colombia, who unfortunately could not attend this meeting. And I have some comments regarding the work that we have ahead. And first, regarding the work plan of the Transitional Committee, I think it's very important that this work plan could include a preliminary agenda. I think it was already mentioned a preliminary agenda of meetings and workshops, and so that we can have some clarity on how each activity can serve as an input for the next one. In this regard, I'm trying to reply to what other members have proposed, that we would like to have some time after workshops to analyze all the information that probably will be provided and also take advantage of the hybrid mode. So back-to-back meetings is not our favorite option, but we can be flexible, of course. We also support the idea of having these parallel discussions for both paragraphs 5 and 6 of the COP decision. Otherwise, we run the risk of not discussing and agreeing on substantive issues on the fund, which I think is the most important thing. And in connection with this, and it was already mentioned, the colleague from the UK, I think, I would like to have some more clarity about the specific role or activities that technical support unit will carry out, and can perhaps play an important role in seeking to complement these various parallel discussions and reporting on their progress to the committee. So that will be our proposal. Second, we believe that it's also necessary that each activity that is organized has a concrete deliverable that allow us to have a real progress during the year, avoiding repeating discussions without having a clear orientation. And in this case, I understand that deliverables are the work plan and the working arrangement, but it will be great and necessary if we can get into the substantive matter as well. And I would love to hear the views and opinion of observers on this. So we do not have time to waste. Third, and as established in the COP mandate, it's critical critical that our discussions are properly informed by the best available science and considering the technical discussion taking place in other bodies and organizations within and outside the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And finally, as being an optimist, I would like to start working on the draft text on the next meeting rather than the last meeting. So we are going to work for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaime. Next, I have Yun, followed by Carlos, who gets the last word.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chairs. Um, for the benefit of, I guess, the people who are joining today, my name is Jun Yamazaki. I'm from Japan. I it's a great pleasure to really participate in this very important discussion before us. And I, of course, at the outset, would like to really appreciate our host, Egypt, for hosting this very important event in this very wonderful setting. Also, I congratulate Richard and Uti for taking on this very crucial co-chairmanship in this important meeting. I express my full cooperation and support of the work that you will be leading in this transitional committee. Um, Having said that, let me fairly be brief. Let me just say that I listening to the comments this morning, I liked two. Maybe I liked many points, but especially I liked two comments that were referred to this morning, and one was this Nefertiti Nefertari comment, and I think it's quite relevant because I think we cannot be kind of talking across each other, not understanding what each other is saying. And I think not trying not to confuse or trying to really understand what our colleagues are saying. I think that's a very important point. The other comment that I also liked was I think we need to have a common understanding of what we really want to achieve. I think that is the ultimate goal. I mean, that's what we are here to do. And so, and it's not exactly obvious. It's not that easy to arrive at what we are trying to achieve. So, so in order to facilitate or to get to the bottom of the matter, I think we need to be cognizant of, first of all, what already exists or what arrangements that already exist that are maybe some are maybe lacking in terms of what we're trying to achieve, but at least understand what exists and see how the various parts may fit into each other or see what are the missing piece in the puzzle. So in order to do that, I think it's a quite a good thing. I mean, a very reasonable thing for us to pursue. See what are the puzzle pieces that we have in our picture, and see. So maybe we're talking about a puzzle that has more than 1,000 pieces. I don't know. But I'm hearing people talking about, there's a lot of work, and I think probably there is a lot of work. And I think people talk about this. You do need to be able to discuss or try to get to the bottom of the issue, which is you have to also think about not just a very high level kind of discussion, but also being able to tackle something that is at a fairly granular level on the ground. So I think for that, I think it's wise that there is idea of utilizing workshops or other means to to try to bring what is discussed in these fora, and utilizing that, whatever that comes out from that, lead into what we're trying to do, which is to really understand and try to arrive at what we can be doing and what we want to do as a recommendation to our governing body, the COP. That's my main point that I wanted to say. And with regard to more the modality workshops, having it back to back with our TC, I think that's a reasonable thing to think about. At the same time, I think many people are quite busy and have a lot of obligations. So I think we also have to allow some to participate through hybrid kind of a means. I think that's also probably necessary to be inclusive in the sense of all 24 participating. So I think I'll stop there, because I think we're talking about more of the work plan right now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Then Carlos, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning for everyone. I'm Carlos Mendez from Venezuela, and I'm here in representation of LULAC. I really thanks to the government of Egypt for host the meeting, and especially for extraordinary hospitality. Thank you very much. And congratulations to the co-chairs for the elections. You have my whole support. I'm happy to collaborate in our incredible task in front. I will be very brief. I fully understand the motivation for proposal of a sequential work from paragraph 6 to paragraph 5 of our decision. However, I am echo the previous intervention, remarking the importance of the work WOTH and other issues as a whole, especially considering science finding that says that we have reached the limit of adaptation in some ecosystems, some systems, some of these ecosystems that support the life on the planet, and especially in most vulnerable communities and countries. And we have reaching this limit. We are very close to reach this limit and other important systems. So we cannot delay our mandate, and this implies work at the same time on issues as package. I think that this package, we can work on this through work stream arrangement, considering at the same time this is an evolving and adaptive process to be aligned with the urgency sense of the loss and damage. I fully agree also with the importance of the help of the TSU in this important task we have, especially bring us information to process in the same page. And finally, co-chairs and colleagues, and really sure that we have the capacity to manage this all difficult task and challenge that task in the next days, all at the same time, and with reach of agreement, important agreement to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't now see any more flags. So basically, and thank you very much for this very rich and substantive debate and discussion that we've had. I'm not sure that we are much closer on a lot of the issues, but at least we have fleshed out as to what where each of us are coming from. What we take from this is that we have a mandate now to present a sort of work plan with dates hopefully with also venues and also the timeline as to what happens when it will be sort of partly based on the TC1/2023/3, but clearly it will not contain all the substance. It will be more sort of a skeleton work plan, and that would be then the basis for our work tomorrow. So we will sort of do our best to get it to you as soon as possible, but it may be sort of later tonight. The couple of other issues that we'd like to take before we break for lunch at 1 o'clock sharp. They're the working arrangements. So that was the TC1/2023/2. And also there were lots of comments about the TSU. So we have the technical support unit here, and I'm wondering whether it might actually make sense for just to have a very quick like name and institution known to everyone from a TSU, if that would be helpful to colleagues. So perhaps I'm not sure if you have a microphone in the back row there, but if we could get a microphone and then if each of you could just sort of introduce yourself briefly, that would be very, very helpful. And then I would walk you through the working arrangements, or maybe Richard will walk you through the working arrangements. We'll see. We haven't coordinated yet. And we'll see that whether colleagues are broadly supportive of the working arrangements for the Transitional Committee as drafted or as presented in the document TC1/2023/2, or whether there's a need to, for example, to have more time just to digest them, because obviously that document also came late, and whether that's something that we should return to tomorrow, or whether there are some small tweaks or issues that you still wish to discuss, and we could also take those either here or offline. But perhaps now the next step could be if we could get a microphone to the back row over there, and we would just sort of maybe to start from. Yeah, thank you. Because this is a really impressive lineup that we have here. So over to you. Yes.
Okay. My name is Robert Philipp. I'm the president of the Innovative Finance Foundation. And in this podium here with my colleagues, I'm actually employed by the Secretariat and one of the co-authors of the synthesis report.
I'm Hazem Fahmy, also a consultant with the Secretariat. I am the other co-author of the synthesis report.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I'm Samira Savarala with UNDP as a climate specialist. We are officially not on the TSU as of yet, but we are determining our role right now. But here to support, and definitely feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mohammed Asuyuti. I work at the Adaptation Fund Board Secretariat, and I lead the result-based management team. I'm here with my colleague Neranda, who just came and struggling with jet lag, so she went back to the room.
Hello, I'm Stephen Hammer. I'm with the climate change team at the World Bank, based in Washington, D.C. Pleasure to be here with you all.
Hi, I'm Ralston Moore, representing the Global Environment Facility. Pleased to be here, and if you need anything, any information, please feel free to reach out.
Good morning. My name is Rosana Silva Repeto. I am the Deputy Chief Officer of the Multilateral Fund for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol. We are here as part of our collaborative arrangements with the UNFCCC Secretariat.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Raj Pavishi. I'm a senior counsel at the Green Climate Fund. The GCF has agreed for me to be seconded to the TSU to support your work, and I'll be working here in my personal capacity. Colleagues from the GCF will be available as observers to answer any specific questions that might relate to the GCF. And I wish the committee the best of luck with the work this year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Pewley. I work for the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. I'm head of the climate team, and I'm based in New York.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kristen Arnold. I'm a policy officer on the World Food Programme's Climate and Disaster Risk Reduction team. Happy to be here and happy to support. Thank you so much.
Yes. Good morning, co-chairs and everyone. I'm representing the International Organization for Migration, and I'm the special envoy to the Director General on Migration and Climate Action. Very happy to be here and to support the work of the TC. And just have a really hardworking secretariat members sitting there, sort of wish to remain anonymous. But right, okay. Obviously the issue of funding and resources of the work and the TSU will come back to that, and as Secretariat already highlighted first thing this morning is that so far there are no resources for this work. So which is going to be an additional challenge for us to make sure that we deliver this year. But if I could now get you to turn to the document on the working arrangements, and just to recap that we had a discussion on the working arrangements in the retreat. That was then subsequently some revisions were done under the sort of by Ambassador Nasser. And you now have the paper in front of you, but I just kind of wanted to just sort of check whether colleagues feel that they need more time to go through them, and rather than sort of, I mean, the options that we have is to revise. We can return to this tomorrow, or we can say that okay, these are the arrangements that we can use for this meeting, and we would come back to it at the second meeting, or some other option. Richard. So Richard reminds me that obviously we are working under the UNFCCC sort of rules, the UN rules anyway. So it's not sort of this is not rocket science, and we're not sort of inventing something new. Or also wondering whether if there are some specific issues that you just sort of wish to flag with us, and we can see how to address them. Georg.
Yeah, just that I'm in your hands as far as whether we discuss this now or tomorrow or whenever. But I do have a couple of comments. So it's
yeah. So why don't you we have 15 minutes for lunch. Okay. So this.
I mean, this is not major stuff, but it's one of the things is related to our work plan and let's say we have to be very efficient in our work as far as what we do in between meetings, and we also, I think, when we're planning, when we see the calendar our meetings, I think we also realize that there will be not many weeks in between each of our meetings. And I'm saying this because I think well, for one, I think I just want to underline really the importance of paragraph 9. I'm not going to change it, but this paragraph that says when the provisional agenda has to be there and the documents 2 weeks before the meeting, it is really, really important that we are able to do that so that everyone can be as prepared as possible for our next meeting. And I'm really happy that the Secretariat is resourced to the degree that they can be resourced at this point under the TSU. But I also think it's very important when we, as part of our decision at the meeting where we're tasking or asking the TSU to do something, we also need to have a very clear understanding from the Secretariat side about what the limits are for what they can contribute with and within what time, so that we don't end up tasking a Secretariat with something that they end up not being able to deliver on. And it's only the Secretariat that can provide us with that information. So we have to be very careful about this. Secondly, I think on paragraph 11, given the way that will have to work, I honestly don't think that we can wait 4 weeks until we have decisions taken, circulated to TC members. There might be comments or questions when we see the summary of each meeting and the decisions that we would like to comment on, rather than starting the next meeting with commenting on the decision. So I would say 1 week. That should be doable, even if people need to travel and the secretariat and the coaches need to travel back from a meeting. I honestly think that that should be, it has to be basically sufficient in my view. Thirdly, on paragraph 16, I think we've been mentioning this already, and I think you mentioned maybe even specifically saying that we are going to have meetings in between, video conferencing. I think we should already put that into that paragraph so it's clear. I do understand. For instance, the comment from Adao about limitations as far as internet connection and all of this, but we have been facing this challenge earlier, and there are ways to deal with this. Yes, so I think we should reflect that. One last point, which I think is maybe paragraph 20, but this is about the participation of members. I think, or I believe in my view, given that we have a situation where there are seats that are shared among members. Sorry, this is about paragraph 8. I think we have to have clarity at any point in time who is actually presently this TC member. And for me, it's not sufficient. The information that I have now is not sufficient, because if you share, as some do, and I understand, of course, Philip, why that is the case, and it's up to each party to have chosen that way to share seats. But if a member is, as someone said, we have one member for one meeting, we have one member for the next meeting. We need to know whether that, let's say, call it transition of a member is taking place at the opening of the next meeting or somewhere in between. Maybe it's a given, but I don't think it's a given. And so that clarity has to be there, and also for those who are sharing, half a year or whatever. So this doesn't have to be captured here, but somehow we have to have that clarity. So it's especially important when we are talking about work that is going on and in between meetings in the committee. And that just lastly, I'm not sure that paragraph 20 on advisors alternating with TCs is necessary, given that it's clear that only TC members have the right to engage on items under consideration. There's no alternates here anyhow, but I'm also fine with stating it specifically if it's needed. Yeah, so that was my comments.
Okay, thank you, Georg. Then I have okay. Yeah, Richard. Richard, please.
Thanks, Uti. Georg, let me respond to you before you give the floor to Ren. So I think what we can do, so I think what we all do as co-chairs, and I think I said this in the retreat, is that we can't legislate for emotional intelligence. What will happen is the co-chairs with the secretariat will make sure that the TC is informed as of when there's a change in membership, right? We do this effectively in other funds. So at the moment, the rotation will kick in from the seats from Latin America and from Asia Pacific. The board will be informed that the membership has changed, and we will coordinate with the regional group chairs from those two chairs to confirm the exact dates. Because I think right now it just sort of says meeting or what have you. So let's say the rotation happens, then an email will go out to the board, to the transitional committee, to say this has been the rotation and this is the member as effective. So we'll give you that commitment as co-chairs to work with the secretariat. I think that the other issues on the decisions coming, we can come back to you and just separate that paragraph, because it talks about the co-chair's summary, including the decisions, right? So I think the co-chair's summary may take 4 weeks, but we can clarify that the decisions of the committee would be available within a week, because we're going to need 4 weeks to do that. But that's fun. So and then I think the paragraph 20 was part of the outcome of the consultations that we had asked in the retreat for the COP27 presidency to resolve. So my understanding is that paragraph 17 and 20 are since a package outcome that were presented to us by Mohammed on behalf of the COP27 presidency. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Then I have Ren, followed by Christina. Ren, please.
Thanks. I just want to have a clarification on whether we are still talking about the working plan or we are turning directly to the working arrangement. I'm counting on your guidance on the way going forward on the work plan. As I said, that there's annex that we cannot decide on what could be submitted by related parties. We hope to see an updated version of the work plan for the TC to decide. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ren. So yes, as I said, as Uti said, we will update that document, and the annex is there for information. It's been published, so we're not going to be adopting it. It's not part of the work plan. It's the reflection of the submissions that the Secretariat has summarized based on the submissions. So and then just to confirm that we're now dealing just with the working arrangements document. Thank you.
Thanks. Then Christina.
Thank you. I wanted to support. Georg made some really important points, including points that Richard, you just picked up on in terms of, for example, striving to get out decisions within a week, and I just wanted to support that. To his point about the paragraphs related to advisors, I wanted just to seek some clarification and also bring an idea that came up during the retreat by someone. The clarification question is, as I read paragraph 20, I read that to mean that if there is an advisor and a TC member during a meeting, there's no switching of seats. But it's not clear necessarily if, for example, if I cannot come. In the age, we're sort of still we're in the post-COVID world, but we're still sort of in a world where, for example, if I cannot come to a meeting, can I designate my advisor to take my seat? It's a question. I just want some clarity because it's not clear in the current working arrangements. The point I wanted to raise that came up at some point previously last week was right now, in the way that the Transitional Committee membership is listed on the website, some shared seats are by meetings and some shared seats are by actual timeline against the year. And as we seem to be coalescing around the importance of actually needing that fourth meeting, it might be worthwhile to have the timeline. And then it's just pretty clear. We don't need to make announcements that, between January and February, or sorry, you know what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thanks. I think on this sort of the timeline of where members change, I think that will be easier for everyone once we have the schedule of the meetings. I think so. So that's one thing. On the issue of whether you can designate someone, and this is again, this was the discussion we had in the Standing Committee on Finance for ages, and it was that no alternates possible, and then we had the UNFCCC lawyer saying that according to rules of procedure, you can designate by just sending an email to the secretariat. But this is something that I can't rule on. I don't know whether Richard has advised on this.
Look, this is complicated, and it's a complicated issue. There's a complication, particularly in developing countries, because our nominations are through our UN regional groups. Technically, yours, it's not clear for the developed countries. There's one nomination as a group from whoever the chair is that you designate, and then the practice has been that if you hold the seat, Christina, but if you are not available, then you simply send an email or notification to the secretariat saying, I'm not available, and for this meeting, the TC seat would be occupied by Rebecca or Kevin. We can't do that. So if I'm not able to attend the meeting, the chair of the African group would be the one making the nomination. And this is where some of the complications come for some of the regional groups who may have more complications in getting their regional group chairs to make that nomination. And so the last thing we want to do is have seats empty, because we're a small committee and we don't have. So let us just work on managing that process. I think you're going to have to just trust us to manage that. The issue now of us having to go back to the two regional groups who did sequencing of members and say, well, there's a fourth meeting, will be complicated. I just want to be clear on that one. So let us manage that. If we're not comfortable in adopting the paragraphs 17 and 20 for the entire TC, we can just adopt them for now, and we'll continue to work with those regional group chairs so that we continue to have. It may in fact actually be better that we have 4 meetings than 3 meetings, and the rotation may be smoother. So again, the practice of the last transitional committee was that if a member wasn't able to attend, they could nominate a replacement. So I think that's a fair. If that replacement happens to be someone who's serving as your advisor, then it's so thank you.
Thanks, Richard. I think Mo disagrees. So Mo.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was clear. People wanted to be in this transition committee. They have to take the responsibility. If we are going to do this like musical chairs, I don't think this was going to deliver anything. But on the other hand, in the informal meetings, we said there will be a lot of meetings happening in between the TC meetings. You can, the list of already informed names of advisors, they can attend as observers, but they are not be able to be part of the decision making. Otherwise, we are just like letting go of this whole process, and it will really create a lot of problems if we allow this kind of rotation thing. We acknowledge that some groups have already established this rotation. We know the names. They are attending as advisors, but we know that there will be TC members to be or TC members who were there. So it is part of the still small entity, small number of people. If we expand it, then I think we are not serving the purpose, and it will really might really create problems. And then in the TC and of the GCF, I think it was allowed, but it was not triggered. It never, because it was too complicated. And I think if we are applying it to one group of countries, then it has to apply to everybody. So as Richard said, we don't want to disadvantage groups because of this constituency arrangements, but we are, and this is my input to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. So again, our suggestion is that we we've given you the documents. We've had some very useful comments from Georg, and we will amend them accordingly on the dates. And then rather than continuing this discussion, for the developing country colleagues that have concerns around the modality, please would you come speak to me, and then the same for the developed countries, speak to Uti, and then we'll come back to you with any these are yes. The more we get into it, yes, there are complicated issues, and we shouldn't just skim over them. They are really important, but we would prefer not spending our time on them. So if we could just proceed and to then suspend this matter and ask colleagues to take it up with your respective co-chair, and then we'll come back to you tomorrow. If that's proposal is okay, then it's lunchtime. Maybe just to say, should we say what's going to happen? Yeah, or something.
Yeah, thanks. So now lunch. Thank you everyone for having worked really well this morning. So just to give you an indication of what's going to happen this afternoon, so we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Then we will have an exchange of views on the purpose and scope of the funding arrangements and the fund. And then we will have presentations by various members of the TSU, just to inform us about the related work that's actually already going on. And we will also then, after the coffee break, we will have an exchange with the non-party observers. So see you again. Thank you very much, and see you at 2. Thanks.
Georg, so sorry, the observers are telling me if you could speak closer to the mic, they can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, for coming back so promptly from lunch. So, and I believe we have a quorum.
Greg is still.
Okay. Okay. So, thank you for the very good substantive exchange that we had this morning on the working arrangements and the work plan, and then we're going to indeed sort of revise and provide you with something by the end of the day. So the idea now is to move to agenda item 5 on the exchange of views on purpose and scope of the new funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage and the fund established in paragraph 3 of decisions 2CP27 and 2CMA4. And we had a very rich exchange already this morning. It was meant to be on the work plan, but it also sort of kind of dwelled into other issues. So rather than opening again with another full round of comments from TC members, what Richard and I thought was that it would actually be very useful for us to hear from somebody from the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, the World Bank, the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund, and the Global Environment Facility. And indeed, we're very grateful for these organizations for taking the time to attend the meeting and to be here with us and to present. So what we would propose is that we have these presentations and we can also sort of either have a very quick sort of Q&A after each of the presentations, and then we will then see where we are time-wise at that point once we've had all the presentations and the exchanges. It may well be that we will then park this agenda item and return to it tomorrow, and instead then proceed for the rest of the afternoon for our exchange with the non-party observers. So okay, so the first one on so the first presentation that we'll hear this afternoon is from Steve Hammer from the World Bank. So you have the floor, Steve.
Thank you very much, Uti, and thank you very much to the group. I appreciate this opportunity to share information about the World Bank's engagement on loss and damage related issues. We see ourselves as an important part of the existing support landscape, both in terms of anticipatory and response measures. I want to note that given the time available, I'm necessarily speaking at a relatively high level, and I'd be happy to arrange future discussions with other bank colleagues on any or all of these topics so you can dig into them at greater detail. As background, let me also be clear that we typically don't frame our work in terms of terminology found in the Paris Agreement or a loss and damage decision from a COP or CMA. More than anything else, we respond to and anticipate client demand. And in doing so, we adjust our approach or innovate new financing instruments or institutional readiness initiatives based on client requests and needs. So let me just start with a few quick facts because many of you may not be aware of some of the basic background information that's relevant to this discussion. Last year, the bank provided $13.5 billion in adaptation support, fully 50% of our total climate support. Roughly $8 billion of that went to IDA countries for issues related to, among other things, addressing drought challenges, extreme weather events, and in some cases, gradual sea level rise. Over the last 5 years, we've provided nearly $28 billion of concessional adaptation support to IDA countries. Second, our IDA fund includes multi-billion-dollar crisis response windows, and there's a separate window that can also support slow onset issues. We provide post-disaster support through a variety of different types of instruments, including what we call policy lending that includes the use of catastrophe risk instruments like CAT DDOs. I also hope you're aware that 2 weeks ago, we published our internal guidance on how we will align all projects going forward with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Other MDBs have already or will soon be following suit. A key element of that includes ensuring that our development support contributes to countries meeting their short and long-term adaptation goals and needs. As part of our project design, teams are directed to take account of anticipated climate impacts and factor that into their recommendations to our clients. Next, I hope you've all heard about our CCDRs, the Country Climate and Development Reports, a new core diagnostic that we will prepare for every single one of our clients. Last year, we prepared CCDRs for 25 countries, many of whom noted climate impacts are a growing problem. Each CCDR will be updated on a 5-year cycle. They look at a country's development goals, challenges, and current trajectory, and then overlays climate on top of that, using the latest available IPCC data for each country to see what happens. So they ask questions like, will slowly rising heat levels or the increased likelihood of drought affect domestic food security? How will climate affect agricultural export revenues in countries where that's a prominent part of the economy? Most importantly, each CCDR focuses on priority activities that will deliver the greatest climate and development value, both at the sector and whole of economy level. Solutions are framed in terms of new investments, changes in policy, or changes in institutional structures. Finally, in terms of non-economic losses, an issue germane to the TC's work, our environment and social framework, also known as our safeguard protocols, seeks to minimize the downside impacts of any project we support. So we necessarily consider how to value and compensate a community for the loss of land or natural resources, the loss of cultural heritage, or how one thinks through the relocation of populations affected by a project. Our ESF engagement strategies provide modalities that ensure that affected people, their communities, local governments, and civil society have input into discussions about what has been lost or damaged. Benefit sharing mechanisms help communities weigh in on what remedies may prove acceptable to offset their losses. For those dissatisfied with the outcome, a formal grievance mechanism is available. Although not created with loss and damage in mind, I hope you see the parallels to your work. In all of these cases, again, I reiterate, we'd be happy to share more information about these initiatives. I'd now like to dive a bit deeper into things that are directly relevant to what we're talking about here as part of this larger landscape picture. So first, bank colleagues recently reviewing our disaster risk reduction and management work found 14 distinct categories of activity aggregated into 4 primary buckets focused on mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. While some may frame the first 2 segments as pure adaptation activities and thus off the table for this discussion, that would ignore the fact that these represent the enabling environment that makes many of the response and recovery support measures viable and effective. If this work is not undertaken, it's hard to know where to set the trigger for some type of insurance instrument. If efforts don't focus on capacity building in a country or a community, institutions may not exist to facilitate the rapid distribution of funds or support, or it may end up in the wrong place. My colleagues at GFDRR, the Global Facility for Disaster Recovery and Reduction, are one of the many World Bank teams that are central to this work. Thanks to the generous support of many of your governments, GFDRR provides grants for analysis, planning, data gathering, project preparation work to facilitate investments, policy reforms, and institution building. In FY22, the last fiscal year, GFDRR made 134 grants available to bank teams and clients. They're not big. Together, they totaled something in the $30 to $40 million range, but they played a big role in helping to mobilize over $2 billion in domestic, private, other IFI, and World Bank finance, much of which involved concessional resources. You can see on this slide how the grants break out in terms of their focus area. Some cover multiple hazards, but many of these fall within the types of events relevant to a loss and damage discussion. Again, I would be happy to have my GFDRR colleagues participate in a future discussion with you so that you can dig into some of their work in greater depth. Another key part of the picture is our disaster risk financing and insurance program, which helps facilitate access to funds in the aftermath of disasters, climate shocks, and crises. They work in both low and middle income countries, and efforts focus on national and subnational governments, households, and businesses, with a particular focus on vulnerable groups. The program is built around 3 areas of engagement. First, strengthening prearranged financial resources to respond to climate shocks, disasters, and crises. Second, developing sustainable financial markets for risk finance, and that can include agricultural insurance, property, catastrophe risk insurance, parametric insurance, cat bonds, and policy and regulatory reforms to develop domestic insurance markets. The third is strengthening shock-responsive financial disbursement mechanisms across different sectors. Now, again, in future sessions, my colleagues would be happy to engage in a more detailed conversation about the principles that govern their work, such as what you see here on stage or on the screen, about the need to have complementary approaches as part of an overall financing strategy. They can also speak at length about the extent and potential limits on where different types of disaster risk finance fit into the larger loss and damage finance picture, both over the near term and the long term. I apologize if I've gone on too long, but the intent here was to begin to flesh out what that existing landscape looks like and where we may plug into that discussion. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Any quick questions for clarification before we go to the next presentation? And indeed, I think it's good to really hear about what's going on. Jeanette, please.
Really quickly, Uti, just an update to colleagues that, as discussed the other day, a group of us are following up on requesting a bilateral meeting with the World Bank at the spring meetings, which would be open to all TC members, and we'll keep in touch with this group about both the agenda, which obviously is based on the language and the decision, and also the timings and all that kind of thing. So just to let colleagues know that is being followed up on. Thanks.
Thanks. Christina.
Thank you, Uti, and thank you, Steve, for that presentation. And take your point that it's a high-level presentation. I would like to request from Steve, from you, a paper as input. So getting it down, it was really helpful to see it. It'd be great to have the slide deck, but as you said, it's pretty high level. So what I would like to request input on a paper, some more specificity. I would love to know a little bit more about, you laid out in that first slide, IDA. I would like to know more about the non-IDA pieces. With respect to all of it, though, it would be helpful to know sort of the assessment, if we're talking about the paragraph 6A and B, just the speed by which the various, for example, crisis windows respond, eligibility, who's covered by what, issues of adequacy and also access would be helpful in that paper. You mentioned that the IDA has a slow onset window. Are there other ways in which the World Bank is supporting measures to respond to, including address slow onset events and what they are? It'd be helpful to break it down with respect to the various instruments the World Bank has for both response, but also reconstruction and rehabilitation. I'm learning new words. There's also this piece on early recovery that comes between immediate response and reconstruction. I would love to see more on ways in which the World Bank is supporting particularly vulnerable countries when it comes to displacement, migration, and relocation. And then in addition to slow onset events, the extent to which non-economic losses are even if it's we don't, it would be helpful to know. And I raise these questions with respect to more specificity and details from the World Bank for 2 reasons. One, I think it is helpful to know as we set out to achieve our mandate on paragraph 5A with respect to the fund. it'd be helpful, I think, as someone said earlier, just to understand what is out there. If we want, as the Transitional Committee, for this fund to build on what's worked and what hasn't, but also to be targeted and specific with respect to what it is doing and how it is doing it, and to also ideally be better, I think is what I've heard. That's one reason. The second reason is, as we understand the landscape with respect to the World Bank, it would be that information is useful not just as we deliberate on 5A, but on 5B with respect to any adjustments that we might want to make with respect to existing funds, institutions, processes. So the existing architecture within the bank right now, in terms of insights we have on that front. I realize that right now, I think based on the introductions from the TSU, we just have the World Bank here. So if there's a way in which the Secretariat or the co-chairs can make a similar request from the other banks, the regional banks, I think that would be useful information as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Steve. I'm not going to give you the floor yet because we have a number of questions here, and we'll just have to see how we structure this afternoon. If indeed the Transitional Committee starts very active dialogue already now. So now I have Mo, Richard, then Adele. Mo, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Steve, for the presentation. I agree with Christina. I think more detailed paper would be very helpful with the different elements and expanding on the different points that you have put forward, especially on the last slide. And this could also benefit the census report that is being worked on. I have just quick two questions. The first one, you mentioned, you just said financial instruments for the contingent credit, and what instruments does the bank use on that? And the second one is the trigger. What triggers the action from the bank? Is it a request by the country, or is it like a process? I mean, how does the process work? You have specific triggers, you have specific criteria that you apply, or is it just a request by the country and then you just respond to this request? Thank you.
Thanks. Then Richard.
I'll be quick because Mohammed already asked one of my questions. So my only question to you, Steve, is in the DPLs, do you put conditions on the nature of the resilient component of the rebuilding? So when you give money to a country to recover, is there a condition on the standard, or is there a best standard application around ensuring that new infrastructure is more resilient? Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Then it's Adele, followed by Jean-Christophe and Sumaya.
Thank you very much. But my point is firstly going to the issue of loans. I think that's a critical issue that we need to discover more, because most of LBC member states are facing difficulties to deal with these very critical issues. So we would like to get more views on this. Secondly, the question was also raised by Christina with regard to window for sloan set events. In what way it will be dispersed with regard to addressing the current and future event of sloan set. And my third point is with regard to insurance issues, with regard to addressing some economic and non-economic loss issues and so on, events. Whether the World Bank is providing some sort of flexibility in terms of paying the premium fee for the most who have limited capacity to pay the insurance fee or not. I mean the premium fee. I think that will be also useful to hear from the World Bank. And the last point would be disbursements issue will be labor intense. That will be also including some sort of consultant from the World Bank. How many % of this fund will be allocated to grassroots community level? And how many will be allocated for administrative arrangement issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Uti.
And thank you, Steve, for the presentation. Happy to get the PPT, but I would support Christina's request for more, and also be interested in your answers to Mohamed, Richard, and other questions, very much relevant to our discussion here. I would like to add two questions. Actually, one is very naive, and it's whether or not the World Bank has an assessment of its own gaps in covering loss and damage and request from the country. And second, I was interested in your point that it would be simplistic to look at only the post-event intervention, and that there are linkages between what we could do ahead of the event and the cost of what would happen afterwards, after the event. Do you have any paper presenting your analysis of that and the relationship between some of your tools happening before the event and the others happening after?
Thank you. And then the last question from Sumaya, and then followed by David.
Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. I also add my voice to the request by Christina. However, I would like to also to see the geographical coverage, because you've listed a lot of instrument. So, and you talked about the internal guidance for the World Bank to align with Paris Agreement. So I wonder if anything is being captured in relation to new and additional resources on the issue of adequacy, because that came clear from Sharm el-Sheikh decision in relation to loss and damage. But in general, how the World Bank would deal with issues related to increase in demand for additional resources and issue of adequacy and that. On the issues requested also resilient construction. You know, that issue is quite challenging for developing countries. So I wanted to see on how this is being addressed and by which type of instrument. And the issue of debit for countries, particularly, I mean, on this issue, most of the developing countries are challenged with that. So the issue of handling of indebtedness, how that happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumaya. And then David.
Thanks, Uti. I'm not wanting to prolong this conversation, but I wanted to echo my thanks to Steve for the presentation. Really useful. And I want to join others in the questions posed and the call for sort of further information in due course in the form of written input. I think that'd be hugely valuable for us. As part of that list, Steve, if I could ask for information on the operations of the small island economy exception in the context of the way IDA operates for small island states that are deemed to be middle income. Also, the bank's work with respect to vulnerability and the ongoing work on vulnerability indices, I think would be useful for some of our consideration as well. And then finally, you made reference to a risk layering model, and a little bit of further information on that would be very helpful too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I give the floor back to Steve, just to highlight that I think what we are doing now, we are now shaping the topics of the first workshop actually, and I think this is precisely the kind of exchanges that perhaps are even more suitable for a workshop setting, and we'll certainly see how that can then be followed up. But now, Steve, over to you.
I would certainly go with the model of we can have much longer conversations about all of these topics in a workshop format. and let me bring in colleagues who really work on those issues day to day. So I'm going to take a sample, and I'm going to apologize if I don't get to all of them, but I did get down everything, I believe, and we'll try and come back to you, if not before we have a paper, but certainly in the course of a paper. So sorry, was there a comment? No. Okay. Let me go from some of the back piece. The risk layering model. I actually have a PowerPoint that I could share very soon on how our disaster risk finance team thinks through these issues. That's what I drew that from. So I'd be happy to share that sooner rather than later. In terms of the Australia's question on the small island economy exception, I'm going to have to come back to you on that, David. I'm just not certain what the answer is. The question on geographical coverage, there was, as part of our this taxonomy of 14 categories of engagement, came from our own internal review of our disaster risk work over the last decade, 2010 through 2020, and geographic differences was one of the things that was cited. And so we've already identified that. We've agreed that that would be something that we would try and remedy going forward. And actually, the nice thing is that because we have that review, it really looked very comprehensively at our entire engagement and did identify areas that we would hopefully do better on. Part of that is going to be resource dependent, as you can imagine. Resilient construction. So we engage on that through a few different ways. If you had looked at that, I'll just talk about it. So one of the things that GFDRR works on is building codes. And so that is trying to, because remember, they're not just focused on climate, but they're also focused on other natural hazards, earthquakes, for example. And so one of the things that they frequently engage with at the ground level is working with governmental authorities on increasing the robustness of the building codes. And that can take account either of seismic activity or stronger, more catastrophic storms going forward. So we do have a regular program in that regard. And one in particular focuses on schools, because schools are often the place where communities are asked to congregate in such events. And you also want them standing so that kids can get back into the classroom as soon as possible. So that's a particular priority area. In terms of beyond the codes, what happens in terms of any conditionality that would link to more the build forward better notion. And that's why I was speaking to the Paris alignment work and really the CCDRs as well, where we're trying to look at and bake into our project design what we know in terms of the climate science for a particular area where work is being undertaken, so that those factors can be built into the design considerations. That's something that ultimately is the function of the client, whether it's a public or private client, to follow through on that. But that is the intent of our engagement. In the case of policy lending, I am unaware right now of any specific provision that would say the build forward better. But again, the new Paris alignment framework does speak to DPLs, and there is the intent of ensuring adequacy given future conditions. So, but I can come back to you on that before. Economic and non-economic losses. Economic losses, we do modeling all the time in terms of trying to anticipate, and as a way of engaging clients. That's what the CCDR really seeks to do, is to try and quantify the anticipated impacts economically. And that's why we speak in terms of it's an entirely new approach to our development conversation with our government counterparts to really understand the long-term development trajectory implications of climate change in a particular country and what that means in terms of near-term activities that may be prioritized. Priorities meaning investments, policy changes, institution building, et cetera. The triggers, I think that's a function of local obviously it's a function of local conditions. What is the actual trigger in terms of what engages us? It is that formal request to the bank, and that is when we immediately do the rapid needs assessment, and the work then follows from there in terms of that type of immediate release of funds, and then the longer term reconstruction work, which follows more of the normal project cycle for us. Slow onset, I just want to come back to this because I may not have been clear enough. Yes, we have the IDA window, which specifically mentions slow onset. It hasn't been used, to my knowledge, for climate purposes yet. It's been used for other things that are related to health outbreaks that may, as there is encroachment into forested areas, closer proximity to certain types of vectors, that may create conditions where health outcomes would begin to decline. But I think it is something that we will now begin to take a look at more systematically. The CCDR, however, I would really point to that because I spoke to the team over the weekend, responsible for overseeing all of this work. And that really is an area where they do bring the science to bear in terms of trying to analyze it. Again, as I mentioned, a sector basis, but then whole of economy basis as well. And you're looking at it from, again, the economic foundations of a country, whether it's, the primary composition of economic activity, where it is other types of development concerns that they're particularly focused on, or development goals, and whether climate may help or hurt. Generally, the impacts are more on the harmful side, but there may be some opportunities in terms of new markets that are being created, that countries that may have rare earth metals may begin to capture some of the upside to that in the global marketplace. So in terms of slow onset events, again, it really does come back to the fact that we're putting the science in terms of what our conditions look like today. If you already have periodic drought, what does that likely mean in terms of more consistent or more severe time periods that they would have to deal with? And then what would be the suggestion in terms of remedy? Now, not in the CCDR, we have to ultimately come to some conclusion, because this is not intended to do everything in a country over the next 5 years. It is trying to identify the real win-wins in terms of development goals, in terms of climate, because we're going to be revisiting this in 5 years, the next time we update that report, at which time there may be more scientific information available, there may be changes in market structure, and then we'd be able to see the benefits of certain kinds of activity, and priorities would now move to a different sector. So the CCDR is really intended to help flag things, shape the conversation with government, shape the pipeline of engagement that we have, and then we revisit this going forward. So it's a fundamental shift in terms of how we're engaging with our client. And then in terms of the request for a paper, I will certainly communicate all of these topics as areas of interest for coverage. But I do appreciate all the feedback, and thank you for the opportunity to share that with you today.
Thanks, Steve. Very, very useful. And obviously there'll be follow-up. Now moving to the next presentation, or sort of this dialogue. So we would have Greg Pooley from the humanitarian assistance side, from the OCHA. So Greg, over to you. And if you can take a little bit less time than what Steve just took, that would be much appreciated. But again, I mean, it is an important topic, and over to you now.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do commit to going as quickly as I possibly can. I do also have a presentation. I wonder if the colleagues could put it up there. And while they're doing so, let me just reintroduce myself. I had a chance earlier. My name is Greg Pooley. I'm heading the climate team in the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. I'm based in New York. In the short time, very short time available to me, I'd like to just provide you with a very quick overview of the existing global humanitarian finance architecture as it relates to climate-related losses and damages, in the hopes that this can help to provide or shed some greater light on one part of your considerations of the broader spectrum or mosaic of arrangements that are relevant to your deliberations. And I say only one part because it's important to bear in mind what humanitarian action can and cannot do, or what it does and does not do in response to climate-related loss and damage. Humanitarian action covers one part of that broad spectrum of response to climate loss and damage. That part ranges from disaster preparedness, that is supporting communities to be ready to respond to threats or climate hazards as they emerge, through to the immediate emergency response phase. And I want to emphasize that humanitarian action is relevant both in response to quick onset and in response to slow onset climate-related hazards. I also want to emphasize that humanitarian action is relevant both in the context of hazards that come to communities that have been relatively stable, and in the context of hazards that come in the midst of ongoing, often complex emergencies. And a big part of our humanitarian response now, many places where we have been working at scale as an international humanitarian community for many years, particularly in response to conflict, are particularly vulnerable to climate hazards. So very often we see climate change bringing more frequent and more severe weather events to contexts where people are already suffering due to other drivers, including conflict, and where humanitarian actors have been present for many years. And finally, just to frame the intervention on humanitarian assistance, I want to also emphasize that within the life-saving mandate, we have also a commitment within the humanitarian sector, wherever possible, to be prioritizing activities that also build communities' resilience to future climate shocks. So that is the spectrum of, and actually I'll mention in response to the new word that Christina learned, also the immediate post-disaster early response phase. Early recovery is the term we use for that particular sector, can also be understood as part of that, the humanitarian portion of that spectrum, but it's a limited part. It's not the whole spectrum of loss and damage. It's a limited part, does not cover longer term reconstruction, does not cover the broad economic damages, does not cover cultural losses and damages. So we want to emphasize both the critical importance of humanitarian action and also the limits of humanitarian action. Now let me see if I can proceed very quickly through this. So OCHA is the entity mandated by the General Assembly to coordinate the global emergency response to save lives and protect people in humanitarian crises. And we know that 1.7 billion people, at least 1.7 billion people, have been affected by climate-related disasters in the past decade. Here you can see a very clear representation of how this number is increasing very precipitously. Climate-related disasters have almost tripled in the current decade compared to the 1980s. We know from the IPCC that this is a trend that unfortunately we can expect to continue. You see some of the both rapid and slow onset hazards represented here: floods, storms, droughts, extreme temperatures. And I want to say a particular word that we're very concerned about: the increase in extreme heat, both present and future increase in extreme heat, and what that may mean for humanitarian needs, also wildfires. So we are organizing and coordinating our humanitarian response in the context of a climate that is already bringing far more frequent and far more severe challenges to the most vulnerable communities. And these challenges, together with other factors, what you're seeing here incorporates both climate and conflict response to humanitarian needs. These have resulted in a very sharp increase in global humanitarian needs in the last 10 years. You can see the top line here. Oh, the top line here represents the overall funding appeal of our global humanitarian overview. Back in 2012, this was under $10 billion. Last November, we launched a humanitarian overview for $51.5 billion. I want to emphasize that's not just due to increased hazards brought by climate change. This also has to do with complex emergencies and ongoing conflict. But a significant part of this has to do with the increase in extreme weather events. And you can see also that while funding has increased, it has not kept up with the very precipitous rise in needs. This year, we're expecting around $25 billion in response to that $51.5 billion appeal. So a very large and growing gap to respond to our global humanitarian appeal. At a glance, this is the overview that was released last November, as I mentioned, appealing for $51 billion for 230 million affected people. And you can see a little bit the regional breakdown of those needs, with the largest being in the Middle East and North Africa, and also the East and Southern African regions. I'd like to say a word about two of the global arrangements that have been put in place and that are managed by OCHA in order to channel in a coordinated and prioritized way one part of that global humanitarian response. At the global level, there's the Central Emergencies Response Fund. In its latest iteration, was created by the General Assembly in 2005. This, in a typical year, receives around $500 million from a broad range of donors. You can see them represented at the top here. We do also have some instances of private sector contributions to the Central Emergencies Response Fund. It disperses either in response to through a rapid response modality, and that can happen within hours of an emergency. It also has a window that's focused on funding underfunded emergencies. So that's the result of a global analysis of which of our country or regional appeals have received the least funding against emergency needs. So those are two separate modalities that are both relevant to climate-related hazards that the SURF acts in response to. Here you can see an overview by year of the scale of the response from the SURF via allocations for climate-related emergencies. You can see that it's not a uniform pattern, but these have been growing over time. You can see that the majority of them are through the rapid response window that I mentioned, rather than the underfunded window. So in the period since its inception in its latest iteration in 2006, the SURF has spent more than $2.1 billion on climate hazards across 86 countries and targeting 462 million people. So that is approximately 26% of the global spend of the Central Emergencies Response Fund is in response to climate-related shocks. Country-based pooled funds, and I'll mention those in a moment, spent around $540 million in the last 6 years on climate-related shocks. This is a bit of a different representation that shows some of the major sectors that are relevant in a humanitarian response to a climate hazard, and how the SURF has responded across each of those sectors, broken down by type of hazard. So the sectors include food security, health, protection, shelter, WASH, that's water, sanitation, and hygiene. And you can see that the largest proportional spend is for drought, followed by flooding, followed by storms and heat and cold waves, although I will say again that we do expect humanitarian needs from extreme heat to be increasing, unfortunately, precipitously, according to the IPCC. The country-based pooled funds, as I mentioned earlier, are a second modality. OCHA is currently operating in coordination with our humanitarian partners, 18 of these. These are run by the humanitarian coordinator, who's the senior official in contexts where we have a globally coordinated humanitarian response. These funds typically allocate around $1 billion a year. That funding is allocated through a consultative, cooperative process that takes place through the cluster system, which is the sectoral coordination system in a humanitarian response, and via the Apex coordination entity, which is the humanitarian country team in a particular emergency. You can see that these funds have allocated to 118 million people through 777 partners. So country-based pooled funds, in contrast to the SURF, which disperses exclusively to UN entities, country-based pooled funds, importantly also in response to climate hazards, can directly support local responders, local and national civil society organizations, in addition to international NGOs and United Nations entities. So this is a very important and flexible and prioritized part of our global funding architecture. You can see that these country-based pooled funds have also played a major role in responding to climate-related emergencies. This breaks down that spend over the last 6 years by hazard and also by sector. Again, here you can see that food security is the sector that's received the largest funding, followed by health and water and sanitation. And I don't see the colors represented here, but again, drought followed by severe storms is the hazard that's generated the highest degree of need that has been responded to by these country-based pooled funds. This just breaks down a little more clearly the annual spend of country-based pooled funds in relation to climate and non-climate hazards. You can ignore here the earthquakes and a volcanic eruption. But over the last 6 years, a total of around $540 million to the range of partners that I mentioned, dispersed through these country-based pooled funds in the 18 contexts of greatest humanitarian need. I did mention earlier that one of the commitments in the humanitarian sector is to prioritize interventions that not only have an immediate life-saving impact, but that also can contribute to communities' resilience to future disasters. This commitment has been expressed in many different ways, including through the Climate and Environment Charter, which has now been adhered to by several hundred humanitarian organizations led by our friends in the Red Cross. We may hear a little bit more about that tomorrow. But the slide here just represents an analysis that we undertook of the nearly 1,300 projects that had been supported by country-based pooled funds in the context that you see here on the map. And this represents the results of that commitment via projects that contribute not only to immediate life-saving objectives, but also longer-term resilience objectives: water conservation, livelihoods diversification, delivery of assistance through social protection, and cash transfers. Finally, I'd like to just say one quick word about an innovation that's very important to us, both within OCHA and more broadly in the humanitarian sector, that's very relevant to the consideration of climate-related loss and damage. This is anticipatory action. Anticipatory action refers to a mode of preparing for and responding to disasters, very often climate-related disasters, which prioritizes upstream or early planning and upstream or early financial commitments. So humanitarian actors in close cooperation with local communities, with local responders, conclude disaster response plans in advance of a climate hazard arriving, put in place funding arrangements in advance of that climate hazard arising, and identify triggers so that when a forecast identifies an agreed likelihood of a severe event, like a severe storm or a flood, the pre-agreed response plans and the pre-agreed financing mechanisms can kick in before the hazard arrives so that all of the benefits of early action can be realized. And we have found through analyses in different parts of the world that this can result in far more effective and far more cost-effective humanitarian responses because precisely they kick in before the hazard arrives. So the very final thing I will say is that through the Central Emergency Response Fund, OCHA has worked in 12 countries together with a broad range of UN and non-UN partners to put in place frameworks for anticipatory action. These are not the only frameworks for anticipatory action. You will hear from some of our colleagues in WFP and FAO and the World Health Organization, et cetera, about and the IFRC, other efforts to realize the benefits of this anticipatory approach. But for OCHA's part, we've taken significant steps towards using the Central Emergencies Response Fund to finance this approach in 12 countries across a range of hazards that you see here. So important for the consideration of the Transitional Committee will be finding ways to enhance the availability of resources and make investments in these kinds of anticipatory and preparatory approaches that can be far more effective than a traditional post-facto humanitarian response. And in the interest of time, I'll thank you very much and leave it there.
Thank you very much, Greg, for a very interesting presentation. Any reactions to this at this point? You are still allowed to raise your flag, even though I... Yes, Sona, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think without any doubt, this gives a very clear indication into the aftermath of any, let's say, loss and damage event, although here, I think it is taken as a disaster. But, and in terms of the trend, I think it is really a matter of concern, the growth and the gap. It just gives the indication of the scale. So we would think that this would be a very good input into our work because this is the starting point in terms of any loss and damage event. And I don't see, in fact, here, I would like to, in fact, ask in terms of some extrapolation in terms of these extreme heat waves and other slow onset events that are, in fact, ripening over time, but have not yet occurred. And I think here OJA has probably a good, I think, basis in terms of data, the projections. And even we would like to know a bit on the disbursement, the triggers, and so on, which will also help us in our work. So this is, in fact, I think, very interesting, and it is, without any doubt, a starting point. And we can see the magnitude in terms of the scale and magnitude that would be required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I have Christina, followed by Mo.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Greg, for that presentation. Recognizing that OCHA is one piece of the humanitarian picture, I did want to, before going into questions on Greg's presentation, I think that from a mapping exercise, we're in a different place with humanitarian assistance. There's an annual report on global humanitarian assistance that covers I feel like a good coverage of the various mechanisms and funds and initiatives that is done every year. The last one, I think, was for 2022, perhaps 21. But just to say that, my request for more information from the bank, I do feel like we should use that annual report as input into our deliberations. With respect to the OCHA specific presentation, a couple questions for Greg. One is, if you can share a little bit about the extent of your collaboration with IFIs, that would be really helpful. In terms of one of the things I've heard from both countries and humanitarian agencies and from civil society is that a lot of the funding for humanitarian assistance does go through major multilateral UN agencies. It would be really helpful to understand from OCHA's perspective how funding how local communities and local groups can access funding and your experience there. Also would be helpful for you if you can share a little bit about the way in which OCHA works, whether SURF or the country-based pooled funds in countries where OCHA is supplementing government capacity because the humanitarian disaster has overwhelmed the government's capacity or exceeded the government's capacity, versus the role of OCHA in filling in because there is limited government capacity. And this gets back to the point that I think Hannah and UAE have raised with respect to climate in the context of fragile situations. And then finally, just to echo Sonam's point on just the interest in how the triggers work and disbursement, the role of the pre-agreed country plans, response plans, and is their role in that in terms of the speed of disbursement? Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Then it's Mo, followed by Hajar.
Thank you so much. And this is, of course, a very informative presentation, and I think it is important in the formulation of our discussion. I have three questions. The first one is already mentioned by previous speakers, which is the triggers. But just to add to it is there, other than the triggers, do you also have other specific criteria? So do you respond just based on a country request, or are you just like or UN organization and you only focus on specific groups of countries? Because in most of your presentation, it was more of a conflict related countries that I've seen you have provided support to. The second one is the mobilization of resources. You mentioned pledging. And is it like a pledging conference, or is it like a pledge at the beginning of the year and then you work through it? Is it like a long-term engagement agreement or promises by contributors, or is it like once there is a crisis and there is a need funding. You just issue a pledge and then you hope for a response. The last point is, and in the slide that you presented on the climate adaptation response, I think most of the countries, or if not all the countries that you have presented, were again conflict or countries that have some conflict. So is there a linkage between this and adaptation? Is this part of your definition of response and fragility, or response and vulnerability? Because this is also important to highlight. What kind of criteria do you use? And finally, again, the same question: is it based on a call from the country, request from the country, or a request from UN organizations? And then you respond to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. Next, I have Hadja, followed by Kunal.
Thank you, Greg, for this very useful presentation. And also congratulations on the work OCHA is doing, the anticipatory work, which is very key in saving lives. So I had a question about the gaps in the humanitarian landscape and what you see are the existing gaps in this landscape beyond the funding. I'd also like to echo the questions about the trigger-based system because you mentioned it takes just a couple of hours to mobilize the funds. I was wondering on the governance, what type of governance it takes to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hadja. Then Kunal, followed by Diane.
Thank you, Greg, for that presentation. I think three things are very clear from this presentation. One is the last slide about the role of anticipatory action and pre-positioning of funds and resources, or building back better to address loss and damage. So that slide was leading the way towards the future. But the clarity comes that the tripling of heat wave and floods and storm and drought and wildfire, and just in humanitarian aid, there's a growth of 461%. So the gap just in humanitarian aid, forget about recovery, reconstruction, rehabilitation, is 461%. And his slide was very clear that on $25 billion, it has gone to $50 billion, and the countries are still limited in which OCHA is working. So that portion is well captured. I was just trying to figure out the same question borrowing from the earlier speakers is how do you figure out what is the movement in the anticipatory action domain, and what triggers OCHA to come into picture in various zones and countries would be my question about how does it work. If you allow, Co-Chair, I think one thing I forgot for Steve's presentation, I'm going back to him, but we in India also ran a large World Bank project called National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program for almost 10 years. We used to lose something like 20,000 human lives to cyclones in India for 10 years back. Now the losses are not even in single digit. 5 people die because of cyclones. So only thing I wanted to know from Steve is we are building a large program on earthquake mitigation and also a large program on wildfires. The problem is 3. One is emphasis on structural measures. So anything that is infrastructure based and structure based is easily funded. But when you talk about systematic changes in processes or building of capacity, the concessional funds go dry. So I would like to have a conversation with Steve about why there's so much emphasis on structural measures and infrastructure-based funding, and less so on non-structural or capacity building, and much lesser on non-economic losses and slow onset events. So that's for Steve from the last presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then Diane.
Thanks. I had similar questions about section, but to be short, how in this decision text, section 6B, maybe they could provide us some ideas of the gaps in speed, like in how long does it take, eligibility of countries, transparency and access to these funds. And it says noting the different types of weather events and so on. So it's similar to what others have asked, Mo and others have asked about, to see what is the gaps. And I agree with from India. Once again, I'm like, these gaps are like 50%, 60%. This is not a gap. So we need to really document them and list them. So this is a really good exercise. Thank you. So we can know what we're dealing with here. But it'd be good to know what are the so-called the gaps. and speed and how much, because I am getting some texts from my colleagues at home, and they said that some of these things can take quite a long time, especially those coming from through the World Bank. I think that the World Bank itself did an average of over 365 days over to from the pledging until the funds come in. So it'll be good to see how, which is, by the way, was a reduction. Before it was higher, and the World Bank did a lot of good work and actually reduced it to that level. So it'll be good to see what the trend is now.
Thank you, Dan. Now over to Greg.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very rich and extensive list of questions. So I'm sure I won't be able to do justice to the entire range of them in the minute or two that I have, but I'm certainly available outside of the formal sessions. And if the committee wishes, we can certainly find ways for these topics to be taken in more detail, including with other expert colleagues in future workshops or meetings. On the question of speed of disbursement and how quickly humanitarian funds can be dispersed, I think that was a thread through various questions. It's precisely part of the rationale of pooled funds, like the Central Emergency Pool Fund or the country-based pooled funds that I mentioned, that they are able to disperse very quickly. That money is pre-positioned, if you like, and can respond to rapid onset events or to rapid deteriorations in existing situations. And so this is part of the reason that we deploy these funds so that they can respond very quickly. More broadly, on the way that funds are mobilized, I mentioned the global humanitarian overview. That is an aggregate, if you like, of country and regional plans that are put together to respond to particular contexts. It's part of OCHA's role to pull that together into a comprehensive global picture. But then there are multiple channels through which donors respond to that appeal. It doesn't all go through the collective funds that I mentioned here. A very large part of those responses come on different timeframes through bilateral arrangements with the major participants in these appeals, that is, UN agencies and our partners in the non-governmental sector, both national and international. So there's a range of different speeds of disbursement, if you like, the quickest being those funds that are pre-positioned through the collective instruments. On what triggers humanitarian response and the relationship with the affected state, of course, from OCHA's side and all of our partners in the United Nations system, our approach is governed by the General Assembly Resolution 46-182, which is, of course, that OCHA's presence and humanitarian actors' presence in the country is based on the consent of the affected state. And of course, we work very closely in partnership with local, regional, national levels of government, not only for the legal reason, but also for the very practical reason that cooperation is what lends itself to the most efficient and effective response. There's a distinction between what triggers a humanitarian response in the sense of the anticipatory action frameworks that I mentioned. And in that case, which is a limited part of the humanitarian system, means that we're hoping to grow this, but it's a very small amount of our overall global action is committed through these frameworks that pre-commit financing for plans. But within those frameworks, the triggers are agreed by the humanitarian actors in cooperation with local governments and the funding partners. And precisely the added value is that those are pre-agreed so that when the hazard is foreseen, the action can swing into place right away. So that's within that framework, that's the triggering mechanism. But then more broadly, for the vast majority of our global humanitarian response, what triggers the engagement of international humanitarian actors is an appeal by the affected state based on the consent of the affected state. But humanitarian needs, and this goes to Christina's point, that to which local authorities and local capacities do not have the means to respond. So the supportive engagement of international humanitarian actors is precisely to assist to fill those gaps when local capacities are overwhelmed. There was a question regarding how the extent to which funding goes through major agencies and steps we can take to improve direct response to local actors, local civil society. Of course, the most effective humanitarian action is always that which is embedded in and in close consultation with and accountable to the affected communities themselves. So we're working very hard to try to improve the way that accountability works. One way in which we're doing that is through the global commitments to increase what we call localization. That is the degree of humanitarian funding that goes directly to local responders. An important objective of the country-based pooled funds that I mentioned is that they can disperse directly to local responders, and we're committed to building that proportion of those funds that support directly local action. And we're also committing to increasing the representation of affected people and of local first responders in the coordination mechanisms that are essentially the decision-making processes for those pooled funds. I know there were a number of questions I didn't have a chance to touch upon. I hope we can have further opportunities, and I'm aware that I've probably exceeded my time. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Craig. Christina and Nadja, are those new flags? I take it? No. Okay. Christina, new flag, yeah.
It's just a follow-up, which, Greg, you don't need to necessarily respond here because of timing, but I would request the maybe input in writing and perhaps all of this input in writing to feed into the synthesis paper that the Secretariat is doing. My question is on the triggers and maybe being more specific about this question. In the case where you are using anticipatory or funding anticipatory action, it's in part a timing question. So is the trigger the anticipation of, say, a drought or extreme heat or wildfires? Is that the trigger? And then the idea with respect to speed and disbursement is trying to get funding out before that trigger happens, because you're using projection of that trigger and the probability of it happening so that people get the sort of the immediate help sooner.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, just to finish. Or is it before the anticipation of let's use drought as an example, the drought happening, but before the projected loss of crops? It would just really, the disbursement piece and the speed and the triggers are all related. And if you could just...
Yeah. The whole point of this approach is that the action begins before the impact, so that you can realize the benefits of supporting people to take steps to protect themselves, protect their livelihoods, protect their communities before a severe impact. So in the case of a drought, the trigger would be a forecast pre-agreed with local partners and the government. The trigger would be, issuance of a forecast that includes X probability of X severity of drought. Or in the case of a severe storm, the trigger would be issuance of a forecast that predicts X severity of a storm of this magnitude, preferably impact-based forecast. So precisely the point is to have plans in place, to have funding prearranged so that when a forecast predicts an event, action can begin immediately. And if you analyze both the benefits, the economic benefits of the cost of early action in response to a flood, for example, versus the cost of a traditional post-facto humanitarian response, there are significant benefits to acting early. People and their livestock can be moved, for example. Steps can be taken to protect livelihoods, for example, in advance of the event. So yes, the very point of it is to identify an agreement to act in advance of the event.
Thank you. This is very, very valuable, very, very interesting discussion that we're having, and certainly for your sort of average climate finance negotiator that sort of consider, I guess, the co-chairs are. This is kind of, not exactly in sort of our usual bread and butter, but I think we're now getting more to the sort of the issues that we normally deal with, since the next three presentations are from the adaptation fund, from the GCF and the JEF. So perhaps there's a less novel things there. But and then once we've done all that, then we will have a coffee break, and then we'll then the other co-chair with better time management skills than myself will take over for the next session. So, but that's just because of you guys. You're asking too many questions, so I can't keep the time management. And this does show that we do need to plan those workshops very carefully, and that there's a wealth of material out there that we need to make sure that we harness for the synthesis report. Now, next, moving to the adaptation fund, and Mohammed, as a UT, I'm probably doing terrible things with the pronunciations. So over to you. And I think both from the Adaptation Fund and from the GCF, certainly at the Glasgow Dialogue as well, we had really good presentations on what is the loss and damage related work that both these organizations are doing. So Mohammed, over to you.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed again, to present myself, my name is Mohammed Asyuti. I work at the Adaptation Fund Board Secretary, the Senior Climate Change Specialist, and I lead the result-based management team of the fund. I'm going to have a very brief presentation. I'm happy to take further questions later. So as you know, the Adaptation Fund is one of the funds that has been set up to fund concrete adaptation actions on the ground. And the fund we provide is only on grant base only. We don't have any other instrument. It's 100% grant base. As of today, we have a portfolio of about $1 billion US. We had our board meeting last week with additional funding that has been approved, and we work on the basis of adaptation reasoning. So we don't have a clear mandate to fund loss and damage, but the adaptation fund obviously work on the loss and damage indirectly through our operations. We've been pioneering the direct access modality. As of today, we have about 55 implementing entities, and more than 50% of those implementing entities are national implementing entities. So funding can be accessed directly by countries through these national implementing entities. Again, just to repeat, the presentation that I'm making today is based on the actual portfolio of the fund, which address adaptive and preventive measures, but we don't have a clear mandate from the COP to address loss and damage. So bear with me if I don't have much detail on the addressing part of the loss and damage. Just quickly on what we have achieved so far. So over the last 15 years, we have supported more than 36 million people with our funding. And as part of our result-based management framework, we track 5 core indicators. And as you can see in this slide, there are 2 indicators that can speak directly to the loss and damage. The first one is the work we do on early warning system. So as of today, we have about 500 early warning systems that have been funded by the Adaptation Fund. And those can be multi-purpose early warning system that can address both climate hazard, but also they can be used to put some adaptive activities on the ground. We also have a second impact indicator that is about the coastal line that has been protected. So far we have about 160 kilometers of coastal zone that have been funded by the Adaptation Fund. Again, those indicators are captured through our projects on the ground, but there are some indirect benefit that we don't necessarily capture and that can also contribute to the loss and damage. In terms of the conversation we're having today, in this slide, we're just trying to show how the Adaptation Fund work is relevant to the loss and damage. So again, most of our operation when it comes to loss and damages are related to the adverting and minimizing of the loss and damage, but the addressing part is something that we're struggling to do so far. As of today, we have about 25% of our portfolio that are covering the early warning system and disaster risk reduction, and that can also be funded through a regional approach. So we have a window that can help countries to access funding to put in place, for example, regional early warning system, and we have a couple of those in our portfolio. Beside the early warning system and disaster risk reduction, we have also other sectors that can also support countries to minimize and prevent disaster risk reduction, including water management, agriculture, food security, and ecosystem-based adaptation. Countries have access up to $20 million from the adaptation fund from the single country window. And again, although there is no mandate to fund, for example, the addressing part of the loss and damage, they can use this money, for example, to do some recovery activities if they believe that this is something that is needed in relation to their priorities. So that if, for example, a country comes to us with a project that is aiming to, for example, do post-recovery of a disaster, is completely eligible as part of the adaptation fund operation modalities. There is no prescribed sector or approach, so that flexibility allows countries, for example, to drive some of their allocation in the loss and damage related areas. The only thing that we look at it is how the adaptation funded project is building some adaptation benefits on the ground. And of course, we take in account some local circumstances, including the adaptation reasoning. Again, just to repeat, there is no dedicated window for post-impact, but most of our work when it comes to post-impact are for the medium and long term. So for example, we can help countries, for example, to put in place some adaptive activities that can help them, for example, to recover for the long term and recover some of the social benefit that has been destroyed by the disaster. As part of our result framework, one of the outcome that we track is the measures to reduce exposure to climate-related hazard and threats, and that's where we can tell how the adaptation fund portfolio is helping on the loss and damage. I have a couple of slides, but I will go quickly. This slide is to show how some of the opportunities and challenges that we have in covering the loss and damage related activities. The first one, as I was saying, that the adverting and minimizing are within our operational modalities. We will be able to help those countries when it comes to the adverting and minimizing, and that can range from disaster risk reduction to early warning system and other productive sectors. There is no sector allocation, so that flexibility help us, for example, to go beyond what the mandate we have from the COP, and we have also had some projects from the countries that can address, for example, the adverting part of the addressing part of the loss and damage. The adaptation fund is one of the few funds that have a regional window, and as you know, some of these disasters and the climate hazards can have impact at the regional level. So through this window, we can support countries up to $14 million to cover loss and damage issues. The post-impact support that we can provide can be done as part of the single country window up to 20 million cap, but the maximum size per project is $10 million. Now, there are a couple of challenges that are related to our ability to fund loss and damage. The first one, that there is no explicit mandate from the COP to do loss and damage. So that might be an issue that the Transitional Committee might need to look at it if there is a need to improve here. There is no dedicated support facility or window to address at least the medium to long-term impact, the short to medium-term impact. So there is, given the speed of the approval and implementation of the adaptation fund, it's almost impossible for the adaptation fund to, for example, address the next day after the disaster. So that's something that there is no activities in our portfolio covering that. The long-term post-impact, however, can be funded through the adaptation fund, a single country window. Although we don't have such mandate, but we can fund it if there is an adaptation reasoning behind such project. And again, there is no trigger because we don't have anything that talks about loss and damage in our operational modalities. Addressing loss and damage requires additional funding and speed implementation, and we believe that this is something that the Transitional Committee should look at it, because the speed of implementation that we have now doesn't address the loss and damage, at least the short-term impact. The last slide here is that this is an extract of the adaptation fund portfolio when it comes to early warning system and disaster risk reduction. And we have more than that, but I just want to show you some of the projects that we have in the portfolio. And as you can see, some of those projects are regional projects, so helping countries to address a regional approach. just to deep dive in one of the projects that we have is an example in the Eastern Africa region, a project funded by the Adaptation Fund implemented by UN Habitat covering Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Union of Comoros for $14 million. This project was designed initially as an adaptation project, but given the scope of the project helped the country of Madagascar, for example, during the recent tropical storm Chenezo in January 2023, with a couple of activities that helped the country to address the post-disaster. So in Madagascar, we have helped the country to construct, for example, a multi-purpose shelter that has been used to help 200 people to be in a safe condition after the disaster. And also the project has helped Madagascar three districts to use some of the drainage system to avoid floods during the cyclone. And the last activity is some of the infrastructure related to roads and construction that has been also inputted as part of this project to help with the post-disaster. Thank you, Chair. I will be happy to respond to questions.
Thank you very much. Rather than opening the floor now for further questions, we would suggest that we take the GCF immediately up just now and the GEF. Because I mean we're all familiar with the GCF and the GEF and the adaptation fund. So if we could just sort of take those remaining two presentations now in one go, and then we'll see how much time we have for discussion, or whether we choose to have the discussion over the coffee break, in order to make sure that we then have sufficient time for our dialogue with the non-party observers. So could we have the GCF now, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just confirming if you can hear me. Yes.
Yes, we can indeed. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone, colleagues, and greetings from Songdo in the Republic of Korea, and greetings from GCF Secretariat. First of all, I would like to congratulate all TC members on your first meeting, and wish you the best of success in your difficult but very important work. My name is Alisher Mamajanov. I'm Multilateral Governance Manager ad interim in the GCF Secretariat, and mostly responsible for our work on accountability and reporting to UNFCCC, including work with constituted bodies. And this includes, of course, also engagement with the WIM EXCOM, and some of colleagues may have seen me in those meetings of the WIM EXCOM. Also, I'm responsible for the stream of complementarity and coherence, especially with our work with other climate funds. So very happy to see colleagues from AF and JEF present in the meeting. But please let me start my presentation. Next slide, please. Yes, just here wanted to give a snapshot of where we stand now, where GCF stands. We are, as you all know, an operating entity of financial mechanism, having the mandate to foster a paradigm shift towards low emission and climate resilient development pathways in developing countries. This is the numbers as we stand now, following the recent conclusion of B35. As you can see, we are continuously committed to maintaining a 50-50 balance between mitigation and adaptation in our portfolio and grant equivalent terms. And happy to report that we have achieved now this balance following B35 and funding proposals that were approved at that meeting. We are also, in terms of our portfolio allocations, we have a 50% floor allocation for adaptation for particularly vulnerable countries, including LDCs, seeds, and African states. And also happy to report that we successfully maintain that figure. Also, as you can see in this number, already 129 countries have approved projects. So this is quite a good number if we take into account that only non-Annex 1 countries are eligible to UNFCCC funding, which is theoretically in total a bit around 150 countries. So now we have in total approved 12 billion in GCF funding. And together with co-financing, this amounts now to 45 billion of assets under management. And also we are working to have as quickly as possible our projects under implementation, which in our language means having funded activity agreements signed. And already 184 of such projects are now in implementation stage. As you know, access to GCF funding for countries is through accredited entities, and those can be international access entities, accredited entities, or direct access entities, DAEs. And now we in total have 114 of those. And as you can see, 72 of those are direct access entities. In terms of disbursements, now 3.3 billion have been already disbursed. Next slide, please. Now coming to the different support modalities that we have. As you can see, the support generally is provided through three main modalities, which is readiness support. And here countries have up to 1 million per year, and this is replenishable amount. So every year this 1 million is renewed. In addition to that, they have 3 million for NAP. And I think NAP is specifically important because during NAP formulation, countries also conduct climate risk assessments and vulnerability assessments, which are also very relevant to loss and damage issues. Then we have project preparation facility, which helps accredited entities to bring a funding proposal from the concept node stage to the full funding proposal stage that can be submitted later for approval by the board. And of course, our project funding proposals, which can be through a simplified approval process, are now upgraded to 25 million with the recent board decisions, and also our standard approval process, which has no cap. But our projects range in different categories. So from micro, which is less than 10 million of GCF funding, up to large, which is for us more than 250 million of GCF funding. Next slide, please. Now coming to the background of GCF support activities relevant to loss and damage. We have received a mandate, initial mandate for Madrid at COP25, and GCF operates based on the guidance received from COP, and then the board decides how to implement this guidance. So the relevant COP decision was then transferred to board decision, and this is the basis of our support now for activities relevant to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. GCS provides, as mandated, financial resources in accordance with the existing investment and result frameworks and funding windows and structures. I want to also underline this point because, as you have seen, so we have our main mitigation and adaptation windows. We have also cross-cutting activities, but we don't have a separate loss and damage funding window. So this, I think, is important to underline from the start. We're also using all our existing financing instruments, and we are very universal in that from that point of view. So of course, the mostly used ones are equity and are grants and concession loans, each representing about 41%, followed by equity about 11%, and the least used ones are guarantees and results-based payments. So we can use the whole spectrum of these instruments in our activities relevant to support for loss and damage. Next slide, please. Yes, in this slide, would like to show an example of one of our sectors where we provide our support, which is, of course, very relevant. Also, this relates to the anticipatory action, which was mentioned by our colleague from OCHA. Through different activities in the climate information and early warning systems, we provide support both through readiness, actually, in this context, for example, by creating enabling environment in countries. But this specific slide is more related to our support for funding proposals. And we support climate information in early warning systems through 3 pathways. Of course, I will not go in, of course, in details of everything on this slide, but I think the main message, of course, is that early warning systems, they, of course, most importantly, save lives by providing a warning before the disaster strikes. But also it helps to plan in longer term planning, for example, by providing more informed climate information-based decisions on the support for designing and planning climate resilient infrastructure. The next slide, please. Yes, so this is here on this slide. As I already mentioned, we use our readiness program, project preparation facility, and funding proposals in providing support to activities relevant to loss and damage. And reporting on those activities is done in line with our integrated results management framework, which is adopted in 2021. Just to mention that it also includes 2 supplementary parameters that relate indicators that relate directly to loss and damage activities. Those are relate to losses in human life and economic assets. However, this the start of application of new IRMF was as of 32nd meeting of the board. So far we don't have quite a comprehensive sample to analyze. However, overall, would like to mention that the Secretariat is now working on an analysis of our portfolio to better estimate and quantify how many of our projects support different aspects of the loss and damage. So we're hoping to report on this in the next meetings of the TC. And I will not also go through different concrete examples. Just wanted to show this for your information, how we provide support through different funding windows and modalities. Of course, what would like to underline, we in line with the COP25 mandate and is our response to that guidance. We provide information and report on activities that are relevant to loss and damage in our annual reports to COP. So the most recent one, the 11th report, was submitted to COP27. Colleagues can also, I hope the Secretariat and can also provide this information to these TC members. The next slide, please. Now I would like to go a bit into in details into different aspects of the how we support climate risk spectrum in the different aspects. And of course, as I already mentioned, we support countries through multiple instruments to strengthen an enabling environment policy framework and implement actions. Our grant financing supports the development of integrated sector development plans, including climate resilient and risk consideration. It also supports through readiness, as I already mentioned, vulnerability and climate risk assessments as part of the NAP formulation, National Adaptation Plans. In terms of risk reduction activities, we are supporting different projects and programs aimed at building resilience to climate change in agriculture, for example, with focus on smallholder farmers. In terms of risk retention activities across projects and programs, we are supporting, for example, risk pooling funds or national trust funds to promote climate resilience. And finally, for risk transfer activities, we support establishing parametric insurance schemes as part of projects and programs. And here I would like to provide a bit more details. So as of August 2022, we have supported 9 such projects that have directly financed the design, structuring, and launch of parametric insurance for climate risk in sub-Saharan Africa. The next slide, please. Again, sorry that I don't have time to go in each separate example, but I hope that at least you can quickly have a glance of different projects that we support. And finally, coming back to early warning systems, and just to show how we planning to continue to scale up support in this field. Recently, we have partnered with WMO, World Meteorological Organization, WMO, for the scaling up of the climate risk and early warning systems. This is WMO program initiative, which will now be scaled out through our SAP procedure, which I mentioned already is now upgraded to up to 25 million of GCF funding. And this, of course, will build already on the work done by GCF in that field. And so far, GCF has invested more than 650 million to climate information and early warning system, which together with co-financing represents about 1.2 billion. And of course, these measures also are in the overall context of the supporting the UN early warning for all initiative. Just a couple of words in the conclusion, if you will allow. Just wanted to, this year is very important for GCF. As you know, we are undergoing the second replenishment process, which will culminate in the final pledging conference in October 2023 in Bonn. And the board is currently working on the updated strategic plan for 2024-2027 for the GCF2 replenishment cycle. And as part of it, the board, among others, will define the new strategic programming objectives for GCF, which may further inform relevant GCF work on activities relevant to loss and damage. So the board, according to the current planning, plans to finalize the work on this at B36, so in July 2023. So we look forward to engaging further with TC, including through TSU. And as you heard today, my colleague Raj has been seconded to TSU on behalf of GCF Secretariat. And to provide, of course, we'll be happy to provide further updates, including on this replenishment process and the USP2 updated strategic plan in the next meetings of the TC, and also we'll be happy to provide any written input as necessary in addition to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and indeed, written inputs always welcome. Now I give the floor to Ralston on the JEF, and Ralston, you have a very unpleasant task, because you know that you're keeping us from having our coffee break.
I'm well aware of that, co-chair.
Yes,
it's anticipatory planning, so I won't be too long.
Brilliant, thank you. Over to you now.
Well, it seems my anticipatory planning is not working. Okay, maybe I just start talking until the... Oh, here we go. Great. Okay, so I think, colleagues, thanks for having me, and thanks for allowing the JEF to make a very brief presentation on the type of work which the JEF has been doing as it relates to loss and damage, and the flavor of what the JEF has been doing and where it's been going. So we skipped the first slide to speed up things. But just to know, the JEF has had over 126 pieces of guidance up to, I think, COP26. But I like the adaptation fund and I like the GCF. There's no specific guidance really that speaks to loss and damage. So the GEF doesn't have a mandate to address loss and damage, but what we have found is that there's lots of relationships between what the GEF has done. There's lots of linkages between loss and damage, and there are various elements that take up loss and damage, and a lot of this information which I'm providing is similar to which I provided to the WIM expert group. There are lots of various elements, lots of loss and damage, and traditionally in the GEF, a lot of that has been covered through other conventions like the Convention on Biodiversity, the Convention to Combat Desertification. And the GEF, as you know, is a financial mechanism of 5 conventions, and there are linkages there. And I think there are linkages that the Transitional Committee needs to look at in terms of leveraging support, in terms of looking at different issues as it relates to loss and damage, looking at climate change and its linkages between biodiversity and land aggregation and these areas. From the GEF perspective, we think it's necessary to kind of look at loss and damage, relevant support beyond the wider lens of climate change and build on existing capacity, opportunities, effective leveraging. As many of you are aware, the GEF is going to be responsible for the new Global Biodiversity Fund, and they're also looking at streamlining measures, etc., as it relates to streamlining their measures and easing access as it relates to these funds, but also overall. So if you look at the areas of just support and we link it back to Article 8, but also link it back to the WIM work program, we can kind of see the areas of which the GEF has provided support and the areas, the thematic areas. So, and it's interesting to note that particularly with things like non-economic losses, we have things like ecosystem services, ecosystem-based adaptation. In terms of slow onset, the GEF has done lots of work looking at sea level rise, glacial lake outbursts, land degradation, and biodiversity projects. Another key issue which we have looked at is in terms of human mobility and migration. Now, we don't specifically have those types of projects, but what we have found is that in terms of community level engagements, in terms of those projects, what that has done is that it has prevented people from leaving their villages. It's prevented people from leaving their areas and going into larger cities to look for activities to pursue and new livelihoods. A big portion of the GEF portfolio is involved in comprehensive risk management, and this is managed through the Least Developed Country Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. So there are many projects overall that look at disaster risk management and insurance. And overall, I think just from the climate portfolio side, I think there are over 200 projects which have linkages to loss and damage and have loss and damage benefits. So this is just quickly a few examples of the types of projects which the GEF has, which provide relevant loss and damage benefits, and the thematic areas again. For example, we have a project which we have financed with the UNDP in the past, which looked at global lake outbursts and risk reduction with regards to that. And that helped put in early warning systems, also designed monitoring systems, put in drainage systems, and these types of things in place. We recently approved a project in Kiribati, looking at protected areas and working with the communities and their livelihoods. Recently also too, we have, as I said, we have many projects which look at comprehensive risk management, and we have the African Climate Risk Insurance Facility, again financed with the ADB, and I think that's also referred in one of your synthesis papers. In the area of human mobility and migration, again, we have done work. This particular project was in Morocco, We actually visited this project, and it was interesting speaking to the communities and saying what a benefit this project was, because it stopped the young men from leaving the community and going to the cities looking for work. And it helped with improving their livelihoods. And then in terms of action and support, we've just worked with the V20 to put a project which looks at leveraging and adaptation, again, working simply on the adaptation side to provide resources to communities for innovative adaptation projects. And the V20 will also work on the loss and damage area as well. Oops. So the GEF has done some work on the other side. A lot of the work, most of the work which the GEF has done has been on the anticipatory side, on minimizing and averting. But this project was on the other side. And why this isn't actually a climate disaster, it provided climate relevant technologies and information when a disaster had occurred, and it was kind of immediate. This was with the Haiti earthquake in 2010, and it was approved quite quickly, and we provided resources through the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank down to Haiti to assist and to help them. So, triggers for GEF support. How, I think there's been one of the issues we were asked to look at, what the triggers for GEF support. Well, the GEF is strictly a country-driven process for access. We work with the countries and with the GEF agencies. We have now a lot more upstream consultations and planning with them as to what they require. The GEF has predictability of access now, and this is simply because of the allocation systems which are put in place. Within the GEF Trust Fund, you have the STAR system, and we have a leave no LDC behind. We have one of the LDC funds, and every LDC has access. And throughout the previous period of GEF, they have utilized all of the allocation. So again, it's strictly country driven. It's what the countries want to do. It's what the countries request. Once it's in line with relevant guidance and the GEF programming, we can provide those resources down to the countries to do their activities and their projects. And just on scale of the support, quickly, on the GEF Trust Fund, this was just recently replenished, 5.33 billion in total, 1.91 billion for biodiversity, resources for climate change mitigation. Most of the adaptation type activity which the GEF does comes through the LDCF and the SCCF. And we have two scenarios which we have put in place to raise resources for this. The GEF is largely the resources which the GEF get comes from the donor countries. And we have a cap so that every LDC can get access to resources, and that's for 20 million. And for the SCCF, we have a window for states for those who are extremely vulnerable but are not LDCs. And again, we have a 3 to 6.5 million cap for those states. And those are based on two funding scenarios which are in place, which are the strategies which the GEF hopes to get resources to fulfill these strategies. So, Co-Chair, I hope I was quick enough. And if you need any more information, particularly on the projects and stuff and the activities, etc., which the GEF is doing, we can provide that. And I'm here for the rest of the week if anyone needs any further information. So I hope I didn't keep parties away from their coffee too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralston. You were very good with that, with the time. But I had two flags here now. So Georg and then Mo, and then Kofi. Oh, and then Christina. Right. So no one really wants to. No, it's Jeanette. That's my co-chair who can't read flags when they are not. Okay, Georg, please.
Yeah, sir. I think Mo was before me, so let's please. Okay. Thank you, gracious host. I hope the observer room can hear me now. But I just want to be just brief because and I want to thank the presenters for this information. It's a huge amount of information. I also know that we're going to have presentations tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that. But I still also wanted to say that I have a feeling that what we are hearing today and we'll hear also tomorrow is still only the tip of the iceberg of relevant information, to use that term. And then I think both of the depth of information from the institutions that we're hearing today. Christina has already asked for more information beyond this, the more general information that we can get through these slides. So I think that's something that we should really encourage. I appreciate the slides that we've received on the email, and I think it would be useful if the Secretariat also puts that out on our websites for others to see. But yes, so the reason why I think this information is so crucial for us is that it's really something that the committee has to have in order to provide or give us the necessary information to come up with the recommendations, both on new funding arrangements, which in my mind it's to a large degree about reform, possible change of policies, for instance, of existing funding arrangements when we're looking at gaps and potential for that, but also information, therefore, that is necessary for us to have in order to engage in an informed discussion of scope, term of reference, etc., for the new fund in order to create a fund that can find a place in the larger landscape, make a difference, and be efficient and all of that. So again, thanks for this presentation. And I think once we've done this round that we have today and also tomorrow, I think this is really important for us also when we're looking again at the work plan and how we're going to plan our work going forward. So we'll get back to that also. Lastly, I would just could we just shorten the coffee break a bit? I think it's really important that we have the discussion with observers. I have also planned a meeting after the meeting according to our plan to end at 5:30. And I think it would be great if the coaches in the first day can ensure that we stick to plan as far as our time planning. So that's just an encouragement for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Georg. And don't worry, you will have a very, very short coffee break. So it's already been shortened. So, Mo, please.
Thank you so much. And thanks so much from the Jeff for the presentation. And I think the GCF also before them as the operating entities of the financial mechanism. And I think all the presentations are giving us this understanding of what the wide range and the spectrum of what is being provided. But I think one thing is what is being provided, and another thing is trying to be part of it. So when I read the relevant benefits, when I hear linkages to climate, to loss and damage, this is not dealing with climate. It's not dealing with the loss and damage. I can similar this. I don't want to bring the discussion of other processes or other items here. So if we bring that to 1C discussion. Alignment with the Paris Agreement. This could have a lot of greenwashing, and this could be like repackaging. I don't want to repackage existing elements and just make it relevant to loss and damage because it has a loss and damage, it has an adaptation component. My understanding from the JEF that it has this universal benefit, which is a mitigation focus. I know that the JEF has tried to work a little bit on adaptation, and I think many of the elements and the projects that was highlighted in the presentations are adaptation or have relevance. But we need also to understand that in many cases, the institutions are limited by their mandates and thereby and their policies, and they cannot expand beyond that. And I think what they are providing is either this is the maximum that they can provide, or in some cases, this is what could be called addressing loss and damage while it's being done under other umbrellas. So it could be done under the biodiversity component. It could be done under fighting desertification. So, and then it will be packaged as a loss and damage component. So I think we need also to understand this, and while I'm very much appreciating the work that is being done, and it is part and a component of the bigger picture, but it is not the core loss and damage component. It is more of like the expansion of the definition or expansion of the activities. But it is relevant to the discussion, but it's not the core discussion. So I would not expect that the JEF will be able to respond to the loss and damage component because they are doing some work under desertification, little bit of work done under the biodiversity that has a loss and damage relevance or has a loss and damage linkages or has a loss and damage co-benefits. Thank you.
Thanks, and just sort of hope we don't have too many flags up. I mean, we have, this is not the end of this, the beginning of the discussion. We'll have another discussion tomorrow with more of the presentations. We will reflect as to what is the best way of conveying information, because we don't want the meetings to turn into workshops or seminars either. So we'll need to have to just sort of reflect on what is the best way forward. And I'll have Sinead followed by Adele.
Thanks, Uchi. And I'll be really quick. I mean, I think both Jörg and Mo have said some of what I wanted to say. So much happening. It's fantastic. We know this is only a fraction of what's happening. There's all tomorrow's stuff. There's things like Global Shield. There's so much more. But at the same time, and just agreeing with Mohammed, we know there are still serious gaps. We know that all of what exists is not meeting the needs. But still, I feel like these presentations and whatever we will do in the workshops are just so important in terms of us making sure that before we set up anything new, that we really understand what's there at the moment, and what it's doing, but also how it's working. Is it getting to the local level? All these kind of questions, in order that we adapt or strengthen what already exists, and then we set up new things where really there are gaps. So really looking forward to all this kind of information feeding in to the mapping exercise and our discussions going forward. And then the second point is just to say that if we look at our three elements, one of them is coordination and coherence, and I think much as a lot of this is so encouraging in terms of there being so much that's happening, it does also remind us that it is really complicated, and coordination is such a key mandate, both for us at a global level, but also, let's not forget, at a national level where capacities are so much more constrained, and very few people have to try at the national level and see how all these things fit together. So I think it just reinforces for us the importance of those elements in the decision around coordination and coherence, but also around that paragraph 6. Thanks.
Thank you. And last speaker before coffee, Adele, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm going to be very quick. Firstly, we have heard different presentations from different entities. I think that's useful. But we would like to see in what way we will capture all information from different presentations, whether we are going to ask each of the presenters to provide their notes so that it will be captured under our paper to be basis for our work or not. And secondly, with regard to presentation made by the GF, I think that's something that we need to learn. Only one day they can approve a project for 80 for addressing earthquake. It's not climate change, but it's lesson plan. So we would like to see the modality that was applied for quick response to the disaster. That will be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a good discussion. Thank you to all the presenters. And now we'll have oh, sorry. Yes.
Extremely sorry to come back in the coffee and smell of coffee is there, but just one very quick comment I want to make. Excellent presentations by three great bodies of GCF, GEF, Adaptation Fund. But I think I'll not get into the issues of 1,000 days to get accreditation and the project formulation and all that. So what is very clear is that we are not looking at the mandate given by the COP and the decision. We are not looking at the speed, scope, or scale at all. We are also not looking at new, additional, predictable, and adequate. So four governing words are what we are not getting into right now. They were excellent presentations. I was looking forward to, if we start designing the funding arrangement, what we should not do. If we were able to capture from all these three presentations, because we are looking at addressing loss and damage. We are not looking at, we don't have the luxury to have 1,000 days to get accreditation and 3 years to get a project sanctioned. I think we are looking at very immediate response, relief, and building up. So we are looking at addressing loss and damage. I was looking forward to suggestions from all the three institutions about what not to do when we start designing the funding arrangement for loss and damage, and not what they're doing, and by the imagination that it is somehow related to loss and damage. That's very creative, but that kind of creativity is what I was not looking forward to. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much. And having just consulted with my co-chair, you have 10 minutes for coffee. And after that, he takes over and we have the dialogue with the non-party observers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's more.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. For those in the corridor, we're going to start without you. This is an information session. Let us start. People are coming in. So we're now moving to the next agenda item, which is 9A. Under other matters, we adopted a proposal this morning to have an exchange of views with non-party observer constituencies on the new funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage and the fund established in paragraph 3 of decisions 2 CP27 and 2 CMA4. And we have from the observers that non-party observers that are registered and present here, we have four of the 9 constituencies represented. We're going to have a presentation from the Women and Gender constituency, from the environmental NGOs, from the youth NGOs, and from the trade union NGOs. And then hopefully they're going to give you 10 minutes of their views and expectations on our deliverables, the mandates, and their views on what they're experiencing on the ground. And then we'll have a brief conversation with them, and hopefully we'll finish in time. And then we will look at the program later in the week to see if we can give them some more time and space. So first, we're going to start with the Women and Gender constituency, and Leanne Shalatek from the Heinrich Böll Foundation in Washington, D.C. is going to give us the first presentation. Leanne, welcome, and good to see you. You've been a strong supporter of the process from the Transitional Committee on the GCF and now, so we look forward to your insights. You have the floor. Can you please try and keep it to 10 minutes so that we can have an exchange of views with you? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. And first of all, let me congratulate you and Yuti for being selected as the co-chairs of the process. We look forward to engaging with you. So good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to intervene. We hope that for future TC meetings, we will be able to engage regularly as part of the ongoing proceedings and not relegated to a sideline session, but really interactive throughout the discourse. My name is Liane Schalatek, as mentioned, from the Heinrich Böll Foundation, and I'm pleased to speak here on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. So loss and damage is happening with increasing intensity and scale, and it's already being felt acutely by the poorest and most vulnerable marginalized communities, violating their human rights, destroying their livelihoods, and affecting, for example, women and discriminated gender groups disproportionately. Like other impacts of climate change, loss and damage is not gender neutral. Establishing the Loss and Damage Fund at COP27 was a major milestone, and the Transitional Committee is facing a crucial task and responsibility to ensure that the fund will be able to deliver new and additional, predictable and adequate financing to address loss and damage to all developing countries as a matter of climate justice and acknowledging historical responsibility. Developed countries must commit to contribute their fair share in the form of public grant funding, additional to existing ODA and climate finance commitments. A relabeling of already too scarce adaptation finance flows by now terming them funding for loss and damage will not do. The delivery of financing to address loss and damage finance must ensure that it does not impose additional burden or injustice on the recipient, whether that might be country, community, or individuals, especially in the light of the indebtedness crisis facing many developing countries and complicated procedures reducing easy and equitable accessibility. The TC was given a broad mandate by COP27, but its discussions over the next few months and meetings must be targeted to ensure that at the end of the year, we have the charter or the governing instrument of a loss and damage fund to be approved at COP28 with innovative and best practice main operational modalities and a governing structure that is equitable and includes representatives from affected communities and civil society. The Loss and Damage Fund must be the centerpiece of the new funding arrangements and cater for the specific needs of both slow onset, loss and damage, and extreme events, as well as economic and non-economic loss and damage. The discourse about the mosaic of solutions, while important, cannot be used as a distraction from ensuring that the Loss and Damage Fund is under the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC and is the main outcome of the work of the TC, and that the Loss and Damage Fund is empowered to provide definitional and methodological leadership for loss and damage finance to ensure complementarity and coherence of the evolving loss and damage finance landscape. Instead of a mosaic of solutions, we see concentric circles with the Loss and Damage Fund, with compliance with CBDR and accountability to all parties and the broader public at the core. This also means the Loss and Damage Fund must channel the majority of multilateral finance to address loss and damage based on fundamental principles, ensuring that its funding support is equitable, adequate, and provides easy direct access and devolved financing for the most affected, including women and gender groups, that funding support follows a human rights-based approach and does not just focus on doing no harm, but on doing good, that funding support strengthens gender equality and providing gender-responsive climate force, and that it's based on a broad understanding of country ownership that focuses not just on government, but citizens, local ownership, and subsidiarity. For the Loss and Damage Fund to be operationalized in a way that ensures equitable and targeted support, it needs to involve intended beneficiaries, use best available science and data to learn, as well as local and indigenous knowledge, and implement criteria and policies that reflect the needs of women, indigenous groups, and racial and ethnic minorities. First and foremost, this will require addressing shortcomings in the existing climate finance architecture by increasing the provision of grants and prioritizing easy direct access by affected countries and communities, including rapid finance dissemination for extreme events. In doing its mandated work, the Transitional Committee is not starting from scratch. And as the co-chairs have already indicated, there is quite a bit of learning and experience and lessons learned from the work of the Transitional Committee to set up the Green Climate Fund and the operation of existing climate funds. There is an opportunity to listen and learn from civil society and women and gender groups who have been actively engaging with and monitoring many of these. We call on the Transitional Committee to facilitate the active and meaningful engagement and input by civil society, including Indigenous people, women, youth, and the disabled, and other impacted groups in its work program this year. And this should be done including through an open and transparent submission process, contributing to different work streams. Sitting in an overflow room will not do. We have much experience and expertise to contribute, and that should be also included in the technical support unit, which must reflect broader perspective and funding experience, including those of communities on the ground. We are eager to work with you for the best possible loss and damage fund and broader funding arrangements that are supportive of a loss and damage fund under the UNFCCC. We urgently need to close the financing gap for addressing loss and damage for the sake of and respecting the dignity and rights of people and communities in need. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Jan. So clearly you've set the first precedent of speaking only for 7 minutes. So thank you very much. I'm going to take all the presentations and then I'll do a brief summary and then we'll open it up to the colleagues. Next, we have from the Environmental NGO constituency that they've agreed to split their presentation into 2 parts. We have our old friend and colleague Mina Rahman from the Global Campaign to Demand Climate Justice, and also our old friend Harjit Singh from CAN International, and they'll give us the perspectives on the environmental NGOs. So Mina, I see you going first. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and it's great being here in this room. You said old friend to Harjit. I think we are old people in this process. So very happy to be here. Mina from the Third World Network, headquartered in Malaysia. And here I am representing as a member of the global campaign to demand climate justice. So first, allow me to thank the co-chairs and to the Transitional Committee members for allowing us to intervene. What we believe is a historic meeting and one that many of you had also underscored. And it's important for recognizing the role of civil society in the process, especially those who communicate the voices of local communities and peoples from the developing world who are in the front line suffering the adverse impacts of climate change. We echo many of the points of the Women and Gender constituency and just wish to underscore a little bit more. Many of us have actively engaged in campaigning over the years for climate justice, especially in the run up to COP27, to arrive at a decision that would enable the establishment, finally, of a loss and damage fund, which will respond in a very systematic and timely way in addressing the needs of those adversely impacted by climate change. We do not have the luxury of time on our side, as vulnerable communities least responsible for causing the crisis continue to suffer the loss of lives, livelihoods, homes, and whatever little they have and struggle to recover and stay alive. The voices of the communities from Pakistan, which we have seen all over the television, is reminiscent of this and their struggles until today, and they are not the only ones. The COP27 decision on the Loss and Damage Fund was heralded as a landmark, and that landmark decision must be given meaning in terms of its establishment with the institutional arrangements necessary on its governance and structure. The issue of the fund first, or funding arrangements first, should not be a chicken or egg issue, because we can talk about this till the cows come home or the chickens come home, but we'll never solve the problem. Both are important for sure, but we expect the Transitional Committee to deliver on establishing the fund as a key priority and in securing the resources for it, which are new, additional, predictable, and adequate, which will follow, so that the fund is not an empty shell. But building a fund, first to receive the funding that will follow, is the sequence that must be followed. The Glasgow Dialogue is a parallel process that is taking place, and that can be the home for discussing funding arrangements, sources of finance, ensuring coordination and complementarity with existing fund arrangements, and so on. We should maximize the efficiency in the process and ensure that the work of the TC proceeds on the governance and institutional arrangements, while the Glasgow Dialogue can provide the inputs and inform the TC, which is needed on the other aspects and deliver on the mandates agreed to at COP27. We already have the experiences from the Green Climate Fund, and many of us were involved in that Transitional Committee process, and the Adaptation Fund. We can progress fairly fast on this while acknowledging the lessons we need to learn from these and have a responsive loss and damage fund. Now, we also urge the Transitional Committee to consider further expanding the participation of civil society organizations, especially those from the Global South, who represent the millions of people and communities heavily impacted by the climate crisis. So we want you to ensure that these voices and interests are better involved, engaged, and enabled, and to not shut out these voices. This also means that in the intercessional work of the TC, we request that the process is also inclusive, transparent, and involves the participation of observers. We thank you very much, and we are very happy to help the TC in delivering on its mandate. And we look forward to a successful COP28 outcome with a fund. Thank you very much.
I'll respond what we've all done before we start the exchange. Harjit, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much. I'm Harjit Singh from Climate Action Network International, speaking on behalf of Environmental NGO constituency and also supporting the previous statements made by Meena and Lian for the Women and Gender constituency. Thank you very much again for the opportunity, and congratulations to the co-chairs for the election and best wishes from Cannes. The IPCC report released last week showed the writing clearly on the wall. Some of the Transitional Committee members today reiterated the urgency to act as we already face many climate extremes. Every increment of warming from now onwards will lead to ever devastating impacts and greater loss and damage affecting the poorest and vulnerable communities the most. Let us be honest. For decades, the loss and damage finance discussion was deliberately ignored and delayed, while also failing to ratchet up mitigation and adaptation actions. So many lives have been lost and livelihoods eroded, and we could not offer adequate support to the affected communities. There is also a huge trust deficit. Countries who did not cooperate and actively blocked progress on loss and damage finance in the last few years now have an opportunity to change course and be constructive in their engagement. We must now act swiftly to establish a loss and damage fund to give vulnerable communities not only a lifeline, but also access to justice. The loss and damage fund must be based on the principles of climate justice. My colleague Lian has elaborated on this, which we agree to, so I'll not repeat them. I must highlight that the fund must have a clear structure for immediate funding, and we have heard many members speaking about it, and it should be programmatic and long-term rather than project-based. Many of the examples shared by the institutions today are important, but these are pre-disaster actions and support adaptation and resilience efforts. The loss and damage finance is to be used for relief, recovery, and rehabilitation efforts, including relocation as appropriate for those experiencing adverse extreme weather and slow onset impacts. We cannot double count the adaptation or resilience actions as addressing loss and damage. On sources and scalability, we underline that innovative sources can and must be equitable, generating the revenues from those most responsible and most able to pay. The financing instruments selected should be held to the principles and governance of the fund. These must be non-debt inducing instruments and grant-based. We've heard views of the members on how discussions on the fund and funding arrangements should be organized. In order to maximize on the existing and new processes, we urge that the Transitional Committee must focus on the establishment of a loss and damage fund. The Transitional Committee must put forward concrete recommendations to the adoption of a governing instrument for the fund at COP28 and establish two distinct and connected work streams to make that happen. One on the fund and the other one on overall funding arrangements. Glasgow Dialogue can lead on the discussion related to funding arrangements and bring it to the Transitional Committee. We also urge you to ensure that the technical support unit includes those who are able to bring the voices of impacted communities to the table. We heard of the need for creativity, and for this fund to be relevant, you need the experience of community-based and civil society organizations. Climate Action Network has submitted key points that emphasize the need for a transparent and participatory process that involves all stakeholders, providing clear and accessible information on the fund's operations and how it can be used. The process should be accountable to the most vulnerable, and their voices should also be heard. Finally, the world is looking to you with the expectations that your actions will change lives, ensure safe futures, and regain their trust by operationalizing the fund at COP28, and that meets their needs with the required speed, scale, and adequacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harjit. We're going to go to the next presentation, which is from the youth NGO constituency, and we have in the room Rami Yaqub, who is going to give us the perspective of the young people, young as youth and children, or just young people. Rami, constituency, is it youth and children or youth? Yeah, it's just youth. Here we go. Rami, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to first welcome you as a citizen of Egypt to the beautiful Luxor. I hope you're enjoying the sun and the sight of the Nile. My name is Rami George. I represent Yongu, the official youth constituency of the UNFCCC. Thank you for dedicating time to listen to observers, first and foremost, and congratulations to the co-chairs. I will keep my intervention super short and to the point. Yongo is a very diverse constituency of young people who come from many different nations around the world. But despite our diversity and backgrounds, we all face the criticality of the loss and damage situation. And regardless of where we are located, each of us is vulnerable. We feel so, especially seeing and experiencing the current massive struggles of the vulnerable communities in the global south. This does not include the global north. This does not exclude the global north by any means, as most countries soon and right now are already experiencing significant losses and damages due to climate change, not only the most vulnerable nations or the developing economies. Therefore, we believe that the operationalization of the loss and damage funding arrangements under the recommendation of the Transitional Committee meetings work that commenced today is the biggest opportunity of showcasing global climate solidarity against a global crisis and building trust in such difficult times. We would like to thank our fellow constituencies for presenting very solid points regarding the critical issue at hand. We share your perspective, and thank you for your support of this intervention by Yongo. Support from ENGO and the Loss and Damage Youth Coalition is much appreciated. Moving forward, there are a few points that I would like to highlight today on behalf of Yongo. First, as we understand the amount of work needed to be done before COP28, we would like to suggest expanding the Transitional Committee's work, perhaps by making use of the regional climate weeks, for example. This could be worth considering, especially for its links with further civil society and communities engagement. We also urge for a quick integration of people-centric, community-based, and globally aware approaches for loss and damage, taking into account the importance of health evidence in research and case studies. Second, youth groups are critical stakeholders in addressing loss and damage, especially in creating and raising awareness, as well as leading concrete action on the community levels. We would like to highlight the need to include youth more in the working plans of the committee. Third, we support a grants-based funding arrangement for loss and damage, as well as a provision for a policy framework and accountability guidelines for disbursement of funds. We would like to see a finance mechanism based on solidarity and focusing on justice, accessibility, fairness, and equity to meet the needs of the most affected people and areas. We call for a grants-based approach and country-driven demand because we believe it's absolutely vital to reduce the debt burden of countries affected. Other options like debt forgiveness, insurance, and loss and damage fund reserve can also be considered as part of the funding approaches. Finally, we believe the funding mechanisms should be measured both qualitatively and quantitatively, making sure that indicators to measure impact should be separate from other funds such as the Adaptation Fund and the GCF. We also suggest that the impacts are open for views of outside of the UNFCCC finance networks. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rami. We're going to go now to our final presentation, which is from the trade union NGO constituency, and representing the trade union group is Lien van Dam, who works for the Central International Environmental Law, the Center for International Environment Center. My notes are wrong. So Center for International Environmental Law. So please, you have the floor for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so my name is Lien van Damme, and I'm with the Center for International Environmental Law. And my statement was drafted in coordination with the trade union constituency, but is also supported by the environmental, indigenous peoples, youth, and women and gender constituencies. The climate crisis is a human rights crisis and a deep injustice to current and future generations. Groups that have been historically marginalized, such as women and girls, indigenous peoples, youth, children, and persons with disabilities, are disproportionately affected, and many workers, their families, and communities are among those most affected. Urgent climate policies, including to address loss and damage, need to promote and protect fundamental labor rights of freedom of association and collective bargaining, and have to be facilitated through social dialogue with workers at the table. The establishment of a loss and damage fund at COP27 was a historic step in the direction of protecting human rights in the context of climate-induced harm. The Transitional Committee now has the important task to operationalize the fund by COP28 as a key vehicle to provide remedy to frontline communities for the harms suffered, in line with states' human rights and labor rights obligations, and to provide tangible support. Civil society, indigenous peoples, and frontline communities full, effective, direct, and meaningful and active participation is key at every stage of the negotiations, design, and implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund. We thank you for this opportunity to intervene on the first day of the first Transitional Committee meeting and stress that we expect meaningful engagement throughout the entire session and the future sessions. The limited time frame to nominate representatives for this first meeting made it difficult to effectively coordinate and ensure equitable representation across constituencies. And the lack of hybrid modalities for active remote participation puts additional constraints. Civil society, indigenous peoples, youth groups, frontline communities, and the workers' movement should be front and center to these discussions to propose real and equitable solutions, rather than sitting in an overflow room or watching a webcast. These modalities do not allow for the variety of important voices to be heard in this process that is so crucial to frontline communities and their rights. As for the Transitional Committee's work plan, we expect you to develop concrete recommendations to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund by COP28. Considering the urgency and the limited time, the Transitional Committee should focus its efforts on getting the fund up and running. The final outcome of this one-year process should be a governing instrument with clear objectives, principles, and operational modalities for an operating entity under the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC. The Loss and Damage Fund must be at the core of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage and be responsible for coordination and coherence. In terms of substance, we expect the fund to be rooted in human and labor rights. In practice, this means that the fund must address all aspects of loss and damage to provide effective remedy for frontline communities, families, and workers, meaning that its activities cover all impacts related to extreme weather events and slow onset events, and economic losses as well as non-economic losses. It also means that it protects the most impacted through rights-based, needs-based, and gender-responsive finance that is directly accessible to affected communities. It means that it allows for full, effective, direct, and meaningful stakeholder participation, including indigenous people's right to free, prior, and informed consent, transparency, access to information, and social dialogue with workers' organizations. And lastly, it also means that it puts in place effective social, environmental, and human rights safeguards and accountability mechanisms. Human rights institutions and authorities are increasingly providing guidance on upholding human rights in the context of climate harms. And the Transitional Committee should explicitly create synergies with this UN human rights system to align the important work happening here with the important work happening there. Additionally, just transition policies, such as social protection systems and social dialogue processes, as developed at the ILO, should be integrated in this work. Lastly, we highlight that the Loss and Damage Fund is currently an empty bucket and funding at scale is urgently needed. Rich countries with a historic responsibility for the climate crisis must deliver grants-based finance and new, innovative, and equitable sources of funding based on the polluters pays principle. They must be developed to ensure structural resourcing. The fund has been established, so these discussions and decisions should not wait. We expect discussions on the funding arrangements to be held during the Glasgow Dialogue and in other spaces throughout 2023 to focus on the urgent mobilization of new and additional resources at scale. We thank you and reiterate our availability to work with you throughout all the stages of the work of the Transitional Committee. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Leanne. I'm sorry if I'm not getting your name correct, so I apologize for that. But thank you very much for that on behalf of the trade union. So colleagues, we've heard from 4 constituencies. Let me just highlight some issues that I think that please feel free to respond to them and ask them questions, but really highlight some issues that I think we should deliberate on. So first, I think we were given a clear message that we're not getting it right again. And we have to further consider how the civil society and observer organizations engage with us. And they've given us a clear expectation on their behalf that we need to do much more. And so while I don't believe that this is a sideline agenda item, you have an agenda item. It is formal. It will move from other matters at this meeting to hopefully a formal agenda item at TC2. And so this is one of the innovations. It may not be enough, and certainly the co-chairs will ensure that in the discussions on our working modalities that we find a better way, and you may need to help us on that one. So colleagues, please reflect on how we can do that better. We've also heard clearly that some colleagues felt that there were some shortcomings in the way in which the registration of this meeting happened. I guess it was delayed. We had some late notice because of nominations from constituencies. So my request to the Secretariat is to let's get it better for TC2 and the workshop, so that all the 9 major groups or the constituencies are there, and that there's an equal opportunity for the colleagues from developed countries who may wish to, who will, I hope, contribute to the Secretariat's work on this. It would be useful if you could consider a small trust fund contribution to support developing country civil society to participate in these meetings. I don't think it's a huge cost, but I think it would make a huge impact. The colleagues all spoke of the need to ensure that the communities that are most affected by climate change are somehow involved in this process. And I think it is incumbent on ourselves to find a way to listen to them. And I think they've also given us a challenge that when we design both the funding arrangements and the fund itself, that we have to find a way in which those communities are directly involved beyond what we already have in the system. We've heard the proposal for the TC to engage in the regional climate weeks. I don't know exactly how that means, whether that's members of the TC from the certain regions using the opportunity to consult. Maybe the Secretariat can give us some advice on exactly what that means, and also the COP presidencies, if that's a possible recommendation. We've also heard some concrete suggestions on not having a project-based system, both for the fund and the new funding arrangements. So maybe colleagues want to reflect on that. We've also heard that we should reflect on the shortcomings of the current system and learn from mistakes. And we've also heard very clearly that we need to find a mechanism that both under the fund and the new funding arrangements, that money can be provided to local communities that are most impacted. As I think I said in the retreat, that there was a recent call from UNICEF in Mozambique to rebuild 1,300 schools. So, I mean, these are real impacts. So I'm not trying to sum up everything you said, but I'm going to open up the floor to members from the TC to reflect on what the observer organizations have told us, or just reflect on their presentation. So the floor is open for comments. Georg, you have the floor, and then followed by Debbie.
Thank you, co-chair, and I hope the observers can still hear me in the other room. I would just like to thank those of you from your server side that spoke to us now. I think this input you provided is very valuable for us. I think it's important for us that we continue to engage with you as observers, and both in inviting for observers to participate in our future meetings. We should definitely find room for direct engagement during our meeting and get input, views, comments. But I also think the availability, possibility for us to discuss during our breaks, for instance, and the time that we have in between the time that we're sitting in the meeting rooms, is also going to be very valuable. I'm not going to comment on the specific ideas, suggestions that came just now. Just as I said, to underline that I think it's important that we continue this dialogue. But I also think it's important, and I don't know how the process was when it comes to the invitation to observers for this meeting. But I agree with you, Richard, that we should certainly encourage the Secretariat to ensure that information is provided in advance of meetings, so it's possible for observers to register and participate. But I would also like to say that I don't think it's going to be possible for all relevant observers to necessarily participate physically in our meetings. It could be for the reason that you're saying, Richard, of reasons and other. So I think we should also think about ways where other parts of observer society, put it like that, can provide input to our work in writing or in other ways. So let's be a bit imaginative of how we can engage and communicate with relevant observers that can contribute to our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Georg. Next up, I have Debbie, and then followed by Christina, and then Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To echo some of what Georg has already said, I just wanted to say a big thank you to those who've spoken this afternoon. We really welcome the engagement and the diversity of views. I think it's helpful for us as a committee to hear that directly from colleagues. I think it also demonstrates the relevance of this issue and the importance of the loss and damage issues to so many communities from all parts of the world and from all walks of life. I think also it highlights that we really do need to keep hearing that diversity of views and to keep hearing that sort of engagement from community levels. So I really welcome the suggestion about finding a way to include the voices of communities that are most affected as we go through this. It's also been really helpful to have the written contributions ahead of this meeting. I think that's helpful. I'd encourage that as we go forward. I think also that as part of our seat in the UK, we have a responsibility to engage, for example, with the UK civil society, which is something we take very seriously. And I wonder if it's something that we should think about in all of our constituencies. But broadly, just to say, I'm very conscious of our accountability and the responsibility that we hold as members to get this process right. And I welcome an ongoing engagement from voices as observers as we go through the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. So there's a challenge to all of us, colleagues, that we engage with civil societies back home, or for those of us that come from the regional groups in the developing world, to engage as much as possible through that channel. Thank you very much for that suggestion. Christina.
Thanks so much, Richard. And I want to thank all 5 speakers who are speaking on behalf of their constituencies. It's very awkward because you're back here. And maybe next time we can have a table with microphones as well when we're doing this. Leanne, I wanted to pick up on a point you made about let's not let the mosaic be a distraction, because I feel like that's one of the elephants in the room. For us, for the United States, sorry, can you hear me? Hello. I wanted to pick up on one of the points you made, Leanne, about not letting the mosaic be a distraction, because I think that's maybe one of the tensions in the room. I said during the retreat, I said this morning, but it might be worthwhile to say again another time, that for the United States, we take the mandate in all of its elements, including 5A and the fund, and all of the nouns that are in 5A very seriously, and what we want to deliver in terms of our recommendations as a transitional committee at COP28 for consideration by the COP and CMA is recommendations on all 4. And so our interest in all 4 is not meant to be a distraction, but to Harjeet's point about trust, I mean, the proof is going to be in the pudding of how we move forward in this meeting, and then also between this meeting and the next transitional committee meeting. And I say that for everyone on the Transitional Committee and all of the stakeholders that are part of this, that we're all serious about moving forward on all of the elements. So I just wanted to respond to that. Given the focus of the interventions, I think from all 5 of you, we're focused on the fund. I do hope that we can have an exchange beyond what I think were your highlight points. So focusing then on the fund itself, given that's where you, I mean, I do hope that you engage on the other elements, but given your interventions, we're on the fund. From our perspective, and I wanted to see if it's also shared by your constituencies, we would like this fund to be targeted, specific, and not duplicating what's already happening in the rest of the sort of other elements of the funding arrangements, and if that is also your starting point. If it is, and that becomes a question of, you know, I sometimes think that we want the fund to fund everything when it comes to responding to with a particular focus on addressing loss and damage. And I want to, at some point during TC1, including with you, to become more specific about what we mean. So I would really appreciate hearing from you. Let's use, what I hear is that the fund needs to be about addressing impacts from extreme events and slow onset events, and we can't forget non-economic losses. So specific questions I might have is, let's talk about reconstruction in particular, since that's come up. Is the expectation from your constituencies that the fund funds the whole thing? Is it funding an aspect, and which aspect? Both substantively, which could be, you know, Richard asked a question earlier to Steve about the climate resilient component. It also came up during our retreat, other aspects like there's readiness and planning and technical assistance. So there's different ways to start kind of really digging in on the reconstruction piece alone, let alone other pieces. I shared during the retreat that from our own initial gap analysis, we do agree that for the fund to be targeted, specific, catalytic, we think it should focus on addressing measures to address slow onset events. We still are not in what of slow onset events? What are the measures? How can the fund, what is it that the fund should be doing in this space? Then there are questions, I think, I'm sorry I didn't pick up on your name, the woman from the trade group about the operating, this must be an operating entity of the financial mechanism. What I've heard from some TC members directly is the importance of making sure that the COP and CMA are able to provide guidance to the fund. I want to separate guidance to the fund from it being an operating entity of the financial mechanism, because there are multiple ways in which you can do the guidance piece without it being a brand new operating entity. A brand new operating entity also comes with some costs, the time it would take. So we talk about speed, we talk about keeping people's lives and livelihoods front and center. What does that mean if we're setting up a whole new operating entity versus other options that are on the table? So how important is it and why is it important? Trying to get down to the specifics would be really helpful for me in terms of feedback and exchange of views from the non-party observers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Christina, for engaging on at that level of detail. It's really useful. I have 3 people on my list. I have Hannah, followed by Mohammed, and then followed by Ambassador Dao. Hannah, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for the presentations. Also by the on existing funding arrangements, we found them to be very insightful, and this will certainly be valuable inputs as we continue our work with the Transitional Committee, and we hope to have this as a continuous dialogue with all of you for sure. Of course, inclusion is a priority for the COP28 presidency, as it has been for the COP27 presidency, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. We've actively been engaging with many of you, and for those that we haven't, we look forward to working with you. And Rami, thank you for the warm welcome. to Luxor as well. I would like to take note of a couple of comments. Also keeping in mind that I think there's a lot of alignment in how you interpret the mandate coming out of Sharm and what we have to achieve this year. I think
And I can sorry, just speak closer to the mic. Sorry.
Georg, it's not just you. Just a couple of responses. I think that one thing that we've recognized in this exercise is as helpful as it is to understand existing arrangements, it's also helpful to understand what the needs are to be able to identify gaps. And one of the things we'd love to hear more from constituencies on is kind of how you define those needs so that we can look at addressing them and responding adequately. Leanne, thank you for noting that climate impacts are not gender neutral. We very much value your insights and the work in making sure that whatever recommendations we come up with do not perpetuate existing divides, and where we can continue to learn from good practices on that as well. Harjeet, I think that your suggestion on looking at two distinct work streams is helpful structurally, given that we do need recommendations on both the fund and funding arrangements. And thank you also to all of you for laying out expectations on what should be discussed in the workshops, what should be discussed in the Santiago Network and the dialogue, so that the Transition Committee can focus its work on the task at hand, which is no small feat in developing recommendations. We hope that we can continue to engage with you across these tracks so that we have recommendations that take us ahead in delivering action and support, using all available tools within and outside the process, and ensuring a response to this challenge that is as comprehensive as the issue demands. And sorry for the awkward leaning over the shoulder and trying to look at you while talking, and making sure that everyone online can hear as well. Thank you for joining us and for flying in to provide your perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. So again, let me just apologize to colleagues that we didn't have a table there. It was an oversight on our part, but we'll make sure that there's a better mechanism later this week to engage with them. We have some challenges, but thank you very much, Hannah. Next, I have Mohammed, please.
Thank you so much, Richard, and thank you so much, representatives of them. Of the civil society for engaging. And I think your engagement today was more of the generic one, which is similar to our engagement today on this the first TC on just trying to put the outlines of what are the expectations. So in-depth engagement coming from you will be coming in the next meetings and based on the work plan. So this is my first point. I think also as the 5 presenters have confirmed the importance of a fund, this is a reflection and this is a message to all of us at the TC on the expectation of those outside of the membership sitting here, that this will be one of the main outcomes of our work in the TC. With the understanding, of course, that as was said, that Christina have mentioned that it is not easy, and it will be part of the discussion, how can we make it happen and which format, but this will also be something that I think we need to engage on as TC members, but with the representative from the civil society. I think the representative of civil society would or should be allowed to have submissions once we have our work program and the focus points or the focus elements of discussion in the next meetings. So their submissions will be focused also on the discussion, and the engagement that we'll have with them will be responding to some of the questions that we'll be discussing within the TC, and also we'll be discussing with them. I don't want to put them on the spot now and start asking questions, because I'm sure that they will also be engaging with us on the same level of maturity and evolving in the discussion in the same pace. But I also wanted to highlight some of the elements that they have put forward and this seat, and I think many of the Transition Committee members, especially from the African group, has highlighted several times, including the issue of loss and damage finance does not become a process to like increase the debt burden for developing countries. So the instruments that will be used and the loss and damage and the funding for loss and damage should not be anything other than concessional instruments. Otherwise, we are back to the discussions that were there before. and also that it has to be additional, and we need to work on avoiding the relabeling and repackaging of the existing finance and really work on the additionality component of that. I will stop there and I thank them again. I think we, as COP27 presidency before Sharm el-Sheikh, we had a lot of engagement with the civil society, and they were very instrumental in forming the outcomes on the loss and damage. And I thank them for the effort that they and the commitment that they have put forward all the way during the years, and specifically in the last year, that allowed this agenda item to move from even just creating an agenda item to having a deliverable. And I think they have a share in the success of all parties and the presidency in where we are now when sitting in this room. So I thank them again through you for their efforts and their commitment, and they are partners in this, and hopefully we'll all be celebrating something that we're all proud of when we go to Dubai in UAE. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mohammed. So I want to pick up on your proposal, and it was also made by, I think, Debbie and other colleagues, that to ensure that if we have a submissions-based process in our work program, that we allow the civil society generally, not necessarily we can come to it through the constituencies, but let's reflect on that as we consider our work plan. I have two more speakers. Ambassador Dow, you first, and then Sinead, you'll be our last speaker. Yeah, thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Richard. Through you, let me express my sincere thanks to the observers for expressing their useful inputs and comments toward our work here. Firstly, we of course consider that the involvement of civil society and their voice, I think, are critically important to lead us to move forward. I think that's something that we need to consider. And secondly, they also expressed out that we need to move away from the project-based approach to the more sustained and predictability of financial resources for loss and damage, for addressing and responding loss and damage. I think this is critical issue that, of course, as TC members, we also consider this issue. And we really appreciate this issue, and together we will move this issue ahead. And in terms of new and additional, I think it is not new language they expressed here, but it is, of course, from COP decision and semi-decision. So the TC will try our best to implement this. That's why we are here. And in terms of involvement of civil society organization or observers directly in the thesis discussion, I think, of course, we will think about it like Mr. Mo has expressed out that we can think ahead, I think, after this meeting, but this will be for the next meetings. We will rethink our procedural issues with regard to the involvement of observers. Of course, we need the voice to help us to move forward quickly. And in terms of issues raised, whether it will be also important for civil society or observers to be part of the TCU. I think we can also think about this later on, but we also further request the Secretariat whether it will be enough space for some experts from the existing observers to be taking part of this TCU or TSU members or not. I think that will be also useful for them to express their expertise into the works that the TCU is dealing with. I think those are the key issues that I would like to express. But once again, thank you very much for their contribution into this meeting.
Right, thank you very much, Adai. And yes, one of the things I did sort of leave out from my summary was this issue of the request to consider the role of civil society in the TSU, and maybe we can have a discussion with the Secretariat on that. So it's not really, the TSU doesn't work under our authority, but it's a Secretariat issue, so we can definitely raise that with them. My final speaker is Sinead. You have the floor, please.
Thanks, Richard, and thanks a million for the presentations, and just yeah, as others have said, you know, really supportive and support your point, Richard, about you know, this being a formal item going forward. I think Ireland and Germany and the EU, among others, are having various kinds of calls and consultation between meetings, and I think we really need to continue to do that as well. I mean, I think just to highlight a couple of points where, you know, maybe civil society input would be particularly useful. We often rely on you to really remind us about the community level, and it comes a little bit back to the point Christina was making about the operating entity. But you know, the UNFCCC it's a governmental body, right, by definition. And I think one of the issues that at some point, you know, loss and damage financing facilities and funds are going to have to grapple with is, you know, there are communities where maybe, you know, they're in countries where there's conflict, and so how do we reach those communities through a very governmental system? So these are not easy questions, but I think when we talk about vulnerability, which, you know, I think we are all in this room very keen to do, we have to also think about how to get directly to communities, which is really a challenging issue. And I think it'd be great, you know, for you to reflect on that with us, and also more broadly to reflect on this question about vulnerability, because we are tasked in the decision at looking at particularly vulnerable countries, and you know, that's an area where I think you have a lot of expertise and experience, and that also links to the point, you know, I think Christina, you were also making in terms of access, and how do we ensure you know, better access than we currently have in a lot of cases to funding mechanisms, particularly if we're also saying there should be operating entities. So, you know, I think we have a bit of a tendency. I mean, this is a little bit from a personal point of view, from my work, and actually my PhD was kind of on how in the development sector we tend to treat every new initiative like it's going to meet all of our hopes and dreams. And I think, you know, we have to recognize that, you know, I think all of us would listen to a lot of what you've said this afternoon, and absolutely agree on principle that we also want, you know, the fund to be really accessible, you know, driven by communities, gender sensitive, et cetera, but we're going to face the same barriers with this fund that we face with everything else that we try to do. So let's really work together on, you know, a kind of quite a specific and realistic basis, I would say. I think we often agree with each other on the principles. The real question is, how do we implement those principles in the real world that we have? And I think you guys have a lot of experience, and I really look forward to us working with you going forward on how we can, you know, marry some of the things we want to do, which are often, frankly, just really difficult, and we don't have a great deal of time. So yeah, look forward to the engagement, and hope that we can, you know, as Mohammed was also saying, get work with you more on the nitty gritty of the how and how we square some of these circles. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sinead, and we also look forward to answering those questions. We hope that this fund will be that difference as from other funds, and we get this right. I have one more colleague with the flag up. Sunam, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Not much to add, but to thank the 5 observers for their presentations. I believe that they are a very important voice. In fact, probably could be the moral voice of the process. And they have a lot of experience. And we are on the same page with many of the things that they have raised. And I believe that their engagement will be very important. We had discussed that also during the retreat, and how we could accommodate. I think that's very important. The submissions, whether it is having them two representatives in the meeting when we don't close it, or making submissions, or being, as my colleague and some others submitted as contributing to the TSU, Technical Support Unit. In fact, today at the relief, in terms of the humanitarian aftermath, the relief part, I was expecting to hear from Red Cross. I think they are also a NGO, CSO, whatever you call it, quite important in that work. So they have a lot of experience, and I believe that we should meaningfully engage them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam. Colleagues, just can we ask that you try and speak closer to the mic? We're also doing this, and maybe the secretary could just ask the technicians for tomorrow's if they can just move the microphones closer into the table so people don't feel as if they're going to yank the microphones out. But thank you very much. We will follow up with the secretariat about, I think the Red Cross is on tomorrow, if I understand. So thank you for reminding us on that. Before I hand over to the non-party observer, my co-chair, Uti, wants to make some remarks. Uti?
Thank you, and also from my side, huge thanks for being here this afternoon, and for having this possibility for an exchange. I mean, like it was already said earlier. I mean, we were still sort of discussing at a fairly general level. Fully understand why also sort of your input today was also at the fairly sort of high level, but in terms of going forward, we do really want to get to the issue of how. So how will funding arrangements, how will the fund indeed help us protect human rights better, help us with gender and sort of across the entire field of funding arrangements for loss and damage, and including the fund. So really sort of get more, give us your insights, your technical expertise on how to do it. I think that would be, again, sort of, from my perspective, that would have a huge value added compared to perhaps just sort of saying that we want a fund and the fund is important. I mean, we all know that there needs to be more funding, and we all know that the fund is important, but it's the how aspects that I think would be extremely useful. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Uti. So, colleagues, we have 11 minutes left of our day. Can I seek the committee's indulgence just to have another 10 minutes? I know you have to leave, York, but can I seek the committee's permission to just have another 10 minutes so that the colleagues can have a little bit more time, if everybody's okay with giving me an extra 10 minutes. I don't like to be over time, so this is an exception. So, colleagues, you've got 20 minutes up until 20 to 6 to respond. So I guess that's.
Should we go up front or?
If you want to do that, then you do it from the front. It's not the best arrangement. So please go ahead. That's what you want. Thank you.
We have an incident of co-chair being nailed to the table. So.
Yeah, apologies for the delay. Thanks so much on our behalf, on behalf of civil society, for the interest and for the interested questions and challenges, I would say, of a couple of the members of the TC. First of all, I want to say we are really heartened, or I'm really heartened by some of the responses that indicate both the willingness and the willingness to look how to improve the participation of civil society, and including looking at how that can be arranged already for the next TC meeting, if not for the remaining 2 days here for the first TC. So this is deeply encouraging, and particularly also in bringing the voices of affected communities maybe to some of the workshop or technical discussions that we are having, because we believe their experience is as crucially important. And then again, allowing for the broader input of civil society. And I want to point out that we are not just talking on high level, that we have very specific expertise and specific also suggestions on how some of the funding arrangements and operational modalities could be developed. And we are looking forward to bringing them specifically through submissions into the various discussion of the work streams. I want to pick up on one or two points, or again challenges that were raised by some of the TC members. One on the question of the mosaic and the centrality, or what we believe should be the centrality of the loss and damage fund. I think there is a huge difference, and nobody here challenges the fact that we need to look at some of the broader arrangements. But I think there is a huge difference between the Transitional Committee focusing on a loss and damage fund outcome and looking at broader funding arrangements on scope, on innovative financing, as basically elements supportive of that fund and in the light or view of the fund, or looking basically at the universe out there and considering the loss and damage fund as just one speck in the landscape. And that was exactly the kind of articulation that I tried to bring into our intervention, which was really one on concentric circles, in terms of also seeing it at the core as compliance with CBDR and accountability. And there I would say, sure, the UNFCCC and the COP can give some guidance, or can basically indicate to some funding fund that is not under the UNFCCC, but the accountability and again the compliance with the core principles of the UNFCCC, the questions of eligibility are only given when we assure that it's part of the funding mechanism. As an example, the COP27 in its decision gave some suggestions, I don't know whether one would call those guidance, to the MDBs. However, the MDBs can choose to follow or not to follow. Their accountability to the UNFCCC is rather limited. Also in terms, for example, of representational issues, we have a very different representation in the MDBs in terms of a shareholder representation than we have for an operating entity under the funding mechanism, where we would seek at least equitable representation and look, equal representation, and look for what the adaptation fund has already best case, namely equitable representation. Lastly, on the question of saying it would take a lot more time to set up an operating entity under the financial mechanism, it's not quite clear why that would take much longer than setting up another fund, particularly when one can build on the experience of the GCF funding process, where I think we have a lot of experience of what to accelerate and advance. And I want to point out, and that was one other question that came forward, I think, from the colleague of Ireland, the concern that in a party-driven process, we really cannot do community funding. From our experience, we would disagree. For example, we were very surprised to not hear in the presentation by the Jeff representative showcasing the small grants program, which is really a core example of how an operating entity under the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC has really succeeded in ensuring making smaller funding amounts available to communities on the ground through their participation in decision making on who that funding should go to. I want to point out enhanced direct access that we have showcased in the Adaptation Fund and in the GCF, both of which have not fulfilled their potential yet, but could go a lot further. So I think the fact that it's a party-driven process does not preclude really making funding available to affected communities, and in effect civil society proposals on how funding for a loss and damage fund should be managed and dispersed proposes exactly that. So we are very happy to work with you and engage on the details of looking very much into potential funding proposals that actually operationalize some of those seemingly high-level principles that we have articulated here. Thank you.
Thank you, Liana. And just building on some of the comments made by her, first of all, thank you very much for recognizing the inputs and engagement of civil society. And I must also underline that, apart from the inputs that we made during our intervention, due to limitation of time, we didn't go a lot into how, but many of our papers that we published over the last few years, including the one that we did on loss and damage finance facility, had a lot about how, and really getting into details on how some of these funding can be operationalized. I'll respond to two of the specific interventions. Christina, your point on funding arrangements, and others also mentioned. I must say that I come from humanitarian background. Many of you know that, and I've responded to emergencies around the world. So I'm not undermining the importance of funding arrangements, and none of us are. But at the same time, we need to be very objective in terms of analyzing both the strengths and weaknesses of the humanitarian sector. We have seen how over the last decades, it has focused a lot on the conventional disasters. Funding has been inadequate. In fact, we see it a lot more, overstressed and overstretched. At the same time, it brings valuable experience on rehabilitation in particular, and relocation in some areas. So how we can use that. But many of this remains outside. And we have also seen how this has been inadequate in many ways. In fact, there was a study by Oxfam that in the last few years, it only met the needs of the humanitarian appeals to the tune of 50%. And we know that humanitarian appeals do not represent the real cost of climate impacts. So when we talk about fund, we also feel that there's a massive gap in terms of oversight of the overall loss and damage financing needs. And like we have, and we made that plea earlier also, we have mitigation gap, adaptation gap. We should also have loss and damage finance gap report coming out periodically to know what the real gap is, because we cannot just provide some relief to communities who face disasters like we've seen in case of Pakistan, Nigeria, and many developing countries, and then just move on. And communities take years to rebuild their lives, and now with increasing intensity and frequency before they recover from a previous disaster, they're hit by another one, which is even more hard-hitting. So we need to really make sure that we follow through in helping them rebuild their lives. And that cannot come from the existing funding arrangements, and fund has such an important role. And we all know the gaps related to slow onset events, non-economic losses and damages, and bridging the gap. And also connecting that with the automatic funding sources, which is not the case with the humanitarian finance. And I'll be very blunt. We know that majority of humanitarian finance is very geopolitical and tied to even trade interest. We cannot allow that to happen when people are suffering. We have to have a UN-led process that is unbiased, that is based on needs and justice, and that is fit for future, and that is based also on obligations, and not, which country I like, so I'm going to support this country and not the other one. There are many examples. I don't want to get into that. And also develop cutting-edge solutions. On Mo's point, first of all, and I should have done that earlier, I want to really acknowledge and admire the leadership and commitment of the Egyptian government, the way you did organize the heads of delegation meeting last year in September, that was path-breaking, unprecedented. And we know the role that meeting played in unlocking the potential of what we could do at COP27. So your leadership there. And now we are hearing so many good things about the retreat. So clearly shows that you meant progress and you were not just hosting the meeting for the sake of it. You really wanted. So really value your commitment, and thank you very much for recognizing our efforts as well and providing us opportunity. Thank you.
Promise you I won't be as long as my two compatriots. Just to echo what they said, and thank you. This has been a very encouraging discussion. For in the beginning when we came, we did not know whether we will be given a voice. You've given us a lot of voice, and I'm happy to hear that you want to hear more of our voices. I think the suggestion in terms of targeted inputs through submissions is a very important one. Capturing the range of expertise that resides in civil society and social movements. And I think that that's one thing that we could happily take forward and would like to contribute to. All the questions that some of you have posed are very critical. And so we will be very happy to engage in providing those submissions. I also welcome the comment made that we are the moral conscience. We hold, we go back, and we are accountable, and we hold you accountable. And I think you need to realize that sometimes in the middle of all these, A, mandate, paragraph 5, paragraph 6, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we bring we remind you that there are people watching, there are people accountable, there are people whose lives and death is something that many of us bring here, their voices of those who can't speak or not here to represent it. So in the terms of the moral conscience, and with that moral conscience, I just like to, it would be remiss of me not to mention that the Asia Pacific Movement of on Debt and Justice has delivered a letter to some of you in terms of the voices of the communities coming from the Asian region, particularly working with those on the ground. So thank you very much, and we look forward to engagement further.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments and questions. It's great to see that you're really interested in our inputs, and specifically, I would like to come back to the question on like giving concrete guidance on what it means to take a human rights-based approach and a gender-responsive approach, and what it means at the community level. So I just wanted to bring in that a lot of guidance actually exists based on community experiences, not just in terms of how the impacts are or how they are experiencing the impacts, but also how they are already addressing these impacts at the community level. And that there's also academic research, of course, and again, these human rights institutions at the national, regional, and international level that are looking at how climate impacts are harming human rights and how, giving guidance on how states should be responding to that. So again, translating all of that to the community level will depend on participation, on inclusive processes, and making sure that these communities are involved, not just at the international level, but also involved in the loss and damage needs assessments that will have to be done at the community level, at the national level, to understand what is needed and how impacts are harming different groups in different ways. Even though these might be the same impacts, the harms are going to be different. And so the remedies to those harms are also going to have to be different. So the responses to those harms. And so just very briefly, these human rights principles like inclusion and non-discrimination, they may seem vague, but actually they mean very real things and have very real implications. For example, when looking at disasters, not only are persons with disabilities often disproportionately affected, but they are also often excluded from emergency support. So making sure that policies are adapted to that and that persons with disabilities are also able to access emergency support is part of a human rights-based approach to addressing loss and damage. The same counts for women and girls that have specific vulnerabilities and needs post-disaster. These needs need to be catered to in the responses that are being developed. And to come back to the labor rights aspects, the responses to loss and damage may have an implicit understanding of what it means or what constitutes labor, and then in that implicit understanding exclude people who would be working in the informal sector, for example. So these are concrete examples of what it means to take this approach, and this guidance exists. UN human rights institutions, other human rights institutions are continuously developing this guidance, and it's not just, for example, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change that was recently established, but also other institutions. For example, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to adequate housing just published a report on the climate crisis, how it is impacting the right to adequate housing and how states should be responding to that. So just wanted to bring in that this guidance is there, and again, reiterate the importance of connecting with this human rights framework and this guidance in order to really develop the right responses. Thank you.
Hello again. I think my colleagues have responded pretty thoroughly, so I won't be taking any long at all for the sake of everybody's time. I just want to thank you for listening to us today. That has been very needed from our side. I just want to say also that we are very dedicated on working with you all on whatever it takes to make this happen, on the hows, on being more specific. Today we presented the general needs and the general points of view, but next time and in the future we will be presenting the specifics. Thank you again, and I wish you a good day.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That has been a very useful first discussion, we hope, with you. You've heard from the board, and we'll get down to concluding our work on things. So, okay. So that brings us to the end of the day, colleagues. So there are a couple of things that I wanted to announce. We've been requested by our colleagues that we start at 9:30 tomorrow morning, to give colleagues some extra time in the morning. So we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And that, I guess, means for the developing country constituency, we'll only start at 8:30 for our constituency meeting, or we can consider that later. But so we'll start promptly at 9:30 here tomorrow morning. We have had, I think, a good first day. We've been generally on time. We've had a very general debate, and now we need to get down to further work. We've taken one decision so far, which is the agenda. Two chairs, two decisions. Wow, that's even better. So two chairs, but two decisions. But we need to increase our ambition. We still have two more decisions to take before the end of this meeting. One on the work plan and one on the working modalities. We hope to start tomorrow morning with the work plan. It really depends on how much progress Uti and I make with the Secretariat tonight. If we're not able to make enough progress, then we'll start as scheduled with the continued exchange of views. I think we have tomorrow the Red Cross, the World Food Programme, the International Organization for Migration, and the UN Disaster Risk Reduction Unit, but we'll let you know. So on that, I want to just wrap up with two more housekeeping issues. One, the Secretariat has asked the TC members to just remain in the room so we can have a group photograph, the obligatory group photograph. And then just to finally remind colleagues, Mohammed, if you just remind us on the details of the iftar tonight, please.
Thank you, Richard. Very quickly, dinner /iftar is available from 6 or 5 to 6 downstairs outside. And this is every day until we finish the TC. So, sorry, no, downstairs. Everybody, including observers and everybody is invited to that.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and thank you for organizing that. On that, colleagues, Stephen, did you want to say?
Sorry, this is a very small point, but just in respect of, I think Lot, who's coming later, and Gay are going to leave. I wonder if we could do a photograph tomorrow instead.
Yes, that's yeah, that's fine. Okay, sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. So you can go straight to iftar, and then we'll find a plan tomorrow for the group photograph. Thank you very much, colleagues, for all your constructive inputs, and I hope you have a good evening. I believe Mahana has been, you call yourself Chief Celebration Officer. You're starting early. It's good. And so enjoy the evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.